The 1,000-year slumber period has ended. Congratulations, host, for obtaining invincible cultivation, soaring above the great Dao. My heavens, which mighty expert is this in reality? This is the power of invincibility. Truly suits my taste. Host, if you don't reign in your aura, this entire world will be shattered by your shock. Shattered? No matter. Even if it shatters, I can repair it. After 1,000 years of slumber, I wonder how the Li family is doing now. I'll go back and see. Li Fan, get out here for this old woman. Who is this shrew? So incredibly violent like a tigress. Brother, you don't even know her? She's from the Star Cloud Holy Land. Here on behalf of their saintess to annul the engagement. If he doesn't come out soon. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Look, look, young master is out. Give me a bite of the melon. Eat what? Focus on watching the show. I can see it clearly now. So it's someone from the Star Cloud Holy Land, always threatening to exterminate entire clans at the drop of a hat. What business do you have? You trash. How dare you be so arrogant? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is the annulment letter from the saintess to you. If you know what's good for you, come pick it up. Don't force my hand. I'll throw it in your face. Star Cloud Holy Land, don't go too far. So what if the saintess breaks off the engagement with you? What can you do? This annulment letter cannot be accepted. Every word is filled with mockery. It's wrapped in humiliation. My hands tremble just touching it. It absolutely cannot be accepted. One wrong step, and the Li family's reputation will be utterly ruined. Do you still have a choice? Enough. Take the annulment letter back. We will visit another day to dissolve the engagement. You say enough and it's enough? What grand authority? Am I to be ignored? I wouldn't dare, Elder Zhao. You're exaggerating. Wouldn't dare? I think you dare. Now, pick up the annulment letter. He's just playing dumb, this old geezer. How can I pick up the annulment letter? But I can't defeat him. What to do? Don't want to explain? Then don't blame this old man for wiping out your entire clan, leaving no one alive. Elder Zhao, stop with the nonsense. If they won't drink a toast, then they'll drink a forfeit. Suppress them all. Before his words finished, blood shot out like arrows, and his entire body exploded, his form and spirit utterly annihilated. Li Xian walked in with a cold expression. Blood splattered all over the main hall. The Li family members stood dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A Holy Land elder, a top expert of the northern eastern barons, a mighty Nirvana realm cultivator, an existence on the verge of becoming a saint. To them, he was heaven, he was the ruler, yet he was instantly killed. Their throats were dry, they swallowed hard, and watched Li Xian with trepidation. This young man is too terrifying. Lingxi, the saintess's attendant, turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Who are you? She stammered. Coming to my Li family to act wild and humiliate my Li family members. Who gave you the guts? Li Xian's eyes were icy cold, his killing intent surging. The spirit attendant collapsed to the ground, feeling the threat of death. You can't kill me. I am the young lady's attendant. If you kill me, young lady, the young lady won't let you off. The young lady has already passed the Heavenly Dao Academy's assessment, and is about to go cultivate there, hoping this would deter Li Xian. The Heavenly Dao Academy, named after the Heavenly Dao, is ancient and extraordinary. Many saint emperors vie to send their descendants there, and it has produced countless great talents. So what if she passed the assessment? Li Xian's expression was indifferent, completely unconcerned. He pointed a finger, and Lingxi, the attendant, had her forehead pierced through, instantly killed. The Li family members' hearts pounded. This one is too fierce. Kills as soon as he says it, without any hesitation. Came to annul the engagement and even threw the annulment letter on the ground. Good. Do you really think my Li family has no one? Star Cloud Holy Land, is it? Let's go. Follow me to the Star Cloud Holy Land. It's not an annulment. It's a marriage proposal, Li Xian said coldly. My Li family. The Li family members' eyes widened, filled with shock. This person keeps saying my Li family. Could he be a member of the Li family? How is that possible? How could the Li family have such an existence? Even the most powerful venerable ancestor couldn't compare to a single finger of a Holy Land elder. A Holy Land elder's single finger is more powerful than the Li family's most powerful venerable ancestor. And this person, with one strike, killed a Holy Land elder. You don't even recognize your own ancestor? Li Xian said with a smile. Seeing the expressions of everyone in the Li family, he knew that no one in the Li family had recognized him. But thinking about it, it was normal. Who would have thought that an ancestor who died 1,000 years ago would be resurrected? You are our Li family's ancestor? Everyone in the Li family couldn't believe it. Their Li family. When did it have such a terrifying and dreadful ancestor? My name is Li Xian. Li Xian spoke his name. Li Xian. The Li family members' eyebrows furrowed. They listened to the name Li Xian. Both strange and familiar. It turns out he really is our Li family's ancestor Li Xian. The Li family head exclaimed in surprise, finally remembering and recognizing him. Li Xian, the Li family's deceased immortal ancestor, etc. All had portraits preserved. They would still go to worship them every year. This person before their eyes truly looked exactly like their ancestor Li Xian. But he still couldn't believe it. Ancestor, didn't you die 1,000 years ago? He asked cautiously. An ancestor who died 1,000 years ago. How could he suddenly revive and reappear? This was too incredible and bizarre. I didn't die. 1,000 years ago, I was in a desperate situation, exploring and emerging into the world, which made you mistakenly believe I was dead. But in reality, I didn't die. I obtained an extremely special great fortune, and entered a state of suspended animation, appearing to be dead, but not actually dead, Li Xian explained. He wouldn't and couldn't reveal the true truth. After hearing Li Xian's words, the Li family head no longer doubted. How could he still doubt? Such a terrifying and dreadful existence. How could he possibly impersonate their ancestor? It was utterly impossible. Quickly, pay respects to ancestor Li Xian, he immediately shouted, and with a thud, knelt on the ground, performing a kowtow to Li Xian. Ancestor. We pay respects to ancestor Li Xian. Everyone in the Li family also knelt down, paying respects to Li Xian. Rise. Li Xian waved his hand, using a gentle force to lift everyone in the Li family up. In truth, he wasn't the Li family's true ancestor, and had no blood relation to the Li family. But in his heart, everyone in the Li family was his true clan. Because when he first transmigrated, he had nothing, and knew nothing. His life was incredibly miserable. Later, he received help from the Li family, allowing him to enter the Li family, and become a part of it. Only then could he establish himself. Li Fan. Write an annulment letter. Then come with me to the Star Cloud Holy Land to propose marriage. Li Xian looked at Li Fan and said, Really? Truly going? The Li family head, upon hearing this, was completely terrified. Ancestor, we can't afford to provoke the Star Cloud Holy Land. That's a holy land. Its legacy spans over 10,000 years. Our Li family, in front of the Star Cloud Holy Land, isn't even comparable to a speck of dust. The Star Cloud Holy Land can wipe out our entire clan with a single breath, especially since Lingxi has also passed the Heavenly Dao Academy's assessment, and is now connected to the Heavenly Dao Academy. That's something none of our families can provoke. The Li family head said, trembling. No matter. There's no need to fear. Just follow me to propose marriage. Li Xian said calmly. Then he had Li Fan write the annulment letter. Good. Li Xian looked at the completed annulment letter. With a wave of his hand, he took the Li family head and Li Fan, leaving here to go to the Star Cloud Holy Land for the marriage proposal. Star Cloud Holy Land. If you obediently accept this annulment letter, then so be it. But if you don't, he wouldn't mind annihilating the entire Star Cloud Holy Land. The Star Cloud Holy Land, an absolute behemoth in the northern eastern barrens. Bearing the name Holy Land, it goes without saying how terrifying it was. Its legacy spanned over tens of thousands of years, with countless experts within. Its foundation was even more unfathomable, extremely profound and immeasurable. Its location, beneath it, had 99 spiritual veins, like continuous mountain ranges, truly deserving to be called a genuine cultivation holy land. This was also the reason why the Star Cloud Holy Land had stood firm for tens of thousands of years, and the fundamental reason for its increasing power. Li Xian, taking the Li family head, and he, Li Fan, in but a mere instant, arrived at the location of the Nebula Holy Land. The Li family head and Li Fan, gazing at the magnificent and spectacular peaks of the Nebula Holy Land, ancient buildings resembling immortal palaces and heavenly halls, all widened their eyes, and couldn't help but gasp repeatedly. What kind of method is this? It's too terrifying. Old Ancestor, in an instant, brought them to the Nebula Holy Land. One must know that their Li family and the Nebula Holy Land, although both are in the northern part of the Eastern Barrens, the entire northern region is truly vast and immense. The distance between their Li family and the Nebula Holy Land is simply immeasurable. Even if one were to constantly use teleportation arrays, it would still take several days to get from their Li family to the Nebula Holy Land. Yet the Old Ancestor brought them back in an instant. They were truly severely shocked. Where is the Holy Lord of the Nebula Holy Land? Come out quickly to greet me. Li Xian spoke calmly. The voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire Nebula Holy Land. The Li family head and Li Fan, after hearing what Old Ancestor Li Xian said, their hearts nearly stopped from fright. Heavens! Their Old Ancestor is too fierce. He actually directly opened his mouth and ordered the Holy Lord of the Nebula Holy Land to come out and greet him. This is the Nebula Holy Land's Holy Lord, a supreme expert of the northern region, a saint, whose name ranks among the most prominent in the entire Eastern Barrens. Not only in this northern region, even looking at the entire Eastern Barrens, no one would dare to shout for the Nebula Holy Lord to come out and greet them. Their bodies went limp with fear, without a trace of strength. They barely managed to stand, propping themselves up. Old Ancestor Li Xian's power far exceeded their imagination. Swoosh, 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 brilliant light rays flashed, and several Nebula Holy Land disciples guarding the mountain gate flew over with light. Who is so ignorant of death and dares to be so presumptuous in our Nebula Holy Land? Their expressions were cold, their eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. Their killing intent was very heavy. Where did this reckless dog come from? Who dares, right in front of their holy land, to shout for their holy lord to come out and greet him? They had seen people courting death, but never someone courting death in such a reckless manner. You want to die? Very well. Li Xian's eyebrows twitched. In an instant, amidst sounds of puff, 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 several guarding disciples instantly turned into bloody mist, dying on the spot. This time, the Li family head and Li Fan all watched, their scalps tingling intensely. They could no longer support their limp bodies, and all plopped onto the ground, shouting for the Nebula Holy Lord to come out and greet them, and even directly killed the Nebula Holy Land's guarding disciples. They were truly about to die of fright. What are you afraid of? Get up, Li Xian said softly. He used a gentle force to lift the Li family head and Li Fan up. With me here, you have nothing to fear or worry about. If the Nebula Holy Lord doesn't come out to greet me, I will kill my way into the Nebula Holy Land, Li Xian said again. What? The Old Ancestor actually wants to kill his way into the Nebula Holy Land? The Li family head and Li Fan both widened their eyes. Is Old Ancestor truly so fierce? Where is the Nebula Holy Lord? Come out quickly to greet me. My patience is limited. If you don't come out now, you won't need to come out at all. Li Xian said calmly. This was his last call. He had come with anger. Not directly killing his way into the Nebula Holy Land was already good enough. If he still didn't see the Nebula Holy Lord after this, he would definitely kill his way into the Nebula Holy Land. At the same time, the Nebula Holy Land was in an uproar. Everyone was startled by Li Xian's two calls, as if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge commotion. Who is so arrogant and presumptuous daring to repeatedly shout for their sect master to come out and greet them. Moreover, the second call even included the words quickly, and carried an extremely heavy threat. This is clearly not putting their Nebula Holy Land in their eyes at all. Not a shred of respect. This is too arrogant. One must know that their Nebula Holy Land is currently flourishing in an era of prosperity and glory. It ranks among the top of all the Holy Lands at the time. Especially their senior disciple sister Xianxia also passed the Heavenly Dao Academy's assessment and is about to go to the Heavenly Dao Academy for cultivation. This undoubtedly raised their Nebula Holy Land's status another step. It's no exaggeration to say, even the holy lords of those holy lands in the Eastern Barrens, the sect masters of the sacred sects, and the clan patriarchs of the sacred clans, etc., would absolutely not dare to be so presumptuous and arrogant in front of their Nebula Holy Land. They wouldn't dare to shout for their holy lord to come out and greet them, and even less would they dare to shout with an extremely heavy threatening tone, ordering their holy lord to quickly come out and greet them. This is clearly someone here to cause trouble. Go and see who is so reckless, daring to come to our Nebula Holy Land to cause trouble. A large number of Nebula Holy Land disciples rushed over. The elders within the Holy Land also descended, filled with anger and murderous intent. Their anger and murderous intent grew even heavier. The ground was covered in blood, shattered flesh, broken bones, and fragments scattered everywhere. Not only did the other party shout for their holy lord to come out and greet them, but they even launched a killing blow, killing their Holy Land's guarding disciples. Damn it, they're truly insane. How dare they even kill our Holy Land's disciples? The Nebula Holy Land disciples were furious beyond measure. The other party was truly too arrogant. Are they treating their Nebula Holy Land as a soft persimmon, to be manipulated at will? That person is Li Fan. Damn it. It's really that good-for-nothing Li Fan. Some disciples recognized Li Fan. Li Fan was too famous. He was once the most brilliant and dazzling prodigy in the northern region. Almost no one in the entire northern region didn't know Li Fan. Damn it. This good-for-nothing must have been struck by becoming a good-for-nothing before being expelled from a holy land by the Taihua Holy Land, and then having senior sister send a maid to break off their engagement. This good-for-nothing must have been unable to withstand this series of blows, and so he completely went mad and ran to our Nebula Holy Land to cause trouble. Their killing intent surged. Everyone knew about senior sister Xianxia sending her maid to the Li family to break off the engagement. This was no secret. Almost everyone in the Nebula Holy Land knew about it the first time in history. They had just been gathered together, mocking this good-for-nothing Li Fan. You dare to mock and humiliate my Li family descendant. How dare you? The Nebula Holy Land disciples who had just spoken out to mock and humiliate Li Fan, all instantly turned into bloody mist, completely dying. Even the blood of these disciples splattered onto the bodies of the Nebula Holy Land elders. The elders of the Nebula Holy Land were all enraged, their killing intent uncontrollable. You've successively killed our Nebula Holy Land disciples. You truly have the gall of a dog. Today, not only will you all die, but your entire Li family will also die. Not even an ant from your Li family will survive. An elder roared furiously, charging explosively towards Li Xian and his group. Too arrogant and unforgivable. First, he repeatedly shouted for their holy lord to come out and greet him. Then he slaughtered several guarding disciples. Now, in front of so many of their elders, he killed a large number of their Holy Land disciples. Can Li Xian on the opposite side be any more arrogant? All the Holy Land elders glared with unforgettable fury. Their killing intent was heavier than the last. No matter how strong Li Xian was, or what background he had, today Li Xian must atone with his death. Boom! The elder who made a move had a very high cultivation realm, at Nirvana 6th stage. He was stronger than the Holy Land elder Li Xian killed in the Li family. That Holy Land elder's realm was at Nirvana 3rd stage. These major realms all have 9 minor stages, and the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each minor stage. Especially for ultra-high-level powerhouses in realms like Nirvana, the gap between minor stages is even greater. It's no exaggeration to say that a Nirvana 6th stage expert can instantly kill a Nirvana 3rd stage expert with a raised hand. Not to mention a Nirvana 3rd stage expert. Even a Nirvana 5th stage expert would only be. The minor realms of the Nirvana 6th realm, though seemingly similar, also contain a world of difference. A Nirvana 6th realm expert can instantly kill a Nirvana 5 realm expert with a mere raise of their hand. I've given you a chance. It's a pity you didn't cherish it. Then there's nothing I can do? Li Jian said calmly. He extended a slender finger, pointing it at this Nirvana 6th realm elder. What the hell? He actually wants to kill an elder with a single point? What kind of joke is this? He's truly insane. The Star Cloud Holy Land disciples, seeing Li Xian pointing directly at their elder, immediately all burst into uproarious laughter. The disdain and contempt in their eyes were completely undisguised. Li Xian is truly insane. He actually wants to kill their elder with a single point? A Nirvana 6th realm elder of the Holy Land. This is simply hilarious. This is a Nirvana 6th realm elder, you know. He's not just some random nobody, a trifling minor cultivator. If he were outside, he would definitely be an ancestor-level existence. He could kill anyone he wanted. However, before they had finished laughing, the smiles on their faces all froze. What? How is this possible? Each of them felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, their faces deathly pale, their vitality draining away. Their bodies went limp and powerless. Their hearts nearly stopped from fright. Under Li Xian's single finger, the Nirvana 6th realm elder truly became like some random nobody, an insignificant minor cultivator. A terrifying beam of light was seen shooting out from Li Xian's finger. With a pfft sound, the Nirvana 6th realm elder's forehead was instantly pierced through. Even his soul and primordial spirit within were pierced through. Hot, crimson blood spurted out like an arrow. All traces of life from the Nirvana 6th realm elder vanished. He simply fell into a pool of blood, completely dead. My heavens! Ancestor is too fierce. Patriarch Li and Li Fan were both dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was simply beyond words. However, they couldn't help but start to worry. This is within the Star Cloud Holy Land's territory. Ancestor directly started killing like this. Will he truly be alright? The other Holy Land elders present were both shocked and enraged. No one had expected Li Xian to be so formidable. With just one finger, he killed a Nirvana 6th realm elder. At the same time, they were incredibly furious. Right in front of their Star Cloud Holy Land, to kill one of their Holy Land elders with a single finger like this, Li Xian was simply too disrespectful to their Star Cloud Holy Land. There has never been such an incident in the history of their Star Cloud Holy Land. Empty string. You're courting death, although you are strong enough. You don't have the qualifications to act so wildly in our Star Cloud Holy Land. Do you think a few of you can challenge our Star Cloud Holy Land? Do you truly think our Star Cloud Holy Land is made of mud and will crumble with a pinch? The foundation of our Star Cloud Holy Land is beyond what you can imagine. Kill! A group of Star Cloud Holy Land elders shouted coldly, and all furiously attacked Li Xian. Empty string. It must be said that the Star Cloud Holy Land, as expected of an existence that ranks among the top Holy Lands, was truly terrifying. The Holy Land elders who attacked were all above the Nirvana 7 realm, and their numbers were very large, numbering over 20. This was absolutely a terrifying number. One must know that among the cultivation sects and forces outside, having even one Nirvana realm expert was already extremely impressive, making them top tier, and their Nirvana realm level wouldn't be very high, at most not exceeding the Nirvana 5 realm. Yet among all the Holy Lands, the number of Nirvana realm experts wasn't large either. The number of experts above the Nirvana 5 realm was even fewer. Here, at the Star Cloud Holy Land, the number of experts above the Nirvana 7 realm was actually over 20. This was simply too terrifying. Boom! 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 Over 20 Nirvana 7 realm and above Holy Land elders furiously attacked, creating an incredibly terrifying and horrifying scene. Heaven and earth changed color because of it, becoming incredibly dim. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. The void twisted and collapsed, even more terrifying and dreadful than an apocalyptic scene. Patriarch Li and Li Fan, when had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? Even Li Fan, who was once the most brilliant and dazzling prodigy of the northern region, and also the personal disciple of the Taihua Holy Lord, had never seen such a sight of over 20 Nirvana realm and above experts attacking together. Their scalps tingled, and they didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Their souls trembled wildly, truly almost scared to death by this scene. Yet, the target of so many Holy Land Elder siege, Li Xian, showed not a single trace of panic. His expression was calm, with not a ripple on his face. He stepped forward, and with just a gentle step, the over 20 Nirvana 7 realm and above Holy Land elders who attacked, their bodies and souls all exploded with a bang. This scene was like a blood-colored fireworks display. Each Holy Land elder exploded like a firework. Blood splattered across the sky. Over 20 Nirvana 7 realm and above Holy Land elders all, with that gentle step, completely died. Blood rain poured down wildly. The sky turned crimson, as if it had become a world of blood. All the Star Cloud Holy Land disciples and elders present were all stunned, as if turned to stone. They stood rooted to the spot even as hot, crimson blood dripped wildly onto their faces. They had no reaction whatsoever, only standing there blankly, unable to believe everything that had just happened before their eyes. They felt a lump in their throats, as if their throats were choked, unable to utter a sound. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. There wasn't a single sound. What? How is this possible? Over 20 Nirvana 7 realm and above elders were all killed by a single step? Shouts of alarm finally erupted, like a tsunami. The entire Star Cloud Holy Land seemed as if it was about to be overturned by the shouts of alarm. Limitless terror crept onto all the Star Cloud disciples present. They were scared out of their wits, having never seen such a terrifying and frightening scene. Many disciples were even scared limp onto the ground, with thick yellow liquid flowing between their legs. They had literally peed themselves from fright. My heavens, can Ancestor be any more fierce? Patriarch Li and Li Fan frantically swallowed their saliva. They had thought Ancestor would be very fierce, but they never expected Ancestor to be this fierce. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Explosions continuously rang out from deep within the Star Cloud Holy Land, and terrifying auras spread. The commotion here was too great. The ancestors slumbering within the Star Cloud Holy Land all awakened. Holy light soared, and sacred laws intertwined and surged. They were all ancient saints, one by one descending upon this place. Their faces were as grim as water, and their killing intent filled the sky and earth, almost materializing. Everyone present felt their guts seize and suffocated. When a saint is enraged, millions of corpses lie prostrate. The might of a saint is unstoppable. How dare you? A cold voice rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The Star Cloud Holy Lord had arrived. He was tall and imposing, looking like a middle-aged man, with holy might flowing around him. He had long since become a saint, and was in his prime, his strength terrifyingly powerful. A beautiful woman in white, flowing robes, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, had descended to the mortal world. Her features were exquisite, like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. There wasn't a single flaw. Her figure was tall and slender, with golden proportions. Her breasts were full, and there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on her entire body. Her skin was so delicate it seemed it could be broken by a breath, glistening with a faint crystalline luster. A true immortal fairy would be no more beautiful. Her beauty was unparalleled, with peerless grace. She was none other than Xianxia, who had a marriage engagement with Li Fan. She was the personal disciple of the Star Cloud Holy Lord, and the senior sister among all the disciples. What a lively scene, said a refined middle-aged man, who walked over slowly with a benevolent smile. He had no aura, no terrifying aura emanating from him, and no oppressive might. However, he gave people a feeling of being not easily underestimated and extremely dangerous. Li Fan and the white-clad fairy, Xianxia, gazed at Li Fan with beautiful eyes, her slender willow-leaf eyebrows furrowed. She had never imagined that such events would unfold today. His maidservant and elder Zhao, most likely they are all dead. The old ancestor, he is the spirit rhinoceros. After Li Fan saw Xianxia, he quickly walked up to Li Xianxiang and said to Li Xian, "The main person has appeared," he calmly said, not even glancing at Xianxia. What kind of person is Xianxia? Why would she be worth a single glance from him? Xianxia sent her maidservant to the Li family to annul the marriage and humiliate and trample upon the dignity of the Li family and Li Fan. The annulment is just the beginning. It is by no means the end. Xianxia must pay for her actions of humiliating and trampling upon the dignity of the Li family and Li Fan. Actions. Alright, Li Fan said, taking out the annulment letter. He walked forward, intending to hand the annulment letter to Xianxia. Li Fan stopped. Li Xian called out, "Stop! Li Fan! Have you forgotten what I told you before I came? Knowing this, he looked around deeply and said softly. Li Fan took a deep breath. He had never experienced such a struggle. For a moment, he actually forgot old ancestor Li Xian's instructions before he arrived. Old ancestor, I understand, he respectfully replied. Then he stopped moving forward and stood still. Ling Shi has already been annulled by me. Now pick up the annulment letter I gave you, he said coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he threw the annulment letter to the ground. He made Ling Shi come over and pick it up. Ling Shi's face was cold as frost. Her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. She wished she could hack Li Fan into 1,000 pieces. Damn this waste. Li Fan. He actually copied him. When he had sent his maidservant to the Li family to annul the engagement, he had instructed his maidservant that Li Fan, who had become a waste, didn't even have the right to receive the annulment letter. He had told his maidservant to throw the annulment letter on the ground and make Li Fan pick it up. Who knew Li Fan would actually copy him, throwing the annulment letter to the ground and making her pick it up? Rage surged intensely in Ling Shi's heart. She absolutely could not accept it. Even if she were to die, she would absolutely not pick up this annulment letter from the ground. At the same time, the Xingyun Holy Lord was even more furious. Coming to annul the marriage in person was already insulting enough. Now, they even threw the annulment letter on the ground and made Ling Shi pick it up. Especially since the other party had also killed over 20 elders from their holy land. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Today, no matter how strong or what background the other party had, he would make them die here. The elegant middle-aged man holding the jade fan, at this moment, also slightly furrowed his brows. A hint of killing intent flashed deep within his eyes. The annulment letter is on the ground. Why aren't you picking it up? What are you waiting for? Li Xian's expression was cold. His long black hair moved without wind, exuding an extraordinary aura. This person is an old ancestor of the Li family, named Li Xian. Ling Shi relayed Li Xian's situation entirely to the Xingyun Holy Lord. She had been to the Li family many times, and had also followed Li Fan to pay respects to the deceased ancestors of the Li family. The old ancestor had a very good memory and recognized Li Xian as one of the Li family's old ancestors she had paid respects to. Actually, the first time she saw Li Xian, she recognized him. But she wasn't very sure, as Li Xian had died 1,000 years ago. How could he possibly be resurrected? It was only later, when she heard Li Fan call Li Xian old ancestor, that she became certain. There was no longer any doubt. She was certain that Li Xian was the Li family's old ancestor who had died 1,000 years ago. No, to be precise, it should be Li Xian from 1,000 years ago, not the deceased Li Xian. The dead cannot be resurrected. Li Xian from 1,000 years ago certainly didn't die. The old ancestor from 1,000 years ago. How ridiculous! Someone who has only lived for 1,000 years is also called an old ancestor. The Xingyun Holy Lord sneered. Do you know what a true old ancestor is? Today, I shall let you witness what a true old ancestor is. He spoke again. Then, he respectfully turned around, looking at the old ancestors of their Xingyun Holy Land. Please, old ancestors, make your move. And kill this fellow who doesn't know his place, he said, bowing deeply. He's only lived for a little over 1,000 years. Yet he dares to come to our Xingyun Holy Land and act wildly and presumptuously. He truly doesn't know his place. Xingyun Holy Land is not a place where you can act wildly and presumptuously, an old ancestor from the Xingyun Holy Land said with a cold voice. Boom! Terrifying might surged. Frightening power surged. This old ancestor of the Xingyun Holy Land stomped a foot towards Li Xian. His contempt for Li Xian was undisguised. He stomped a foot towards Li Xian. This clearly treated Li Xian as an insignificant ant. And he indeed had the capital to be so arrogant. He had been cultivating in the Saint realm for a long time, and had long surpassed saints. He was a great saint. A great saint was far more powerful than a saint. One could even say they were not on the same level at all. A great saint could instantly kill a saint with a wave of their hand. Over 20 Nirvana realm elders above the 7th stage of the Holy Land were killed, and they even threw the annulment letter to the ground. This was an insult and provocation to the Xingyun Holy Land and its members. The old ancestor of the Xingyun Holy Land, who had stomped out with his foot, seemed to have casually stomped, but it was actually terrifying beyond measure. Even a great saint of the same level as him would absolutely not be able to withstand it easily. They would have to pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, he met Li Xian. What kind of thing dares to stomp on me? Li Xian's gaze was cold and sharp. He flicked his finger through the air. The direction of his flick wasn't even aimed at this Xingyun Holy Land old ancestor. However, with a mere thud, the great saint's body and soul, etc., completely disintegrated. Golden glowing, sacred great saint blood rained down. A great saint was thus completely killed by Li Xian with a flick of his finger through the air. He didn't even have a chance to reshape and be reborn to fight again. This was simply too terrifying. One must know, let alone a great saint. Even a saint was not so easily completely killed. The saint realm was also considered a supreme realm, so great that one could leave their name and mark upon heaven and earth. Even if one's body and soul were shattered, they would not die. They could quickly reshape and be reborn. To completely eradicate a powerhouse above the saint realm, one needed to repeatedly grind them down. But Li Xian killed him completely with one strike, and it was merely a gentle flick of his finger through the air. This was truly too incredible and shocking. Almost everyone in the arena was scared out of their wits. It was as if they had witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world. One by one, they felt weak and powerless, unable to control themselves as they collapsed to the ground. Many even peed themselves in fright. Yellow liquid flowing all over the ground, emitting a pungent, foul smell. How is this possible? The Xingyun Holy Lord's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. His body swayed unsteadily. He also lost his strength, almost falling headfirst to the ground. The other old ancestors of the Xingyun Holy Land, their eyes filled with horror. With a flick of a finger through the air, he killed a great saint. What kind of method and power was this? They trembled all over. In an instant, they seemed to have aged countless years. Their essence, qi, and spirit were completely gone. Could it be that Li Xian is a saint king, a being above great saints? How could anyone cultivate to become a saint king in 1,000 years? In 1,000 years, let alone a saint king. Even the nirvana completion stage cannot be reached. The most astonishing cultivator in history still took 1,500 years to cultivate to nirvana completion. As for the youngest saint king, he also took over 3,000 years to cultivate to saint king. Li Xian cultivated to saint king at just over 1,000 years old? This is simply more fantastical than a myth. However, even if they found it hard to believe no matter what, they still had to believe it. Li Xian could kill a great saint with a flick of his finger. At the very least, he was a saint king. Below the saint king realm, it would be absolutely impossible to kill a great saint with a flick of a finger. Ling Shi's face was deathly pale. Her delicate body was also constantly trembling. He's just an old ancestor from the Li family from 1,000 years ago. How could he be so terrifying? Moreover, as far as she knew, Li Xian from 1,000 years ago was not particularly outstanding or impressive. He was just an ordinary small cultivator. It's fine. No matter how strong he is, he's destined not to rise to prominence. Her beautiful eyes looked at the middle-aged man beside her, who was holding the imperial fan. She gradually calmed down. The middle-aged man not only possessed terrifying strength, but also had an immense background. He was absolutely not someone Li Xian could compare to. Damn it, old ancestor. He's truly formidable. No heir. Family head Li and Li Fan were all dumbfounded. They didn't even dare to dream such a dream. They never expected that one day they would actually witness it with their own eyes. What surprised them even more was Tan, who pointed out that the one who killed a great saint ancestor of Star Cloud Sacred Land was their Li family's ancestor. No wonder ancestor Li Xian dared to bring them to Star Cloud Sacred Land to arrange a marriage, and told them not to have any fear or worry. Ancestor Li is truly too formidable. He cultivated into a saint king in just over 1,000 years. Alright, stop messing around. I know you must be an old fellow. The middle-aged man holding a feather fan walked out, completely disbelieving Li Xian had cultivated into a saint king in just over 1,000 years. Possessing peerless, heaven-defying talent, and even with a top-tier Taoist lineage cultivating with all its might, one still couldn't cultivate to the saint king realm in just over 1,000 years. How could Li Xian possibly achieve that? It's absolutely impossible. He was certain Li Xian was an old fellow. If I weren't here today, this old fellow, might truly have gotten away with it. What a pity. Old fellow, your luck is bad. I just happened to be here today. You can only end in a display of 7 colors. The middle-aged man gently fanned his feather fan, supremely confident. Even if Li Xian was a saint king, he didn't take him seriously in the slightest. Previously, he had always restrained his aura, not revealing even a wisp of it. But now, he no longer restrained his aura, fully releasing it. Saint Emperor aura spread. Heaven and earth changed color. And even the void couldn't bear the aura he fully released, undergoing severe distortion and deformation. He was actually a saint emperor. A saint. A saint emperor. Oh my God. He's actually a saint emperor. A large number of Star Cloud Sacred Land disciples cried out in alarm, all of them severely shocked. They never expected that this man holding a feather fan, this middle-aged man, was actually a saint emperor. One must know, there were no saint emperors in the northern region, let alone saint emperors. Even saint kings, who were below saint emperors, were extremely rare. Their numbers were pitifully small, with only a handful of them. Haha! After their shock, all their frantic fear and dread completely vanished at this moment. With a saint emperor standing on their side, what else did they have to fear or dread? It was Li Xian who should be fearing and dreading. This villain. He wantonly insulted and provoked our Star Cloud Sacred Land, and even killed our elder and ancestor. Elder Qin Lu, you must uphold justice for us. Please kill this villain. Ling Qi respectfully requested the middle-aged man holding a feather fan. Rest assured, you passed our Heavenly Dao Academy assessment, and your assessment results were excellent, and you will follow me to the Heavenly Dao Academy to cultivate. I will naturally uphold justice for you and will not let this villain off. The middle-aged man holding a feather fan, Elder Lu, said with a light chuckle. His identity was almost revealed by his words. He was precisely an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy. After speaking, he looked at Li Xian. Before this little play passed the Heavenly Dao Academy assessment, whatever you did coming to Star Cloud Sacred Land, whatever you wanted to do was fine. I couldn't and wouldn't bother to control it. But now that this little play has passed the Heavenly Dao Academy assessment, and I am still here, then I cannot not intervene. Alright, this farce should end. Don't blame anything. If you must blame, then blame your bad luck. Elder Lu's expression was indifferent, preparing to strike and kill Li Xian, an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Such a status was truly too high. So high that no matter where he went, whether it was the Eastern Barrens or any other place, there was no power or living being that dared to show him the slightest disrespect. All forces and living beings would show him utmost respect. This was not because he himself was powerful enough, but because the Heavenly Dao Academy behind him was powerful enough. The Heavenly Dao Academy had an ancient heritage, so ancient it was almost untraceable, belonging to a realm that surpassed all sacred lands, a top academy in the world. It held supreme status in the entire world, All forces and powerful cultivators dared not disrespect the heavenly Dao Academy. And within this world, all living beings considered it an honor to be able to enter the heavenly Dao Academy. Once one entered the heavenly Dao Academy, then, without a doubt, their future achievements were destined not to be low. They would inevitably achieve great things. Throughout endless ages, the heavenly Dao Academy had cultivated an untold number of great emperors. Their number was so vast it was uncountable. It's no exaggeration to say that, of all the great emperors who had appeared in the world since history began, at least half originated from the heavenly Dao Academy. From this, one could fully imagine how terrifying and extraordinary the heavenly Dao Academy was. The heavenly Dao Academy was therefore also called by the world the Great Emperor Academy. In the previous era, the world once encountered a great calamity, and most great emperors met with calamity and died. The cultivation environment also suffered severe destruction, becoming extremely harsh. At that time, the situation was even more severe, and achieving emperorship was extremely difficult. Great emperors were almost unseen at that time. However, the world had no doubt that the heavenly Dao Academy also had great emperors present at that time, and it was very likely more than just one. After all, the heavenly Dao Academy was too terrifying and extraordinary. Therefore, at that time, the heavenly Dao Academy's prestige was even higher, and even fewer forces or powerful cultivators dared to disrespect it. At this time, the heavenly Dao Academy Elder Lu, also had a very arrogant attitude because of this. He simply did not take Li Xian seriously, constantly saying Li Xian's luck was bad, and that he coincidentally encountered him today. However, he was completely unaware that the one with bad luck was not Li Xian, but himself. With a rumbling sound, he made a powerful and domineering move, sending a palm strike towards Li Xian, intending to directly kill Li Xian with a single palm strike. Thunder surged across the sky, heaven and earth changed color, and terrifying Saint Emperor aura frantically spread. The void continuously twisted and exploded open, as he fully displayed the might of a Saint Emperor. Don't blame anything. If you must blame, then blame your bad luck. Right? Li Xian calmly looked at Elder Lu, repeating the words Elder Lu had previously said to him. Then he extended a finger, pointing it at Elder Lu. With a boom, a terrifying beam of light shot out, instantly piercing through Elder Lu's forehead. White brain matter mixed with foul blood splattered out. Elder Lu fell down, his life aura completely dissipated, and he utterly died. My God, what a saint! A Saint Emperor was actually killed just like that. With a single point. Everyone in the arena was scared out of their wits. One by one. They all couldn't believe it. Oh my God! This is a Saint Emperor. And his status was so high. As an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy, he was actually killed just like that with a single point. They didn't even dare to dream such a dream. With a bang, the star cloud Sacred Lord could no longer hold on. His face deathly pale, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. He never expected that the Li family would actually have such a terrifying existence. How is this possible? Not a trace of blood remained on Ling Qi's beautiful face. She almost fainted from fright. She never expected that Elder Lu of the Heavenly Dao Academy, a Saint Emperor, would actually be as worthless as a clay chicken or tile dog, and killed by Li Xian with a single finger. Niu Er, family head Li, and Li Fan. Their hearts were beating more intensely than the last, almost leaping out of their chests. He was simply an invincible ancestor. Since their ancestor made his move until now, all enemies were no match for their ancestor. All were easily executed and killed by their ancestor. Pick it up. Quickly pick up the divorce letter. The star cloud Sacred Lord, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly thought of something and immediately roared at Ling Qi, telling Ling Qi to quickly go and pick up the divorce letter from the ground. Ling Qi bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. She had passed the Heavenly Dao Academy assessment, and was about to go to the Heavenly Dao Academy. Once she entered the Heavenly Dao Academy, her future achievements were destined to be unimaginable. Yet now, she needed to personally pick up the divorce letter from the ground. How could she be willing to do this? However, she still swayed unsteadily and walked over, and was about to pick up the divorce letter. He picked up the divorce letter from the ground. How could he dare not pick it up? Not picking it up meant death. He didn't want to die, and he secretly swore in his heart, as long as I don't die today, I will surely kill Li Xian in the future. I accept your annulment of the marriage. To save my Life. He said this sentence with extreme reluctance and humiliation. From now on, you and I will have no further connection, Li Fan said coldly. All right. Lingxi was about to leave with the divorce letter. Wait. The matter of annulling the marriage is settled. But you and the Xingyun Holy Land insulting and trampling on the Li family's dignity. That matter hasn't been resolved yet. Li Xian said. Lingxi's face was pale with fright. The divorce letter I picked up, and my acceptance of the annulment. Can't I still live? I passed the Heavenly Dao Academy's assessment, and I'm about to go to the Heavenly Dao Academy to cultivate. You can't kill me, he said, trembling. Blood spurted like an arrow. Li Xian didn't even spare Lingxi a glance. He casually waved his sleeve. Lingxi instantly turned into a bloody mist, completely dead. All of this has nothing to do with me. I didn't even know anything. It was all Lingxi's doing. Please spare me. The Xingyun Holy Lord knelt on the ground. Bang! He kowtowed violently to Li Xian, crying and begging for mercy. You didn't know? Didn't you know that an elder from the Xingyun Holy Land would follow his maid and go together to a family? You dare to lie in front of me? Your crime is compounded and even more unforgivable. Li Xian waved his hand, and the Xingyun Holy Lord also turned into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. No one could lie in front of him, nor could anyone hide their thoughts from him. Everything the Xingyun Holy Lord said was a lie. Not only was he aware of the situation, but the elder who went to the Li family with Lingxi, the maid, was also sent by the Xingyun Holy Lord. Insulting and trampling on the Li family's dignity required a price to be paid. The Xingyun Holy Land would thus be erased from the world. Li Xian spoke coldly. As his voice fell, all the elders and old ancestors of the Xingyun Holy Land instantly turned into bloody mist and died. All right. This matter here is settled. It's time for the earth bone that was dug out of your body to get justice. Let's go to Taihua Holy Land. Li Xian said to Li Fan. For his earth bone that was dug out of his body, we must seek justice. Li Fan was stunned. Then he seemed to think of something. Ancestor, do you mean that the person who dug out the bigu from my body is related to the Taihua Holy Land? He widened his eyes. The one who dug out from your body, the bigu, is a person from Taihua Holy Land. The earth bone that was dug out of your body is now inside the Taihua Holy Land. Li Xian spoke of such a truth, like a stirring drama. For him, as easy as turning his palm. It's very simple. How is this possible? Li Fan trembled all over, unable to accept that the one who dug out the bigu from his body, bigu practitioners, was actually someone from Taihua Holy Land. His bigu was inside the Taihua Holy Land. This brought a huge shock to his heart. He never thought of digging up the people of the empire within his body. For the people of the Taihua Holy Land, who cause chaos in the world, everything is hopeless. The so-called taking you out for experience was false. Digging out the bigu from your body was the truth. Li Xian further explained. What? Li Fan's body trembled even more violently. The old ancestor cannot leave the place, and even less likely to deceive him. Recalling the process of his earth bone being dug out, there were indeed many suspicious points. His going out for experience with the Holy Land Elder was not decided long ago, but was a temporary decision. Not to mention outsiders, even within the Holy Land, not many people knew about it. As a result, not long after he left the Holy Land, he was attacked by a mysterious person who forcibly dug out the earth bone from his body. Most crucially, they were on their way, and under normal circumstances, he and the Holy Land Elder would not separate. They should have been together. But at that time, coincidentally, the Holy Land Elder said he had something to do and had to leave, telling him to wait there. As soon as the Holy Land Elder left, that mysterious person appeared. How could it be such a coincidence? Now, looking back, all of these were suspicious points and flaws. And just as the ancestor said, everything was a scheme. The so-called experience was false. Digging out the earth bone from his body was the truth. Let's go. Once we reach Taihua Holy Land, you will know all the truth. Li Xian said softly. Then their figures disappeared. When their figures reappeared, They had already arrived in front of Taihua Holy Land. Ancient buildings stood in clusters, towering among the clouds like an immortal palace. Sacred radiance shone. Taihua Holy Land was even grander than Xingyun Holy Land, even more magnificent. Facing it, one couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Historically, Taihua Holy Land was indeed more powerful than Xingyun Holy Land. It was the number one holy land in the northern Eastern Desolation, and even within the entire Eastern Desolation, it was extremely powerful. Primal sage of the Eastern Barrens. Other holy lands. Among the top 10 holy lands in the Eastern Desolation, Taihua Holy Land held a position. Taihua Holy Land ranked 10th, and its strength was terrifying. It also became even more. The ancient old ancestor, Wu Holy Emperor of the northern Shaoxing region. This is just the surface situation. Outsiders don't know that deep within the Taihua Holy Land, several ancient saint emperors are slumbering, and there's also a supreme being. Li Fan stepped forward. He said softly, "These are all great secrets. Let alone outsiders, even within the Taihua Holy Land, not many people know this secret." Taylor was because he once resided in hell. These ancient holy emperors who were granted an exceptional audience by the Taihua Holy Lord. And that Taihua Holy Land is so terrifying? The Li family head listened, his eyes wide. Several ancient saint emperors and one supreme being. This information is too shocking. Ancestor, you must be careful, he couldn't help but say. Several ancient saint emperors probably won't threaten Ancestor. After all, Ancestor once killed a saint emperor with a single finger. But a supreme being is different. This is an existence beyond the saint realm. A true peerless powerhouse. Possessing unfathomable methods and unusual, terrifying power that reaches the heavens. No matter. Li Xian's expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. You dug out the earth bone from my Li family disciple's body? Taihua Holy Lord. Quickly get out here and give me an explanation. Don't think my Li family has no one left to be casually bullied. Li Xian. Jingku. Not loud, but clearly transmitted into Taihua Holy Land. The Li family head and Li Fan both widened their eyes. Ancestor is truly as fierce and mighty as ever. To immediately shout for the Taihua Holy Lord to get out. This truly frightened them all. Even with a supreme being overseeing the Taihua Holy Land, it's not put in Ancestor's eyes. This shout instantly caused an uproar throughout the entire Taihua Holy Land. The entire Taihua Holy Land was in an uproar. Who is so audacious as to dare to shout for our Holy Lord to get out? He doesn't know death. Kill him. The Taihua Holy Lord spoke with a cold voice, which came from within the Taihua Holy Land. He did not show himself, nor did he care what background or origin Li Xian had. All there was a single command: kill him. Boom. Sacred light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth several times over. When saint elders made a move, a mere lift of their hand was an act of contempt. The surging sacred power, like a vast ocean, furiously blasted towards Li Xian. Taihua Holy Land was indeed strong enough that even its elders were saints. Over at Xingyun Holy Land, the elders were all sitting there, meditating. There were no saint elders. Scorching hot, smoky red, the sacred evil words scattered across the vast sky. Li Xian merely let out a soft snort. This saint elder who made a move instantly turned into a bloody mist. All traces of life completely vanished, and he died completely. Still not getting out properly to give me an explanation, and still acting arrogant? Today, Taihua Holy Land will be erased from this world, Li Xian said softly. He had originally come to demand an explanation. For the Taihua Holy Lord to still dare to act so arrogantly was undoubtedly courting death. What? A cold wind instantly wiped out a saint elder. The disciples of Taihua Holy Land were almost scared to death. Cries of alarm filled the air. Where did this fierce person come from? So terrifying. How audacious. Come to my Taihua Holy Land and call me brother. Courage overflowing. Becoming famous at the same time. Who do you think you are? The Taihua Holy Lord's cold voice rang out, still not showing himself. completely not seeing Li Xian as a threat. Threat? What threat? Within the Taihua Holy Land, there are several ancient saint emperors and one supreme. What could Li Xian possibly use to threaten their Taihua Holy Land? There is simply no threat to speak of. Kill him, he ordered coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed through heaven and earth. The Taihua Holy Land was enveloped by several crimson holy lights that shot into the sky. Several great saint elders charged out. Their expressions were cold and indifferent. Each wielded top-tier great Saint Dharma weapons. They held nothing back in their attacks. Right from the start, they pushed the power of the top-tier great Saint Dharma weapons in their hands to the extreme. They launched several top-tier great Saint Dharma weapons towards Li Xian, all wreathed in dazzling holy light that was impossible to look at directly. They also carried overwhelming holy might. Even a saint king would absolutely not dare to underestimate them. They would treat them with utmost seriousness. But in front of Li Xian, these were nothing. He gently waved his sleeve. Invisible power rippled out. Several top-tier great Saint Dharma weapons instantly shattered completely, turning into dust. The several great saint elders who attacked also instantly turned into bloody mist, completely dead. Then, he stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the Taihua Holy Land. His palm grew larger against the wind, instantly becoming infinitely vast, covered the entire Taihua Holy Land. The Taihua Holy Land lost its light, becoming incredibly dim, completely under the shadow of Li Xian's palm. Too grand to show your face? You don't have that qualification yet. Li Xian's giant hand descended. He was going to directly seize the Taihua Holy Land. The giant hand covered the Holy Land, blotting out the sky and sun. The entire Holy Land was filled with immense terror and fear. In a panic, several great saint elders attacked with top-tier great saint weapons, but they were easily defeated. Now, the opponent was extending his terrifying, boundless giant hand towards their Holy Land. Heavens! Is our Taihua Holy Land going to be completely wiped out like this? To come to my Taihua Holy Land and act wildly? You are not worthy. Don't think you can definitely defeat our Taihua Holy Land. The terror of my Taihua Holy Land far exceeds your imagination. A dangerous, cold roar echoed, coming from deep within the Taihua Holy Land. It was like a heavenly thunderclap exploding, shaking heaven and earth. Saint King aura and vital energy spread, surging like a tidal wave. Amidst the booming sounds, several terrifying figures charged out from deep within the Taihua Holy Land. With every move they made, Saint King-level Dao principles intertwined. Several Saint King weapons, carrying an irresistible momentum, were fully activated by them, and blasted towards Li Xian's giant hand that was pressing down on the Taihua Holy Land. At the same time, an even more terrifying attack was launched from deep within the Taihua Holy Land. A slumbering ancient saint emperor awoke, carrying intense killing intent. Not only did it aim to shatter Li Xian's giant hand, but also to forcefully kill Li Xian. This was an ancient saint emperor who had lived for countless years, far surpassing newly advanced saint emperors like Elder Lu. Without exaggeration, this attack launched by the ancient saint emperor was something Elder Lu could not withstand. He would be directly obliterated by this single strike. The Taihua Holy Land has stood for countless years, and you, a mere individual, wish to be our enemy, and you even want to erase our Taihua Holy Land from existence? There is no greater joke in the world than this. The Taihua Holy Lord's cold voice rang out. Saint Kings and even Saint Emperors, is this the true power of our Taihua Holy Land? Haha! Our Taihua Holy Land has hidden its strength too well, and it is precisely because of our Taihua Holy Land's hidden strength that allowed this fool, who doesn't know his place, to think our Taihua Holy Land was easy to bully and fantastically dream of destroying us. Now that our Taihua Holy Land has revealed its true power, he will realize how foolish he is, how laughable. He will realize that his actions this time are nothing but courting death. Countless Taihua Holy Land disciples cheered excitedly. They, too, only now realized that the Taihua Holy Land's hidden truth, its true power, was terrifying to such an extent. Unfortunately, they were clearly celebrating too soon. Because as Li Xian's giant hand slowly descended, several Saint Kings completely turned into blood, and several Saint King weapons also shattered into dust. The attack launched by that ancient Saint Emperor was also completely annihilated. Couldn't even harm Li Xian's giant hand. Hiss! What? What? How is this possible? The Taihua Holy Land disciples all collapsed to the ground. One by one. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with despair and terror. Li Xian is too terrifying. Is he truly unstoppable? Who exactly is he? The Taihua Holy Lord gasped, also severely startled. He had never imagined Li Xian would be so powerful. Fellow Taoist, is there some misunderstanding here? He was starting to feel afraid, but he still didn't show his face. Before, he didn't show his face because he looked down on Li Xian and disdained to appear. Now, he didn't show his face because he was afraid. Afraid he would be killed. Boom! Li Xian didn't respond. Didn't say anything. His giant hand continued to descend. There's no misunderstanding. He had long since seen through the truth. When the Taihua Holy Lord accepted Li Fan as a disciple, he had already set his sights on the imperial power within Li Fan's body. He had never intended to truly teach Li Fan cultivation, nor did he ever intend for Li Fan to be his true disciple. Later, he let Li Fan accompany an elder on an outing to establish his reputation. It was all to extract the pigu within Li Fan's body. The mysterious person who extracted the pigu from Li Fan's body was none other than the Taihua Holy Lord. You insist on fighting our Taihua Holy Land to the death? Asked the Taihua Holy Lord from behind the scenes. He had already lowered his stance, wanting to have a proper talk with Li Xian. Who knew Li Xian remained silent, his giant hand continuing to descend towards the Holy Land, grabbing towards him. Does he truly believe he can devour our Holy Land? You don't know what's good for you. Since you are an unyielding renowned figure, then today, we shall grant your wish and slay you, the Taihua Holy Lord roared again. Boom! As the Taihua Holy Lord's voice fell, deep within the Taihua Holy Land, terrifying ancient Saint Emperor auras wildly spread. Several ancient Saint Emperors fully awakened and charged out. No one can act wildly in my Taihua Holy Land. How presumptuous! You are doomed to die. Slay! Several ancient Saint Emperors spoke, their voices like supreme Taoist chants. Terrifying power fluctuations rippled and surged. They unleashed ancient, great secret techniques. Heaven and earth were violently torn apart. Rumbling, they regarded Li Xian as a formidable enemy, not daring to be careless in the slightest. They all unleashed their strongest methods and powers. However, beneath Li Xian's giant hand, their strongest methods and powers were still insufficient. They were as tiny as dust. As Li Xian's giant hand descended, amidst poo-poo sounds, several ancient Saint Emperors all turned into bloody mist. Their life force and all other traces completely dissipated. They were utterly dead. Impossible! This is fake. Fake! This is absolutely fake. The Taihua Holy Land disciples were all crestfallen, unable to believe it. Several ancient Saint Emperors charged out, but before they could even rejoice, they were obliterated and turned into bloody grime. How is this possible? Even though we saw it with our own eyes, we still can't believe it. How can this be? The Taihua Holy Lord shrieked, his body limp and powerless, having lost all his spirit, energy, and essence. He fell heavily to the ground. Such a result was beyond his wildest expectations, something he could never have imagined. Instantly killing several ancient Saint Emperors. Just how strong is Li Xian? Boom! Supreme-level aura swept across heaven and earth, carrying monstrous rage. The void twisted and warped frantically. Even time itself was affected. A terrifying giant hand emerged from deep within the Taihua Holy Land. Emerged from the depths. It was the Supreme's Dharma, carrying unimaginable, vast, and terrifying power. It fiercely blasted towards Li Xian's descending giant hand, ferociously blasted and killed them. You killed so many powerhouses of my Taihua Holy Land and destroyed the foundation of my Taihua Holy Land. Today, no matter what, I will kill you. The Supreme of the Taihua Holy Land made his move, letting out a roar that shook heaven and earth. In an instant, a scene like the end of the world descended. Supreme killing intent covered the sky and earth. The aura of death wildly spread throughout this place. This Supreme was truly enraged. Great sage, saint king, or even ancient saint emperor. Someone was by Li Xian, resulting in the Taihua Holy Land's foundation being severely damaged. He could not tolerate this. Never before had he wanted to kill someone so badly as now. No matter what, he had to kill Li Xian. Make Li Xian pay the price for his actions. You still can't kill me. Li Xian spoke calmly, his large hand continuing to descend. Calm. Indifferent. Completely disregarding the attacking Supreme. This was by no means intentional, but rather stemmed from his very bones. The attacking Supreme sensed this. His pupils suddenly contracted. Without absolutely formidable power, how could one despise him so deeply, from the very core of their being? He realized a strong unease arose in his heart. Unfortunately, he could no longer retract his hand. His large hand was about to meet Li Xian's descending palm. They were about to collide. It was too late for anything. He could only meet it head-on. With his large hand, he forcefully clashed with Li Xian's descending large hand. However, even though he already had a very bad premonition in his heart, the scene that unfolded next still severely exceeded his expectations. He didn't even have the qualification to fight back forcefully. Splatter. The golden, sacred Supreme, blood rained down. His large hand hadn't even touched Li Xian's descending large hand when it was shredded by an invisible force. Moreover, this invisible force also churned up his arm, threatening to completely shred his entire being. He reacted extremely quickly, exceptionally decisive, without the slightest hesitation. He immediately severed his arm to save his life, cutting off his own arm, to preserve his body and life. How can this be so terrifying? He was almost scared to death, his eyes filled with horror and terror. If he hadn't been decisive enough, and immediately severed his limb to survive, his body and soul, etc., would absolutely have been completely shredded in an instant, and he would have completely died. This was definitely not him scaring himself. That invisible force brought him an unparalleled, intense sense of mortality. If he hadn't severed his limb to survive, he would truly have died. A Supreme's hand, just a touch, and it was completely shredded. The Supreme even severed his own arm. All the disciples of Taihua Holy Land were dumbfounded. Their courage was shattered by fear. Is there anything more terrifying than this? Heavens! That's a Supreme. To be so utterly vulnerable. He couldn't even clash with Li Xian's descending large hand, didn't have the qualification to collide. And the Supreme even had to sever his limb to survive. Each of them was truly almost scared to death. Invincible old ancestor. Who dares speak of invincibility before the old ancestor? Who dares speak of being undefeated before the old ancestor? Li Fan and the Li family head were utterly shocked in their hearts. The old ancestor's power and invincibility once again redefined their understanding. Boom! Li Xian's large hand fully descended. The protective grand formation of Taihua Holy Land, like a paper pot, could not block Li Xian's large hand at all. A terrifying explosion occurred within Taihua Holy Land. All ancient buildings, etc., completely collapsed, turning into utter ruins. Oh! Supreme old ancestor! Save me! The Taihua Holy Lord cried out. Li Xian's large hand was targeting him. If no one saved him, he would surely die. Splatter! Fresh blood shot out like an arrow. The Taihua Holy Lord was directly slapped to death by Li Xian's large hand. The so-called supreme old ancestor dared not intervene to rescue him during this process. What a joke! He had to sever his arm to save his life. How could he dare to intervene and rescue? Li Xian clearly possessed the strength to easily crush him. He was absolutely not someone he could resist. Please, sir, spare my life. This is the imperial bone within Li Fan's body. I was wrong. He held the imperial bone within Li Fan's body with both hands, and quickly ran to Li Xian, kneeling and bowing. He pleaded for Li Xian's forgiveness, hoping Li Xian would spare him. Time is the most merciless, the most cruel. Even though he was a supreme, he could not escape the erosion and wear of time. He had lived for an immensely long time. Under the erosion and wear of time, he had reached a point where his life was about to end. Therefore, he had won control over the imperial bone within Li Fan's body, and made the Taihua Holy Lord dig out the imperial bone from Li Fan's body. This was a naturally formed imperial bone, within which lay a great secret. If he could discern its great mystery, he would surely break through the great limit, allowing his life to be extended, and gain an even longer lifespan. Everything had proceeded very successfully. He was also about to discern the great secret within the naturally formed imperial bone. Who knew that, at this very moment, Li Xian had come to kill him? He was extremely unwilling, and extremely puzzled. Isn't the Li family just a small family? How could it possibly have such a terrifying and dreadful old ancestor? You don't know, you just know you're going to die. Li Xian, expressionless, pointed a finger at this supreme. With a thud, this supreme's forehead was pierced, and he died on the spot. The Taihua Holy Land was thus erased from the world. Li Xian, with a cold expression, waved his hand, and all the remaining elders of Taihua Holy Land and powerful cultivators all turned into blood. Li Fan and the Li family head watched all of this, feeling as if it were an unrealistic dream. The old ancestor is too fierce. Even in a single day, he directly caused 2 great holy lands to be erased from the world, especially Taihua Holy Land. Even with a supreme presiding, it was useless. The old ancestor still forcefully killed them with a single finger, thus erasing them from existence. They were incredibly excited, although this feeling was unreal, like a dream, and impractical. They all knew very well that this was absolutely not a dream, but reality. The reason was simple. Even if they dreamed, they couldn't conjure up such a dream. Let's go. We'll return to the clan first. Li Xian waved his hand, and his Li Fans and the Li family heads' figures vanished. When their figures reappeared, they had already returned to the Li clan. From then on, the Li clan would become the most powerful family in the world. Before the disciples of the Li clan, even astonishing prodigies won't be able to compare, Li Xian said. He wanted to change the system for the Li clan members, making all members of the clan, high and low, prodigies, and the kind that would utterly crush others, peerless supreme prodigies. The news of Nebula Holy Land and Taihua Holy Land being erased quickly spread throughout the Eastern Barrens. And it spread across the entire world in an instant. The reason it could spread so quickly was all because Elder Lu of the Heavenly Dao Academy was killed. If it weren't for Elder Lu of the Heavenly Dao Academy being killed, such news would absolutely not have spread so quickly, nor would its impact have been so great. Although the 2 great holy lands were successively destroyed, and within Taihua Holy Land, there was even a supreme presiding, which was definitely a major event. It still couldn't compare to the Heavenly Dao Academy's Elder Lu being killed. The Heavenly Dao Academy's prestige at that time was simply too high. Throughout history, half of the great emperors came from the Heavenly Dao Academy. All living beings in the world considered it an honor to enter the Heavenly Dao Academy. As a result, an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy was forcefully killed by someone. This was undoubtedly a super major event that shook the world. To think it wouldn't cause a huge commotion in the world was impossible. When this news spread, the Heavenly Dao Academy side had yet to make any move or action. But many great clans and terrifying forces couldn't sit still. Immediately, they mobilized and headed towards the Li clan to kill them. Their ancestors had cultivated in the Heavenly Dao Academy, and their current disciples were even students of the Heavenly Dao Academy. How could they allow anyone to profane the Heavenly Dao Academy's prestige? How could they allow someone to casually slay an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy? They were determined to uphold the Heavenly Dao Academy's prestige. They wanted Li Xian and the Li clan behind him to pay a heavy price. The news of Elder Lu of the Heavenly Dao Academy being killed spread, causing an uproar in the world. No one had imagined that someone would be so incredibly audacious, daring to kill an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Who is this Li Xian? His name also spread throughout the world. But no one knew or recognized him. Everyone was unfamiliar with the name Li Xian. However, that was not important. Because no matter who Li Xian was, no matter his background, Li Xian was destined to be a dead man. He wouldn't survive. The Heavenly Dao Institute's prestige and status at the time were terrifying to the extreme. No joke. Daring to kill an elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute would lead to only one outcome: death. When Elder Lu of the Heavenly Dao Institute was killed, the world was shaken, and various angry voices emerged endlessly. The Heavenly Dao Institute had not yet made a move, had not yet taken any action. But many great powers and terrifying forces declared they would kill Li Xian to avenge the deceased Elder Lu. An unprecedented chaos appeared in the world. All sorts of terrifying experts, unseen in previous days, emerged in the world, narrowly winning, and charged towards Li Xian. The Eastern Barons were the first to bear the brunt. Among the former sacred lands, apart from the already destroyed Taihua sacred land, which ranked 10th, the remaining 9 great sacred lands all took action immediately. Experts swarmed out, heading towards Li Xian and the Li family he resided in. Some had ancestors who cultivated in the Heavenly Dao Institute, or their current disciples were cultivating there. There were also sacred lands whose ancestors had not cultivated in the Heavenly Dao Institute, and whose current disciples were not cultivating there. They wanted to curry favor with the Heavenly Dao Institute and establish connections with it. The West also borrowed this to send their disciples into the Heavenly Dao Institute for cultivation. The Li family was in the northern Eastern Barons, and these sacred lands were also in the Eastern Barons, so their actions were undoubtedly the fastest. In not much time, they descended upon the north, pressing on the Li family. Looking around, there were saints, great saints, saint kings, saint emperors, and other powerful experts. And terrifying experts like supremes were also numerous, with even more formidable experts than supremes present. This attracted the terrifying heritage and power of the 9 great sacred lands, which were fully revealed at this moment. This northern eastern wilderness where Li Jia was located, that night, junior brother, also became the focus of the era. Countless beings and experts all cast their gazes from afar. All members of the Li family, from top to bottom, were extremely panicked. How could they have ever seen such a terrifying spectacle? The 9 great sacred lands descended together, and looking around, there were experts above the saint realm, with several supremes, and even ancient existences, the intention of an even more terrifying ancient existence. They trembled and were filled with fear. Not to mention they had never seen such a terrifying spectacle. All living beings in the entire Eastern Barons had probably never seen such a terrifying spectacle. The 9 great holy lands joined forces to attack, intending to invade. This was absolutely the first time in the Eastern Barons' history. It's over. How can we resist this? We're ashen-faced, with only endless despair in their eyes. Not a shred of hope. Only Li family head He Yifan was a bit better. Not as panicked, not as despairing. They had all personally witnessed Xian, the old ancestor, take action. He was truly invincible, truly terrifying. Even a supreme was like an ant. With a mere fingertip, they were killed by old ancestor Xian. However, even so, they couldn't be completely at ease, because they knew very well that the 9 great sacred lands were just the beginning. Later, even more terrifying forces and experts would descend. Their hearts were bitter. This was the Heavenly Dao Institute's terrifying prestige and status at the time. Just one elder being killed caused the entire world to erupt in a monstrous storm of blood and gore. They couldn't help but look at Xian, the old ancestor. Could old ancestor Xian still be as invincible as ever? In an instant, he massacred all enemies. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. I am here. No enemy can stir up trouble. Xian said calmly. Patriarch Li and Li Fan slowly walked out of the Li family. And the others exchanged glances. For some reason, they developed an absolute trust in old ancestor Xian, firmly believing that everything it truly will be as ancestor Xian said, that Daniel. No enemy could stir up a new trend. They quickly went up. Following behind old ancestor Xian, they were filled with solemnity, with no fear or dread in their hearts. Outside the Li family, terrifying and dreadful aura wildly swept and spread. The heavens and earth were incredibly dim. Furthermore, countless thunderbolts were above the celestial expanse, fiercely striking, creating a horrifying scene. The terrifying experts, such as the supremes of the 9 great sacred lands, stood high above on the cloud peaks, looking down as if they were the masters of the world. Immensely majestic, tolerating no disrespect. Their gazes were cold and fierce. Their killing intent filled the sky and earth. The first moment Xian walked out of the Mi family, the pervasive killing intent, they fiercely marched their troops towards Xian with a rumble. There were 9 of them in total, each from a different sacred land. The Taihua sacred land, ranked 10th, had a hidden supreme, and those stronger than Taihua sacred land were even more so. Moreover, these 9 supremes from their respective sacred lands were far stronger than the Taihua sacred land's supreme. Not the comparative system of the Supreme Department of Taihua Holy Land. Although they appeared to be elderly, but their essence, qi, and spirit were ample, not showing any signs of old age at all. In fact, their essence, qi, and spirit were as vigorous as dragons, even more surging than rational middle-aged people. They were powerful. Their personnel were very sufficient. Unlike that supreme from Taihua sacred land, who was on the verge of death, they were still a very long distance from their great limit. Could be said that they were currently gold was still at its peak state, possessing the strongest power. Monstrous killing intent locked onto Xian, powerful and imposing. If it were Yalan, or if it were a supreme being, they would feel very uncomfortable, finding it hard to bear the monstrous killing intent of 9 supremes. However, Xian yet not affected in the slightest, showing expression calm and composed, as if from beginning to end, it was as if no monstrous killing intent was pressing down on him. I will give you one chance. Withdraw now, and I can pretend nothing happened. I will let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave as you please. But if you do not cherish this opportunity, and do not withdraw immediately, then do not blame me for being merciless. Xian spoke calmly, clearly not putting the 9 great holy lands were nothing in his eyes. Killed for no reason. But he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. The opportunity was given. If the 9 great holy emperors don't cherish it, he would kill them all. Not a single person from the 9 great sacred lands present here would survive. Death is at your doorstep. Yet you are still so arrogant. You truly deserve to die, freezing and scaring us? Where did you get such strength and qualifications? You killed an elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute, stirred up a huge mess. Instead of disappearing and Dan Jing ran away, Yet he's still here challenging us? Running away. You dare to challenge us here? Truly laughable. You won't survive. And the Li family behind you will also be annihilated. The supremes of the 9 great sacred lands spoke coldly one after another. Not one of them mentioned retreating. Retreat? What a joke. The advantage was on their side. How could they possibly be scared into retreating by Li Xian's few words? Stop messing around. If that's the case, then don't leave. Leave all your lives here, Li Xian said calmly. He had given them a chance. But they didn't cherish it. Then he couldn't be blamed. Li Xian moved mountains and drifted with the wind. Indescribably elegant and transcendent. There are always some people who like to seek death. If they want to die, then I shall grant their wish. Every single one of them, I will not let go. Today all will die here. The 9 great supremes were enraged by Li Xian's words. You want us to leave our lives here? What makes you so ignorant of death? Do you really think we are like that dying old supreme from Taihua sacred land? Laughable. Today, you won't even have an easy death, the 9 great supremes sneered. Their killing intent even more surging and intense. Amidst terrifying roars and explosions, they launched a full assault, surrounding and attacking Li Xian from 9 different directions. It must be said, they indeed shared. Strong enough, far from comparable to the Taihua Sacred Lands Supreme. The Taihua Sacred Lands Supreme, though he had entered the Supreme Realm early, had limited achievements. He had made no breakthroughs throughout the long, endless years, still lingering in the early stage of the Supreme Realm. The 9 Supremes who attacked, however, were different. They all cultivated to the Supreme stage. Their strength far surpassed that of the Taihua Holy Lands Supremes. This is also why they are still receiving aid quickly now, and are still in their peak state. 9 late-stage Supremes made their move. It's no exaggeration to say they could easily obliterate any single Supreme. However, even so, they didn't let their guard down and never underestimated the risk. Their attacks were fierce. They held nothing back, bringing out the top-tier Supreme artifacts they had refined over endless years. All were unleashed by them. And while targeting Li Xian, in the very first instant of their assault, they pushed these top-tier Supreme artifacts' power to their absolute limit. In that instant, heaven and earth trembled, a scene more terrifying than the apocalypse. Terrifying Supreme laws wildly surged, vast and boundless, dreadful Supreme power, like a bursting dam, wildly surged and obliterated towards Li Xian. The 9 Supremes immediately employed their strongest methods and powers. Unfortunately for them, the one they faced was Li Xian. The power of late-stage Supremes and their top-tier Supreme artifacts meant nothing before Li Xian. They were not even as good as dust. Li Xian's expression was calm. He gently took a step forward. Boom! 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 Intense and terrifying explosions instantly rang out one after another. Those peerless Supreme artifacts were instantly shattered into smithereens. Turning into powder, Supreme blood rain scattered, carrying a sacred aura. The 9 Supremes, before they could even react, all turned into bloody mist. All traces of their life completely vanished, and they utterly perished. What? How is this possible? The people from the 9 Holy Lands were all stunned. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe the scene they witnessed. Their hearts trembled with fear. Their scalps tingled intensely. How could this be? How could they dare to believe? In an instant, all top-tier Supreme artifacts were destroyed. All 9 Supremes turned into bloody mist. How could they possibly believe this? My heavens! The old ancestor is too fierce. All members of the Li family, from top to bottom, were also stunned. Some even seriously doubted their lives. Their small Li family, could it really produce such a terrifying and invincible old ancestor? Meanwhile, on the side of the 9 Holy Lands, 3 beings who surpassed Supremes, All showed intense solemnity on their faces. They were all divine supremes. A step further beyond supremes. Above supremes are divine supremes, saint supremes, and heavenly supremes. They came from the top 3 holy lands, and were the strongest old ancestors within those top 3 holy lands. They looked at Xian. Their eyes filled with intense disbelief. The life force emanating from Xian, along with his aura, was too young, at most around 1,000 years old. Yet he possessed such terrifying and dreadful power? They all felt incredibly incredulous. To possess such powerful strength at such a young age. It's no wonder you are so arrogant and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity you yourself cut off your bright future. Originally, you could have achieved unimaginable great accomplishments. Becoming an emperor or something similar would have been simple. But you killed the Heavenly Dao Academy. Your path has also reached its end. The 3 divine supremes said coldly. They were only surprised by Xian's youth. That was all. To instantly obliterate 9 supremes was indeed very powerful. Very fierce. But it didn't scare them. Divine supremes. Divine supremes are a step further beyond supremes. Not on the same level. Any one of them could easily achieve the feat of instantly killing 9 supremes. Even if these 9 supremes had cultivated to the late-stage supreme realm. You're lecturing me now? Xian shook his head. There are always some people who love to court death. And always some people who think too highly of themselves. And love to lecture others. The 3 divine supremes did not speak much. And directly attacked Xian. As soon as they made their move, they displayed the difference between them and supremes. Higher-level supreme laws rippled and surged. The supreme laws that surged forth when the 9 supremes attacked were completely different. There was a gap of the highest order. The difference was enormous. They unleashed peerless great techniques. All were ancient and terrifying great techniques. Facing Xian, they likewise did not lower their guard. Treating Xian as a formidable enemy to be besieged and obliterated. Countless light swords appeared out of thin air, emitting dazzling light. Supreme and peerless sword intent. Like a rain of swords, terrifying and boundless, slashed towards Xian. There were also torrents of lightning waterfalls, flashing with lightning of various colors, interwoven with terrifying divine supreme power, engulfing heaven and earth as they blasted towards Xian. 5-colored light shone. The power of the 5 elements' origin burst forth and manifested, then condensed into 5-element halos, to obliterate Xian. All these great techniques were extremely terrifying. The power unleashed was unimaginable. Even a single divine supreme, facing such a peerless onslaught of great techniques, would be destined to bleed profusely and pay a heavy price. However, Xian's expression remained calm. As his eyes opened and closed, a gentle light rippled forth from his eyes. The peerless great techniques unleashed by the 3 divine supremes. Immediately, under the ripple of this gentle light, completely dissipated, as if they had never appeared from beginning to end. No! The 3 divine supremes roared, their eyes filled with infinite fear and horror. They all felt a fatal threat from the rippling gentle light. If they were touched by the gentle light, they would surely die without a burial place. They roared with all their might for their lives. It's impossible to just surrender like this. The gentle light completely locked onto them. They had nowhere to hide, and nowhere to escape, even though the gentle light brought them an intense fatal threat, making them feel that it was completely beyond their ability to contend with. They couldn't just give up like this. They exerted all their strength, unleashed top-tier divine supreme artifacts, and used all the methods and powers they could muster, bringing them all forth, hoping to resist the gentle light rippling towards them. Hope, in the end, was merely hope. The 3 divine supremes unleashed their top-tier divine supreme artifacts, employed all their methods and powers, giving it their all in this one struggle. But it was all in vain. As the gentle light rippled forth, their unleashed top-tier divine supreme artifacts, all their methods and powers, all completely collapsed and shattered, and dissipated. Blood rain, like golden liquid, scattered across the sky, with a sacred aura surging to the heavens. The three divine supremes, under the ripple of the gentle light, all turned into bloody stains, and thus perished. The three divine supremes also died, and died instantly. The opponent casually, with a flicker of his eyes, instantly obliterated the three divine supremes. The people of the great holy lands were all scared to death by this scene. Xian is too terrifying. These were three divine supremes, yet they were annihilated as if they were mere dust. They were so scared they couldn't control themselves. They had never imagined such a result. Ha ha ha! Old ancestor Xian is invincible. The Li family members, from top to bottom, were first incredibly shocked, then erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The 9 Holy Lands had brought their armies to pressure the Li family. There were even 3 divine supremes among them. They originally thought it was over, that the Li family would be annihilated by the 9 Holy Lands. Who would have thought their old ancestor Xian was extraordinarily invincible? With a mere flicker of his eyes, he obliterated 3 divine supremes. However, very soon, in the next moment, a monstrous roar rose up and overshadowed their cheers. The great sun was obscured. The sky suddenly became dim. 9 terrifying and dreadful giant beasts, pulling a dazzling and luxurious golden war chariot, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, drove in from afar. In just an instant, the sense of oppression reached its peak. The entire Li family fell silent. Their eyes revealed horror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. In front of the golden war chariot hung a large banner. A large character was written on it. The large golden banner fluttered in the wind, stirring up terrifying ripples of power. Large swathes of the void twisted and then collapsed with a roar. One massive black hole after another appeared. The 9 giant beasts pulling the chariot roared. Their roars shook the universe. They were actually 9 supreme beasts with monstrous blood energy. 9 supreme beasts pulling a chariot. What a terrifying and awe-inspiring display. Everyone present was severely shaken. Many people from the 9 great holy lands looked towards the golden banner hanging on the golden chariot. Looking at the character Jin on the grand banner. 9 supreme beasts pulling a chariot. Could the character Jin mean the Jin clan from the northern abyss has arrived? Such a terrifying and awe-inspiring display. It must be the Jin clan from the northern abyss. Without a doubt. The northern abyss was several times larger than the eastern wasteland. It was a land of outstanding individuals and spiritual energy. Countless powerful cultivators and mighty clans resided within. But the Jin clan was able to suppress the northern abyss, becoming the northern abyss's foremost holy clan. The people from the 9 great holy lands had originally fallen into despair. But the golden chariot's arrival made them all ignite with roaring flames of hope. They laughed wildly. The northern abyss's foremost holy clan, the Jin clan, has arrived. We are all saved. A dead end no longer awaited them. Instead, a dead end appeared on Xian's side. This was the prestige of the Heavenly Dao Institute. Dare to kill an elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute? Do you still expect a good end? What are you thinking? Don't be foolish. Don't fantasize. No matter how strong you are, you won't have a good end. The Jin clan from the northern abyss has arrived. See? This is definitely not the end. It's only the beginning. They shouted loudly towards Xian's side. The Heavenly Dao Institute's prestige was too high back then. They all knew very well that not just one Jin clan had arrived from the northern abyss. There would certainly be more terrifying holy lands descending upon this place. Sure enough, the next moment, a golden banner unfurled in the wind, appearing before everyone's eyes on the golden flag surface. A large character Zhou was written. Instruments of war covered the sky and earth. The true essence of ice and impending danger made people feel as if they were in a sea of blood and fire on an ancient battlefield. The northern abyss's foremost holy kingdom. The iron cavalry from the Zhou kingdom arrived with a clang. The Zhou kingdom's army pressed down on the Li family. The soldiers wore metal armor gleaming with cold light, wielding chilling long weapons. They were awe-inspiring and carried monstrous blood-fiend energy. Clearly, these soldiers had all experienced countless battles of blood and fire. They were fierce and formidable. Swoosh! Sacred light shot into the sky. Another grand banner appeared before everyone's eyes. As the grand banner fluttered, immeasurable Dao light descended from it. An extraordinary, powerful Dao luck flowed forth. 2 large characters were written on the flag surface. Xiang, the Northern Abyss's foremost holy sect. The Xiang holy sect has arrived. Immediately after, a red banner, not inferior to any of the previous grand banners, emerged. As the red banner fluttered, this part of heaven and earth trembled. All Dao laws and principles became chaotic. Affected by it, 2 large characters were written on the flag surface. Xianxia, the Northern Abyss's foremost holy land. The Xianxia Holy Land has arrived. Whoosh, 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 closely following. One terrifying grand banner after another appeared. Each terrifying grand banner represented a powerful force of the Northern Abyss. If not a holy clan, then a holy demon, a holy sect, or a holy land. Almost all the holy clans, holy sects, holy lands, etc., within the Northern Abyss, all arrived. The Li family from top to bottom watched this scene. They were all scared out of their wits. They knew the Heavenly Dao Institute had terrifying prestige at the time, but they truly hadn't expected that the Heavenly Dao Institute at that time would actually possess such terrifying and dreadful prestige. Heavens! It was just an elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute being killed. To actually stir up such a storm, they were truly terrified and incredibly worried. Can ancestor Li Xian continue to be invincible and dominate? The Li family's patriarch and Li fans' faces also showed an expression of worry. They likewise hadn't expected that killing an elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute would actually cause such a huge commotion. They looked at each other. The worry in their eyes grew heavier with each glance. The holy clans, holy kingdoms, holy sects, holy lands, etc., of the Northern Abyss had all arrived. Would the holy clans Zhang Kingdom, holy sects, holy lands, etc., of the Southern Ridge, Western River, and Central State not make a move? No need to even think about it. The holy mansions of the Southern Ridge, Western River, and Central State also couldn't possibly remain still. They were surely rushing towards this place. This was also the reason for their deep worry. Ancestor Li Xian was indeed strong enough, fierce enough. But could he remain this strong and fierce to the very end? They all couldn't help but start worrying. How truly pathetic. We thought your holy lands of the eastern wasteland, being close to the water, would be the first to get the moon. We made a trip for nothing. Who knew you were instead massacred by that person? A mocking laugh came from the golden chariot, mocking the 9 great holy lands of the eastern wasteland for being too pathetic, too unbearable. The people of the 9 great holy lands, hearing such mocking laughter, were all overwhelmed with shame. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. But they couldn't refute. They could only endure it. Because what the person on the golden chariot was saying was all fact. Their 9 great holy lands were indeed utterly defeated. They simply couldn't refute. But thinking about it, it was normal. The world was divided into the martial emperor, Eastern Wasteland, Northern Abyss, Southern Ridge, Western River, and Central State. Among them, the Eastern Wasteland was the weakest. You were defeated by someone. It's also reasonable, the person on the golden chariot said again. Then he looked towards Li Xian's side. We people of the Northern Abyss are different. We won't let you act ferociously any longer. We will take your head and make you pay with your life for the deceased elder of the Heavenly Dao Institute, he said coldly. 9 supreme beasts pulling a chariot. The person on the golden chariot was clearly not ordinary. Otherwise, how could he make 9 supreme beasts pull his chariot? In fact, it was true. He was the most senior ancestor within the Jin clan. His cultivation was profound, reaching the level of creation. Thousands of years ago, he had already stepped into the Saint Supreme realm. Now he was even stronger. At that time, the Heavenly Dao Institute's prestige was extremely high. You can also be considered a figure. From the Zhou Kingdom's side, an old general was mounted on a dazzling golden lion. His blood energy was monstrous, and in his hand, he carried a single azure dragon long blade. His might was extremely formidable. He was one of the most terrifying old generals within the Zhou Kingdom. He had long ago cultivated to the Saint Supreme realm. His battle achievements were terrifying. He had once, in the Northern Abyss, slain a Saint Supreme ancestor who was at the peak of his power. Within the Northern Abyss, few dared to provoke him. The golden lion he rode was also extraordinary. It was a terrifying divine supreme-level beast within the Northern Abyss, purely of the beast lineage. Extremely fierce and terrifying. Even Saint Supremes couldn't easily subdue it. When the old general subdued it back then, he also expended considerable means and effort. Afterwards, it followed the old general, and fought alongside him in countless battles, killing many powerful cultivators. There was no need for the Heavenly Dao Institute to speak. Innumerable people would naturally uphold the Heavenly Dao Institute's prestige. We are merely close by, and arrived quickly. Now, there are many more terrifying forces and powerful cultivators rushing here, but you won't see them. Before they arrive here, you will die by our hands. From the Xiang Holy Sect's side, a white-haired old man, a pioneer of ancient Dao, softly said, "He is the grand ancestor of the Xiang Holy Sect. He had stepped into the Saint Supreme realm countless years ago. His current cultivation realm was unfathomably deep. Countless powerful cultivators in the Northern Abyss were extremely wary of him, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, including Saint Supremes, who were also the same. After seeing him, they showed even greater respect. He rode upon a green ox. The green ox appeared unremarkable on the surface, no different from an ordinary green ox, but even terrifying pure-blooded fierce beasts, like the divine supreme-level golden lion. When looking at the green ox, their eyes were filled with wariness, and even some fear. My great-grandson is cultivating at the Heavenly Dao Institute. It's just that his performance isn't very good. There are too many prodigies within the Heavenly Dao Institute. The most astonishing and peerless prodigies in the world are almost all cultivating within the Heavenly Dao Institute. My great-grandson, among such a group of astonishing and peerless prodigies, truly finds it hard to stand out. It's hard to make a name for yourself. You blind fool. You actually killed an elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy. I'll just take your head off. For my great-grandson in the Heavenly Dao Academy, to secure more cultivation resources, and paid attention to the revocation, one of the holy lands. The old ancestor spoke clearly. He was equally not to be trifled with. From his youth until now, he was the most notorious in Beiyuan. In his hands, there was also the blood of a Saint Supreme. He had also stepped into the Saint Supreme realm many years ago, at which point he was incredibly powerful and terrifying. He rode atop a gigantic crab dragon. The crab dragon felt like an endless mountain range, its malevolent aura surging to the heavens. It was no weaker than the righteous azure ox, only stronger, because in his gaze towards the azure ox, there was no apprehension, much less fear. In Beiyuan, their 4 families were the most terrifying and powerful. The remaining fellow Taoists and forces that arrived all could not compare to their 4 families. They also didn't think of snatching credit from these 4 families. This time, they only came to express their stance. An elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy was killed. If the terrifying sacred lands, sacred sects, sacred clans, sacred nations, etc., of the world didn't act, or didn't show anything, what would that be considered? Disrespect towards the Heavenly Dao Academy? Therefore, no matter what, they had to come and make an appearance. They didn't seek merit, but sought to avoid fault. The situation on the eastern side was also like this. Besides the 9 great sacred lands, other sacred lands, sacred nations, sacred sects, sacred clans, etc., also arrived, but they weren't as fast as the 9 great sacred lands. As soon as they arrived, they saw Li Xian display his might, slaughtering wildly, which scared them and made them dare not approach. Right now, with so many terrifying forces from Beiyuan, including sacred lands, they also quietly approached. Blending in, they also held the same thought as most of the Beiyuan sacred lands and other forces. They didn't seek merit, but sought to avoid fault. He never, because of the arrival of so many terrifying forces like sacred lands from Beiyuan, did his expression show the slightest ripple. He calmly responded, standing alone at the very front of the Li family. What was known as Li Xian shouldn't be scared witless by them, and kneel to beg for mercy, right? Old Ancestor Jinju and others were all dissatisfied with Li Xian's calm and indifferent response. Such a calm and indifferent response clearly showed he didn't take them seriously or consider them important. Their lips curled into a cold sneer. Li Xian truly deserved to be killed. However, they all became cautious because of this, realizing that Li Xian would likely be difficult to deal with. Otherwise, how could Li Xian be so calm? How can you, having traveled so far, return without achieving anything? We are willing to give you the chance to earn merit, to let you kill this person, and show your capabilities. The immortal sect's white-haired grand ancestor of the Xiang sacred sect, with an immortal demeanor, said with a beaming smile, "Let the other sacred lands and forces from Beiyuan make the first move." The strong cultivators from the other sacred lands and forces in Beiyuan had their hearts hanging in their throats. They cursed loudly. Damn the grand ancestor of the Xiang sacred sect. He was clearly using them as blades, wanting them to be cannon fodder, to gauge Li Xian's strength. Any clear-eyed person could see that such a calm Li Xian was not to be trifled with, and difficult to deal with. They looked at old ancestor Xianxia, who was riding atop the giant crab dragon. In their hearts, they were all saying, "Weren't you going to make a move and take Li Xian's head, so your great-grandson in the Heavenly Dao Academy could gain more cultivation resources and attention? If you don't make a move now, when will you?" But old ancestor Xianxia completely ignored their gazes, and sat motionlessly atop the crab dragon, showing no sign of making a move at all. They cursed him repeatedly in their hearts, and were filled with even more helplessness. There was no other way. If they didn't want to act honorably, the Xiang sacred sect and the other families would force them to. The Xiang sacred sect and the other 4 families were too terrifying, especially the Xiang sacred sect's grand ancestor and other supreme beings. One was more ruthless than the next, one more terrifying than the next. Even if they were unwilling, they could only act as the vanguard, to uphold the dignity of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Who else but us? Kill. Thank you, Senior, for giving us the opportunity to perform. We will definitely kill this person, they shouted honorably. With a tacit understanding, all cultivators above the supreme realm from all sacred lands and other forces all made their move, ferociously charging towards Li Xian. They all knew Li Xian was not easy to deal with, which was why they all tacitly charged forward to kill him. This way, their chances were greater, and they had more confidence. "It's been a long time since I've touched a blade," Li Xian said calmly. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a long saber, holding it in his hand. He could, with a single thought, kill everyone opposite him. But what joy was there in that, compared to swinging a saber and cleaving people? It was much more exhilarating. He wanted to swing his saber and cut down everyone opposite him. Swinging his saber to cleave people, The long saber was held in Li Xian's hand. The saber pointed straight, radiating immense majesty and domineering authority. The long saber in his hand was a bit too shabby. Yes, it was shabby. The long saber in his hand was not of high grade, not some top-tier extraordinary weapon. Compared to the supreme Dharma weapons held by the supreme realm cultivators charging at him, his was too shabby, too low-grade. This was the saber he used 1,000 years ago, when he was just a small cultivator. So naturally it was low-grade. This grade wasn't high, it wasn't some powerful weapon. But when Li Xian held the long saber and charged forward to kill, the long saber transformed. It gained the blessing of boundless, vast power. From its blade, a terrifying saint's cold light burst forth. The terrifying nature of that cold light made even supremes tremble with fear, and their hearts pound. "Block it for me!" a supreme roared ferociously. Li Xian, holding his long saber, had charged to his side. He raised an ancient shield, blocking it in front of him, protecting his entire body, and channeling all the power within him frantically into this ancient shield. He hoped this ancient shield could block Li Xian. This ancient shield had a great origin, possessing super strong defensive power. Even a full power strike from a divine supreme couldn't break this ancient shield. Unfortunately, in front of the long saber Li Xian swung, this ancient shield was too weak to withstand a single blow. It was so fragile that when the long saber slashed through, the ancient shield instantly split into two. Divine golden supreme blood splattered wildly, and even the supreme behind the ancient shield was directly beheaded by this one saber strike. His head rolled to the ground and he died on the spot. Li Xian, holding his long saber, was no different from a true killing god. He was too fierce and terrifying. Amidst thudding sounds, many supremes were beheaded. Their heads rolled to the ground, completely dead. Divine supreme blood was everywhere. The number of supreme corpses was terrifyingly high. All were decapitated, lying on the ground. Beiyuan was vast and boundless. This area was vast, and its surface again formed, to gather manpower from each holy emperor and holy nation, holy sects, holy ancestors, etc. All possess extremely terrifying and dreadful defenses and strength. The number of supremes who made a move to kill Li Xian was as many as several dozen. The number of divine supremes was also not small. There were also over 20. Even saint supremes charged over, totaling 9 at most. As a result, the great battle had only just begun. Not even a moment had passed, and the supremes were almost wiped out by Li Xian. Of the dozens of supremes, only a few remained. This was too terrifying. How could it be so terrifying? The more than 20 divine supremes were all trembling with fear. They couldn't muster the courage to fight Li Xian. Forget fighting, they didn't even dare to look at Li Xian once. Even the 9 saint supremes felt a chill in their hearts, startled by Li Xian's ferocity and terrifying power. But soon, their eyes showed boundless ferocity. Monstrous killing intent burst forth, locking onto Li Xian. "Die for me! Kill!" They seemed to fall into a frenzy, their eyes all bloodshot. Their killing intent towards Li Xian reached its peak. They wanted to kill Li Xian. This was a supreme, not some insignificant small cultivator. Every supreme was a pillar of their respective forces, cultivated with immense effort and resources, and the backbone of their respective forces. But now Li Xian had killed them like this. How could they not dream? Losing one supreme, not to mention losing so many supremes. They attacked frantically, holding nothing back. Some had the strongest holy supreme's weapon, launching a devastating assault on Li Xian, wishing to instantly blast Li Xian to death. Long black hair drifted like mist. Li Xian's expression was calm, ignoring the saint supremacy weapons whistling towards him. Carrying a long saber, cutting down those not yet dead. Divine supremes' heads rolled to the ground. Li Xian carried his long saber, killing towards those divine supremes. Divine supremes were equally vulnerable under his long saber. So weak they were pathetic. His long saber cut them down endlessly. Divine Supremes perished. Their heads rolled onto the ground. During this process, the 9-sword Saint Supremes unleashed billions of terrifying red beams. First, they stirred up monstrous power, continuously unleashing fierce and terrifying attacks on Li Xian. Blasting, but these blasts all had no effect, unable to harm Li Xian in the slightest. Unable to even blast off a single strand of Li Xian's hair. Under the frantic bombardment of the 9-sword Saint Supremacy weapons, he slaughtered all the Divine Supremes. What? How is this possible? The 9 great Saint Supremes shook violently. Their eyes revealed limitless terror and fear. They channeled the power within their bodies, all into the 9-sword Saint Supremacy weapons, making the 9-sword Saint Supremacy weapons erupt with their strongest might. The result was, they couldn't even harm a single strand of Li Xian's hair. Unable to blast it off, they were scared out of their wits. How could they still not understand that Li Xian was simply not someone they could deal with? They didn't hesitate, fleeing frantically, but this part of heaven and earth had long been by Li Xian's power, completely sealed. They were all like those trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape at all. No matter how desperately they struggled, they couldn't lift their feet, nor take a single step. Saint Supreme's blood splattered wildly. As the long saber flashed with cold light, all 9 Saint Supremes had their heads cut off. Their bodies fell into pools of blood. Star Clan Old Ancestor, General Zhou Bo Xiang Holy Sect Grand Elder, Shishao Holy Land Old Ancestor. All their pupils constricted sharply. Startled, they realized Li Xian would be very strong and very difficult to deal with, but they truly hadn't expected Li Xian to be so strong, so difficult to deal with even for those as powerful as them, who had cultivated to the peak of the late Saint Supremacy stage. Just a step away from the heavenly supremacy. Supremacy only a step away. At this moment, they also had no confidence. Even joining hands, they weren't confident in slaying Li Xian. "Hurry!" he roared at them. Gone was the composure and unhurriedness they had before. They no longer had the previous mindset of being able to casually kill Li Xian. As for them now, all they thought about was being able to escape safely. And that would be enough. This time they came. All brought a large number of powerful experts. Not just the 4 of them. They brought these experts, fleeing frantically, wanting to escape this place. However, only continuous bang 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 sounds were heard. Terrifying light screens descended. Many experts crashed into the light barrier, one after another, smashing their heads until blood flowed, falling heavily to the ground. The terrifying light barrier sealed off heaven and earth, blocking those who wanted to escape. Damn it! Let's fight him to the death. The Star Clan Old Ancestor's eyes turned bloodshot. He conjured a dazzling, resplendent golden spear. Charging out from a golden war chariot, he attacked towards Li Xian. Taoist friends from Sichuan, Nanling, and Zhongzhou will arrive soon. We just need to hold on until these Taoist friends arrive. Shazhou Earl's ancestral home, the grand ancestor of the Xiang Holy Sect, Shishao Holy Land Old Ancestor, issued roars one after another, all charging towards Li Xian, launching terrifying and fierce bombardments. They didn't seek to kill Li Xian, only to delay for a moment, to delay until Sichuan and other areas' experts arrived. The experts from Sichuan and other areas were coming to kill, especially once the experts from Zhongzhou arrived. Li Xian was destined to never succeed again. One must know, Zhongzhou was the most extraordinary place in the world. Within it were countless dragon veins. The cultivation environment was unimaginably good. The world's most powerful Taoist traditions and others were all within Zhongzhou. It was no exaggeration to say, Eastern Wasteland, Northern Abyss, Southern Ridge. The 4 regions of Sichuan combined were still far from being able to match Zhongzhou. They could probably only match half of Zhongzhou. Once the experts from Zhongzhou came to kill, how could Li Xian still dominate? It was destined to be impossible. The golden spear unleashed boundless golden radiance, surpassing the light of the 9 heavens' great Sunday. Even more brilliant and in the world, the light of the 9 heavens' great sun was by the golden spear. Unleashed boundless golden radiance, completely overshadowed, extremely dim. This golden spear was absolutely terrifying. During its forging, had Emperor Essence added. Although the Emperor Essence added was extremely small, not even sesame seed sized. But no matter how small, it was still Emperor essence, endowing the golden spear with absolutely terrifying destructive power. The Star Clan old ancestor's blood chi surged to the heavens. He exerted all his strength to activate the golden spear. Even a heavenly supremacy, above a saint supremacy, would absolutely not dare to underestimate it, and would treat it with solemnity. Otherwise, even a heavenly supremacy would have to pay the price, and would bleed, killed by the golden spear. Kill! General Zhou roared. Terrifying baleful aura swept across heaven and earth. He originally intended to ride his golden lion mount and charge towards Li Xian. But alas, the golden lion was scared out of its wits by Li Xian. Would not dare to carry General Zhou towards Li Xian to kill. Even wanted to carry the old general of the Zhou kingdom like a straw bucket. Useless, General Zhou angrily rebuked. With a bang, the golden lion exploded, turning into a bloody mess, eradicated by General Zhou. He himself, carrying his azure dragon long saber, he charged towards Li Xian. As the azure dragon long saber was wielded, a dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth resounded. On the saber's body, terrifying dragon patterns emerged, and a dreadful strange sound also appeared. A terrifyingly vast giant azure dragon, with whiskers and wings, ferociously roaring, tearing through heaven and earth. Zhou, once in an ancient ruin, obtained a drop of true azure dragon blood. Afterwards, he took this drop of true azure dragon blood and fused it into General Zhou's battle saber, which became the azure dragon long saber in General Zhou's hand now. By the hand of senior brother Long Taigu, his terror is beyond doubt. Even if it was merely a drop of true blood, it was also more terrifying than Emperor essence and other natural treasures. The azure dragon long saber was displayed. Even a heavenly supremacy couldn't easily block it. Only then could they block the demon-suppressing pagoda. The Xiang Holy Sect Grand Elder, who had advanced to the valley. Waving his hand, he conjured an ancient small gray pagoda. He chanted incantations, his expression exceptionally solemn. His entire body's power was channeled into the small gray pagoda. The small gray pagoda instantly became infinitely large, almost tearing apart heaven and earth. Then it suppressed towards Li Xian. The small gray pagoda was equally terrifying, possessing dreadful power. Inside this pagoda was a small piece of Emperor essence. Although it wasn't even fingernail-sized, only as big as a grain of rice. But it also possessed monstrous power. Shishao Holy Land old ancestor conjured a blood-red great bow. This was a treasured artifact within Shishao Holy Land. It had been wielded by successive generations of sages from Qishao Holy Land. The blood arrows shot from this bow were inescapable, capable of completely locking down enemies. The blood arrows shot by the Qishao old ancestor with all his might. Not to mention being able to instantly shoot and kill a heavenly supremacy. But they could absolutely take half a heavenly supremacy's life. The four of them attacked frantically, a terrifying and shocking scene. Even more terrifying than a doomsday scene. Heaven shook, earth trembled, and the void continuously shattered. Even time itself was affected. The long river of time rippled. With them like this, under such frantic attacks, they could absolutely shake a heavenly supremacy and had a high probability of killing a heavenly supremacy. Yet their opponent was Li Xian. Heavenly supremacies before Li Xian were as tiny as dust. The golden spear came to kill. Terrifyingly, it pierced through the void. The spear pointed directly at Li Xian's forehead. That golden hair was about to pierce Li Xian's forehead, shattering Li Xian's forehead. Li Xian's expression was calm, without a single ripple. He slowly extended a palm, seemingly incredibly slow. In reality, it was so fast it broke through all stillness, and instantly grabbed the golden long hair. Golden Foot old ancestor was greatly alarmed, stabbing forward with all his might. But Li Xian's large hand that gripped the golden long hair was like the myriad heavens, allowing Golden Foot old ancestor to exert all his strength. The golden long hair did not budge an inch, unable to pierce forward even a little. The blade gleamed, Emitting a chilling light, Xian, with his other hand, lifted a long saber and slashed towards Golden Foot Old Ancestor. The long saber reflected a face filled with extreme terror and dread. With one slash, he cleaved Golden Foot Old Ancestor into two. Even though Golden Foot Old Ancestor had cultivated to the peak of the late-stage Saint Sovereign, infinitely close to becoming a heavenly sovereign, also avoided under this saber strike. All traces of his life completely dissipated. After he had completely died, accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth, the Azure Dragon Long Saber, carrying a terrifying Azure Dragon's stored shadow intent, came from the other side, but Xian did not even turn around, nor did he spare it a glance. Having just cleaved Golden Foot Old Ancestor into two, the long saber, still stained with Golden Foot Old Ancestor's fresh blood, slashed out with one strike. What? The Azure Dragon Long Saber, which supposedly contained the Azure Dragon Needle's inscription, was no match for the long saber in Xian's hand. And with one slash, it shattered the Azure Dragon Long Saber. The dragon's roar that echoed between heaven and earth abruptly ceased. The terrifying Azure Dragon, its projection completely and utterly collapsed with a roar. This one slash not only shattered the Azure Dragon Long Saber, but also severed the head of General Zhogua. General Zhogwa's head rolled onto the ground, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Boom! A small gray pagoda, the demon-suppressing pagoda, with a roar, pressed down. The grain-sized earth bone inside it glowed, with a faint aura of earth's might flowing out, as if nothing could resist its pressure. Nothing it didn't shake. Utterly terrifying and astonishing. Xian raised his saber, and with one slash, he cut upwards. The saber light extended 10,000 zhang, rushing straight into the clouds. The demon-suppressing pagoda was shattered with a roar. The grain-sized earth bone within it was also shattered and turned into powder. Zhu Xiang, the Holy Sect's Grand Ancestor, then suffered 1,000 years and impact. Immediately spat out a large mouthful of heart's blood. Impossible, he cried out. His entire body swayed precariously, unable to believe it at all. Finally, his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground, all strength drained from his body. In his eyes, there was only horror. A terrifying blood sword shot forth from the void, carrying an irresistible terrifying power, like a blood-red meteor. Shocked, he faced it squarely. However, when the terrifying and boundless blood sword shot over, Xian merely lightly swung his saber once. The blood sword instantly shattered. Blood-red sword light and fragments scattered across the ground. Couldn't even delay for a moment? Xianxia Sacred Land's old ancestor roared in shock, his face full of unwillingness. The powerhouses from Sichuan, Nanling, and Zhongzhou would arrive soon. They couldn't even delay for a moment. In just a blink of an eye, the Golden Foot Old Ancestor and General Zhogua were already slain. The blood sword he and Grand Elder Xiang of the Sacred Sect had unleashed, and the demon-suppressing pagoda, were completely shattered. This made him utterly unable to believe it, and utterly unable to accept it, making him incredibly unwilling. They truly only needed a moment. If they could delay for a moment, they would be saved. But it was obvious they couldn't delay even for a moment. Xian could kill him in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, terrifying explosions continuously came from afar, emitting terrifying loud explosions. A terrifying aura wildly swept and spread over. Among them, there was even the aura of a sovereign. Ha! We're saved. Xianxia Sacred Land's old ancestor laughed wildly. The powerhouses from Sichuan, Nanling, and Zhongzhou arrived even faster than he had imagined. You're dead. He stared fixedly at Xian with both eyes, and said fiercely, the powerhouses from Sichuan, Nanling, and Zhongzhou are here. Li Xian is destined to no longer be able to act arrogantly, and will be powerfully suppressed and killed. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. Among them, there was even an aura of a sovereign. Heaven never blocks all paths. Although we couldn't delay for a moment, the powerhouses from Sichuan and other places arrived faster than we expected. Shao Sacred Land's old ancestor looked up and laughed loudly. The aura of a sovereign. Haha. Those who came are even stronger than we expected. We're saved. Originally dispirited, with dim eyes and utterly despairing, Xiang, the Grand Elder of the sacred sect, at this moment also became exceptionally excited and laughed wildly. A sovereign actually arrived. This was beyond his expectations, and also declared Li Xian's death. Before a sovereign, Li Xian was destined to no longer be able to act arrogantly, and would be suppressed and killed by the sovereign. We're saved. Who can save you? No one can save those I intend to kill, nor is anyone able to. Li Xian spoke calmly, his words confident and domineering. No one, no matter who comes, can do anything. No one can save those he wants to kill. Who can save them? We! A cold shout echoed through heaven and earth. The entire void roared continuously. A great banner appeared. A large number of terrifying figures descended upon this place. The sacred clans of Sichuan, the powerhouses from Xianxia Sacred Land, sacred sect, and others have arrived. No one can save him, nor is anyone able to. What arrogant words! Who do you think you are? Another cold and fierce voice rang out from another direction. Banner after banner appeared, followed by numerous indistinct terrifying figures, the sacred clans of Nanling, Xianxia Sacred Land, sacred sect, and others. Powerhouses have arrived. You killed the elder of the Heavenly Dao Academy, and still dared to act so ferociously repeatedly, and killed so many fellow Taoists. You're utterly arrogant. Do you really think no one can stop you? Another cold voice rang out, from a different direction. The sacred clans, sacred nations, sacred lands, sacred sects, and others from Zhongzhou, powerhouses have arrived. It could be very clearly seen that the powerhouses from Zhongzhou were the strongest. The aura fluctuations they emitted were clearly stronger than those from Sichuan and Nanling by a large margin. Next was Sichuan. The aura fluctuations emitted from Sichuan were stronger than Nanling by a notch. Finally, there was Nanling, but even the weakest Nanling was stronger than Beiyuan, and certainly incomparable to Donghuang. Donghuang couldn't even compare to Beiyuan. The gap was enormous. So many unimaginable supreme powerhouses. Have all the terrifying forces like the various sacred lands of the world arrived? The members on the Li family side couldn't stop themselves from standing up in disarray again. Where had they ever seen such a spectacle? For them, the powerhouses who descended here all belonged to the unimaginable supreme powerhouses. Patriarch Li and Li Fan were also extremely nervous. What they had thought earlier had come true. The various sacred clans of Sichuan, Nanling and Zhongzhou, sacred lands, and other terrifying forces had all arrived. They looked at their old ancestor Li Xian, and found that their old ancestor Li Xian was still exceptionally calm, without the slightest ripple on his face. Their hearts surged, and they couldn't help but give birth to a bold idea. Could it be that old ancestor Li Xian could still take Sichuan, Nanling and Zhongzhou, the powerhouses from all three regions, and defeat them all? You want to stop me from killing? Li Xian calmly looked at the powerhouses from Zhongzhou and the other two regions. His voice was very soft, yet it made the hearts of all the powerhouses from Zhongzhou and the other two regions tremble, as if a great heavenly hammer heavily struck their hearts. However, they didn't think much of it. Why think so much? So many powerhouses from the three regions had arrived, and among them, there was also the pervasive aura of a sovereign. What else was there for them to think about? No matter how strong Li Xian was destined to no longer be able to act arrogantly. He would die at the hands of their three regions. The one emitting the aura of a sovereign had not yet appeared. They didn't even know which sovereign had arrived, but they all tacitly understood that such a sovereign must come from Zhongzhou. At that time, the environment was harsh. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Becoming a sovereign was as hard as ascending to heaven. Possessed countless dragon veins. The cultivation environment was far beyond comparison with the other 4 regions. An imperial existence followed along. It's not for a wife. How can it be enough for you to kill people? We will also kill you. On the southern ridge side, there's a powerful expert, Lung He. There were no extra words. Carrying an array diagram, he charged towards Xian. The array diagram shone brilliantly. Within it, complex and supreme array patterns pulsed, suspended. Above the head of this southern ridge expert who made the move, a heavenly supreme artifact. Its aura covered the sky and earth, the entire expanse. This southern ridge expert who made the move, was indeed a heavenly supreme. The array diagram suspended above his head. This was a terrifying array diagram inscribed with the Great Sand Array. It could easily blast and kill a heavenly supreme. To stop him from killing, and even to kill him, what more was there to say? Xian's black long hair fluttered in the wind. He said nothing, brandishing his long saber as he charged forward to annihilate. To kill this heavenly supreme from the southern ridge. The terrifying killing array diagram above his head. In an instant, charged right in front of Xian. The terrifying killing weapon swept across heaven and earth, as did the terrifying killing array diagram. Which the southern ridge expert had not yet. Fully activated and unleashed. He, on the other hand, coordinated with the terrifying killing array diagram's bombardment. To completely slay Xian. Boom! Xian's expression was calm. He unleashed a vertical slash. A crimson saber light that contended with heaven and earth. The terrifying sand array diagram. Before this single saber strike. Was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. This saber strike easily shattered the terrifying sand array diagram. And the terrifying sand array diagrams. Heavenly supreme from the southern ridge beneath it, was cut into 2 halves. Boiling hot blood stained the long sky, as if a hellish rain had fallen. Radiating a sacred luster. This heavenly supreme from the southern ridge, died on the spot. All traces of his life completely vanished. He died just like that, even carrying the sand array diagram. Couldn't block a single one of his saber strikes. The powerful experts from the 3 regions, southern ridge, West River and Central Continent, were all shocked in their hearts. They had never expected Xian to be so ferocious and terrifying. With a single saber strike, he had slain a heavenly supreme who was carrying a killing array diagram and fighting. Do you still intend to stop me from killing? And even kill me? Xian stood high in the sky. His clothes flapped loudly as he calmly looked towards West River, Southern Ridge and Central Continent's experts. The long saber in his hand, which didn't look extraordinary or astonishing, still had blood dripping from its tip, and it was precisely, the blood of the Southern Ridge Heavenly Supreme who had just been slain. The experts from West River, Southern Ridge and even Central Continent, all inexplicably trembled in their hearts. They were even a little afraid. For a moment, no one dared to speak up and answer. However, they soon ceased to be afraid. An imperial aura surged forth and a clear, will inform them, don't be afraid. Kill them. What is there to fear? The imperial existence stood behind them. The one who should be afraid is Xian. Your only fate is death. Does this even need to be asked? Abandon your unrealistic fantasies. Die. West River, Southern Ridge, and Central Continent's Heavenly Supremes all began to move. From 3 different directions, they ferociously and terrifyingly charged towards Xian to annihilate him. Rumble. This place seemed to have turned into an explosion center. Terrifying explosions echoed ceaselessly, and horrifying, and terrifying Heavenly Supreme. Auras wildly swept across this heaven and earth. Even the starry sky beyond the heavens was affected. Countless stars in the starry sky trembled. The Heavenly Supreme realm was too high. Its might could shake the starry sky. Over 30 Heavenly Supremes, from various different directions, attacked simultaneously. All sorts of peerless grand divine abilities were unleashed by them. All sorts of terrifying ancient heavy treasures were summoned forth by them. The scene was horrifying. It could be said without exaggeration that from the beginning of this era until now, such a terrifying and horrifying great battle had never occurred. Over 30 Heavenly Supremes, let alone joining forces to kill an enemy, had never even appeared together. Heavenly Supremes were too powerful. They were the highest realm below the Emperor realm. In the past, they were almost never seen. Those who could see a Heavenly Supreme were all extraordinary big figures. Boom! The imperial aura intensely surged, emanating from the imperial existence that had not yet revealed itself. His indifferent expression fluctuated. Although he had followed along, it was only to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Li Xian was not yet worth him personally making a move. Li Xian didn't even have the qualifications to see him once. The heavens shook and the earth spun. The void was completely churned. A giant black hole appeared. It looked as if the sky had collapsed. A boundless sea of fire appeared. Burning heaven and earth, this was clearly no ordinary sea of fire. Every wisp of flame was so terrifying, interwoven with heavenly supreme Dao principles. Then, lightning filled the sky, appearing wildly. Each bolt of lightning was like a roaring giant dragon. How could one even begin to describe its terror? When the sky-filling lightning struck down, it was like a waterfall of lightning. It could blast over heaven and earth. Utterly horrifying. Roar. Fierce beasts roared. Their roars shook the universe. Under a certain special Heavenly Supreme, Dao and Dharma, interwoven, one of the legendary ancient divine beasts, the white tiger, was materialized and appeared. A Heavenly Supreme from West River unleashed the white tiger treasure art, materializing the white tiger's true form to kill the enemy. Peerless sword arts, ancient secret techniques long lost, and various other peerless divine abilities. The Heavenly Supremes from the three regions, Central Continent, West River, and Southern Ridge, were all wildly attacking. Not a single Heavenly Supreme held back. At the same time, an ancient, primal aura spread, making people feel as if they had arrived outside a battlefield from endless ancient times. One ancient heavy treasure after another streaked across the sky. They descended with supreme Dao essence, unleashing billions of terrifying Dao lights. They were ultimate killing weapons that could shake and kill in all directions. Ice and snow, heavy as goose feathers, fell, and heaven and earth were frozen. Even the invisible Dao and Dharma were affected. They were frozen, making it difficult to smoothly operate Dao and Dharma normally. This was an ancient heavy treasure, unleashed by a peerless Heavenly Supreme from Central Continent. A bead, full of ancient charm, as if it had walked out of ancient history, crystal clear and translucent, its interior interwoven with naturally formed great Dao patterns. If one gazed carefully, one could see that the naturally formed great Dao patterns closely resembled a snowflake. Its name was the Guanghan Pearl, and it had a terrifyingly great origin. It controlled the primordial essence of ice and cold in heaven and earth. It could manipulate all ice and cold power between heaven and earth, freezing powerful enemies. An ancient Dao diagram came to kill, stirring up a monstrous tsunami of Dao light. It intended to swallow heaven and earth. In ancient times, possessed immense power. It was rumored to be a Dao diagram left behind by a great emperor. This ancient Dao diagram, similarly, came from the hand of Central Continent's peerless Heavenly Supreme. A dazzling and brilliant, four-sided altar, circulating with divine patterns, appeared. It stirred the starry sky beyond the heavens, drawing down endless, vast power of the stars. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, this star platform could resonate with the starry sky beyond the heavens, borrowing the power of the starry sky to kill enemies. It came from the hand of a peerless Heavenly Supreme from Central Continent. Central Continent was indeed terrifying. It had the potential to crush both West River and Southern Ridge. All the attacking experts were such peerless Heavenly Supremes, not comparable to other Heavenly Supremes. At the same time, the ancient heavy treasures unleashed by Central Continent's experts were also not comparable to those from West River and Southern Ridge. Beneath central continent, countless dragon veins converged, making it worthy of being called a place that seized the creation of heaven and earth. Its inner foundation and strength were indeed incomparable to the other 4 regions. Over 30 heavenly supremes wildly slaughtered. What a terrifying and frightening scene this was. Who could face it calmly? Only those who had become emperors could calmly regard it. However, Xian was even more calm than those who had become emperors. His gaze was so indifferent, as if he was looking at ants or dust. He raised his saber and charged forward. What peerless sword! Arts, ancient secret arts, peerless divine abilities, etc. Or what famous, ancient heavy treasures from renowned ancient times, etc. All were utterly vulnerable, unable to withstand a single blow. As his long saber swung, the blood of heavenly supremes wildly sprayed. The heads of heavenly supremes rolled. One heavenly supreme after another fell in pools of blood. They died just like that, in mere moments. Over 30 heavenly supremes were all slain by Xian's saber, the peerless heavenly supremes from central continent, who had cultivated to the peak of the heavenly supreme realm, and with another breakthrough could glimpse the emperor realm, and saw the path to emperorhood, were still like ants, no different from dust. As the long saber slashed past, peerless heavenly supremes lost their lives. Couldn't even block the long blade's dust. Justly renowned for the profound ancient schemes of the ancient era. Each and every one seemed to have an undeserved reputation. Like paper foxes. So weak they couldn't withstand a single blow. Easily, they were by the long blade, all slashed apart. Impossible. This is absolutely fake. Central Province and others, Third Brother and the powerful cultivators who came along were all trembling in fear, unable to believe the scene they were witnessing. On Xian's body, there was no earthly venerable aura emitted, nor any earthly venerable majesty. Yet the result was that he was as strong and terrifying as an earthly venerable being. When killing heavenly venerables, it was simply too easy. Even simpler and easier than slaughtering chickens and dogs. My heavens! Is this truly our Li family's forefather? The entire Li family widened their eyes, seriously doubting if they were dreaming. Could their Li family truly give birth to such a powerful forefather? The heavenly venerables of the world. They're almost all killed off by their forefather, aren't they? They felt it was incredibly dreamlike and unrealistic. Some even frantically slapped their own faces to see if they were truly dreaming. Stop slapping. You're dreaming if you think you can dream such a dream. You wouldn't even dream of it. Nor would you dare to dream such a thing. Would you? Someone from the Li family said. Boom! An earthly venerable aura surged wildly, emitting overwhelming murderous intent. The earthly venerable being, who had not yet appeared, was furious. The murderous intent was almost materializing. The people present instantly fell silent. A deathly silence fell. Everyone felt even more as if their hearts were fiercely clutched by an unseen hand. Feeling suffocated, on the verge of death. The murderous intent of the earthly venerable being was too terrifying, completely beyond what they could bear. Even if the earthly venerable being didn't move later, merely such pervasive murderous intent, they wouldn't be able to endure it and would all explode and die. Whoosh! In stark contrast, Xian remained calm and indifferent. The long blade in his hand pointed directly at the earthly venerable being. Li family head and Li Fan. Their hearts pounded wildly. Has it truly come to this? Even if it's an earthly venerable being who fell into the quicksand. What then? The long blade pointed directly, ready to strike him down. Xian was calm and indifferent, with no ripple of emotion in his eyes or on his face. The long blade pointed directly at the earthly venerable being. This is an earthly battle about to erupt. Everyone present was severely frightened. At that time, Earthly venerable beings were invisible, not to mention earthly battles, which were undoubtedly even more invisible, especially since this was no ordinary earthly battle. Once it erupted, it would inevitably be a life and death battle. A life and death earthly battle. This should be something that had never happened before at that time. If word got out, it would inevitably shake the entire world. The sky boomed and the earth was in chaotic battle, as if a great earthquake had occurred. The world shook incessantly. The terrifying earthly venerable aura was like a flood bursting its banks, surging powerfully. The earthly venerable being finally emerged, allowing people to see this earthly venerable. His body was tall and massive. He appeared middle-aged, his vital energy vigorous like a true dragon. Between his raised hands and feet, supreme earthly power circulated. His gaze was on par with a heaven and earth ruler. He could step on everything in heaven and earth. Couldn't he? He didn't say anything. He directly made his move, raising his hand, unleashing a terrifyingly peerless earthly art. The heavenly Dao boomed, manifesting within the earthly art, condensing into countless great mountains. With a roar, they blasted towards Xian. Heaven and earth instantly all turned dark. Not a trace of light could be seen. Countless great mountains obscured the sky. When they crashed down, it was as if the entire sky pressed down. A mere quasi-earthly venerable dares to be presumptuous. Xian raised his blade and advanced. Indeed, this earthly venerable being was not a true earthly venerable. He had not yet become an earthly venerable. He had merely touched upon the earth realm domain, mastered part of the earthly power, but had not truly become an earthly venerable. What? This is actually just a quasi-earthly venerable. People were shocked, unable to believe it. Their pupils were filled with disbelief and shock. A single quasi-earthly venerable was already so terrifying, like a heaven and earth ruler who could step on everything between heaven and earth. Then what about the true earthly venerables? How terrifying would they be? How terrifying would the great earthly venerables be? And the emperors standing at the absolute peak of the earth realm? How unfathomable would they be? Simply unimaginable. The earth realm is the highest cultivation realm in the world. Within it, it is vast and boundless. Just entering the earth realm, one is a quasi-emperor. Further up are great emperors, divine emperors, saint emperors, emperor venerables, heavenly emperors. A quasi-emperor is also an emperor. The quasi-emperor who killed venerables sneered, carrying incomparable confidence. As he said, a quasi-emperor is also an emperor. And the most important point to become an emperor is to have absolute confidence. If there is no absolute confidence, it's fundamentally impossible to become an emperor. Even a quasi-emperor absolutely cannot succeed. However, very quickly, in the next instant, his absolute confidence collapsed. Fear appeared in his heart. The terrifyingly peerless technique. The countless great mountains, carrying vast earthly power. Each great mountain could easily shake to death large numbers of heavenly venerables. As a result, Xian merely swung his blade once. The countless great mountains were instantly slashed to pieces. The terrifyingly peerless technique was thus easily broken. The gap was too obvious. His pupils sharply contracted. His heart pounded violently. Ever since becoming a quasi-emperor, he had never lost his composure. Even more fearful, now he completely lost his composure. Fear spread throughout his entire body. The terrifyingly peerless technique he unleashed. The great mountains, like heaven, it was one of his strongest trump cards. Yet it was casually slashed to pieces by Xian. How could he not be horrified? How could he not be afraid? Please, two Taoist friends, come out and fight alongside me. Let's jointly slay this fiend. He was flung back, roaring loudly, never having been so panicked as now. He felt the presence of death. If no one helped him, he would surely die under Xian's blade. Boom! Boom! Terrifying explosion sounds echoed throughout heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shook even more violently. Two terrifying streams of earthly venerable aura burst forth, shaking the cosmos. Two quasi-emperors made their move, launching an assault on Xian. What? There were actually 3 quasi-emperors who came along. Many people widened their eyes, they were almost scared to death. They thought it was only one emperor-level being who came along. But it turned out to be 3. 3 emperor-level beings jointly attacked. This was at that time unprecedented. They trembled with fear. Today's battle, no matter the outcome, was destined to become a historic day. It would be remembered by later generations. Although a quasi-emperor has not truly become an emperor, they have touched upon the emperor's domain, mastered part of the imperial power, and can be called an emperor-level being. The earliest quasi-emperor to make a move, with a boom, he unleashed a flawless earthly artifact. This was an earthly umbrella, a true earthly weapon. When fully activated, could unleash true earthly venerable might. The other 2 quasi-emperors who made a move saw Li Xian's terrifying slash displayed earlier. They dared not have the slightest carelessness or underestimate him. They immediately unleashed earthly weapons. 2 flawless earthly weapons. Not putting quasi-emperors in your eyes. How dare you? A quasi-emperor is also an emperor. Not to be profaned. Kill! The 2 quasi-emperors coldly shouted. Their voices shook the entire world. Their aura wildly soared. They exhausted all their strength to activate the emperor weapons they unleashed. No matter what, they must slay Li Xian. Emperors cannot be insulted. And quasi-emperors cannot be insulted. The 3 quasi-emperors all came from Central Province. The terrifying foundation of Central Province was also fully revealed without a doubt at this moment. Earthly venerables were invisible at that time, and earthly weapons were at that time also invisible. Yet the 3 quasi-emperors actually immediately unleashed 3 flawless earthly weapons. This was truly terrifying, truly frightening. One must know that in the Eastern Barrens, Northern Abyss, Western Rivers, Southern Ridges, and other regions, earthly weapons were limited in number. There weren't many in total. Yet the 3 quasi-emperors from Central Province, each of them had an earthly weapon. The true depths of Xianxia are undoubtedly profound, extremely unfathomable, far from comparable to the Eastern Wasteland and the other 4 regions. Not to mention you are not even true emperors yet. Even if you were true emperors, you wouldn't dare to speak such words in front of me. Li Xian spoke softly, still calm, completely disregarding the 3 quasi-emperors. Everyone in the arena was trembling with fear. The 3 quasi-emperors, carrying 3 flawless earthly weapons, had come to kill. It was as if 3 true emperors were making a move. What kind of a situation was this? It was terrifying and frightening. Yet Li Xian remained so calm. But they were not calm. He completely disregarded the 3 quasi-emperors. Among them, they were truly about to be scared to death. With a swish, Li Xian raised his saber and walked forward. With a horizontal slash, in an instant, boundless saber light illuminated heaven and earth. The 3 flawless earthly swords were directly met by this saber strike and exploded. The 3 quasi-emperors were also under this saber strike, cut into bloody pulp. Their forms and spirits annihilated, completely perishing. The emperors fell. 3 emperor-level existences were thus cut down by a single saber strike. Everyone's hearts were greatly shaken, and even more, a large number of people fainted on the spot. These were emperor-level existences. In their hearts, they were supreme and peerless beings. Even quasi-emperors were like this. Yet now, there were actually 3 quasi-emperors who, just like that, died before their very eyes. And they were all killed by a single saber strike, completely cut down. Their souls were not attached to their bodies. Their courage was about to be shattered by fear. This was an earthly battle, or rather, a battle of life and death. Yet it ended so quickly. Victory and defeat were decided within a single saber strike. It was hard to believe. One must know that even battles of life and death between cultivators of lower realms would not end so quickly. And for such a supreme battle of life and death, it would even less likely end so quickly. In ancient legends, earthly battles of life and death could last for several years, or even decades, with no clear victor. Several years, or decades, for emperor-level existences, was too short. Often, they would have to fight for over 100 years to decide victory or defeat. Now, in just a moment, victory and defeat were decided with a single saber strike. 3 quasi-emperors were horizontally cut down by a single saber strike. This display was truly shocking. Such a thing was rare in ancient times. Swish! Li Xian waved his hand, and the long saber slowly flew towards Li Fan. "You kill the rest," he spoke softly, facing the highest. The 3 quasi-emperors had all been killed by him. The rest were all inconspicuous underlings. He intended to let Li Fan clear the field, but Li Fan was scared stiff. He even widened his eyes, even if the remaining ones were all underlings. For him, they were also extremely powerful and terrifying existences, especially since he was now crippled, with no cultivation or power within him. "Just pick up the long saber and kill," Li Xian said calmly. Thump, thump, thump. Li Fan's heart was beating violently, like thunder. He took a deep breath. "All right," he gave a heavy response. He reached out and grasped the long saber before him. In that instant, he felt an endless power added to his body. Heaven and earth could all be by him easily trampled underfoot. From then on, he no longer felt fear. He held the saber and charged forward, beginning to clear the field. This place had long since been sealed by Li Xian's power. Not a single person could escape. The long saber carried a terrifying, irresistible power. Li Fan, holding the long saber, was slaughtering the entire field. Before long, Li Fan finished clearing the field. All those who had come to kill Li Xian were all killed. Everything temporarily drew to a close. It was said to be temporary because everything was destined not to just completely draw to a close. Later, even more terrifying great battles would surely erupt. True earthly battles would be staged. When the events that happened here spread, it would inevitably shake heaven and earth. The world was greatly shaken, as expected. The events that happened here spread out, and the entire world instantly seemed as if it had exploded. No one had expected that the holy mansion of the martial emperor of Xianxia, the holy earl, holy sect, holy emperor, and others would casually go to kill Li Xian, but were instead utterly annihilated by Li Xian. And even an emperor's demise event occurred. 3 quasi-emperors were cut down by Li Xian with a single saber strike. It was terrifying and frightening. Unbelievable. This one must be an emperor. The world was greatly shaken. All living beings were severely startled. Even if you beat them to death, they would not have thought that at that time when emperors were not seen, such a terrifying and frightening event would occur, and the emperor's demise appeared. This matter absolutely could not end just like this. The holy sect of the martial emperor of Xianxia, the holy emperor and other powers were to maintain the dignity of the Heavenly Dao Academy and were destroyed. How could the Heavenly Dao Academy let the matter rest? If the Heavenly Dao Academy were to just let the matter rest like this, then the Heavenly Dao Academy would not only lose all dignity, but would also make everyone related to the Heavenly Dao Academy feel disheartened. Believe it. Next, there will certainly be even more terrifying great battles erupting. It was even possible that great emperors would appear. Discussions broke out everywhere in the world. All living beings all had a premonition that next, there would definitely be even more terrifying storms appearing. The most terrifying great battle since that time would erupt. Killing my Heavenly Dao Academy elder. And killing so many fellow Taoists. If we don't eliminate a great demon like you, how can the world be peaceful? The Heavenly Dao Academy, which had been silent in history, now stirred. A cold voice emanated from the Heavenly Dao Academy, resounding throughout the world. Following that, people saw several terrifying figures walk out from within the Heavenly Dao Academy. Each terrifying figure emitted a surging, heaven-shaking emperor-level aura. Their might suppressed heaven and earth. True emperors emerged. Several emperor-level venerables headed together to the eastern wasteland to execute Li Xian. The Heavenly Dao Academy was indeed terrifying. At that time, emperors were not seen, but the Heavenly Dao Academy instantly produced several emperor-level venerables. It was too frightening. There must be great emperors presiding within the Heavenly Dao Academy. Living beings throughout the world cried out in alarm continuously. Their hearts pounded wildly. At that time, emperors were not seen. But today, they not only saw emperors, but also instantly saw several venerables. Boom! Boom! Several terrifying explosions erupted from Kongzhou, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying emperor-level aura spread wildly, sweeping across. Soon after, several more emperor-level venerables appeared. In a single step, they arrived from the side of the several emperor-level venerables who walked out of the Heavenly Dao Academy. They walked shoulder to shoulder with the Heavenly Dao Academy's emperor-level venerables. If it weren't for those years of cultivation in the Heavenly Dao Academy, I absolutely could not have become an emperor. Now that someone dares to provoke the Heavenly Dao Academy so brazenly, I absolutely cannot tolerate it. We must go and kill him together, an emperor said coldly. The Heavenly Dao Academy cannot be insulted. No one can, whether in those ancient eras or at present, the Heavenly Dao Academy is supreme and peerless, not to be blasphemed. Whoever dares to provoke the Heavenly Dao Academy shall be executed without mercy. A cold, low voice resounded throughout the world. The other several emperors said with surging killing intent. Zhongzhou had a total of 8 emperors. 6 emperor-level venerables from the Heavenly Dao Academy stood together. One after another, following more than 10 venerables, emperors advanced, rushing towards the eastern wasteland. Sichuan, Nanling, and Beiyuan, these 3 regions, all had terrifying explosions resounding, and emperor-level aura spread wildly, sweeping across. 5 emperor-level venerables walked out from Sichuan. 3 emperor-level venerables walked out from Nanling, and 2 venerables walked out from Beiyuan. Emperors walked out, and then gathered together, jointly rushing towards the eastern wasteland. When they arrived at the eastern wasteland emitted a terrifying explosion. Emperor-level aura undulated. An emperor walked out from the eastern wasteland and met with the arriving emperors, standing together. In total, more than 20 emperors attacked together. Let alone at present. Even in ancient times, such a sight was rare. It was too terrifying. The world was greatly shaken. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Dao Academy's prestige was terrifyingly high, and also knew that next, there would inevitably be an explosion of a terrifying battle that would shake the past and dazzle the present. But no one had thought that the Heavenly Dao Academy's prestige would be so high, and even more, had not expected that, in the end, there would be a total of over 20 Emperor-level venerables attacking together. What a shocking scene this was, let alone at present. It was rare even in ancient times. Without a doubt, this day was destined to be heavily recorded down. They could even imagine that when people of later generations saw such a record, how shocked and astonished they would be. To be honest, let alone people of later generations, they were all almost overwhelmed by shock and astonishment. Never thought that one day they would actually see such a terrifying and astonishing historic scene. More than 20 emperors together charged over. Is there even a need to fight? Just more than 20 emperors standing there, not even making a move. The people would probably all be scared to death. They say that person is called Li Xian. It's likely this Li Xian will regret it to death. Right? Regret is useless. Li Xian is bound to die. He is destined not to live. The living beings of the world discussed animatedly. In their view, Li Xian was already a dead man, destined to die. The world was in an uproar. Various sounds erupted like a surging tsunami. Not only among the cultivators did it cause a great earthquake. Even ordinary mortals and cities were impacted. Exclamations of shock and awe were incessant. More than 20 emperors. Together. Tact. What kind of terrifying power is this? Not to mention at that time. Even in ancient times when emperor-level beings were numerous. This was absolutely a supreme and terrifying power. The small place where the Li family of the northern eastern wasteland was located instantly became the focus of the world's attention. Old Wang. Stop your damn closed-door cultivation. You might not believe it when I say it. But a great battle broke out then. And it was with more than 20 emperors appearing together. What? Stop dawdling. Let's go quickly to watch the great battle. Countless cultivators went crazy. Using the grand teleportation array, they quickly rushed over. Those powerful experts whose strength was terrifying directly tore through the void and departed. This is a great battle. And it's more than 20 emperors appearing together. If we miss it, we'll certainly regret it for life. More than 20 emperors soared across the sky. Each one unimaginable. Their emperor's might coiling. Supreme and unparalleled. Far from comparable to those 3 quasi-emperors. The gap between quasi-emperors and emperors is too great. They stood above the Li family. The void trembling. Their might sweeping across heaven and earth. Their pressure suppressed all ages. Everyone in the Li family felt their courage about to shatter from fear. More than 20 emperors joined forces to suppress. What a terrifying scene. Before the emperors, they weren't even considered ants. Not even dust. How could they not be scared out of their wits at this moment? Swoosh. A soft light flashed. It enveloped the entire Li family. All emperors' attacks were shattered. Blocked outside the Li family. At the same time, a gentle power flowed through every Li family member's heart. All members of the Li family were no longer in a panic. Their hearts calmed down. Originally, they didn't dare to look directly at the more than 20 emperors outside the Li family. Now they could calmly look at them. The more than 20 emperors, to them, no longer held any trace of threat. It's nothing, no need to be afraid. It's just another wave of people coming to their deaths. Li Xian's calm voice resounded in the ears of all Li family members. The hearts of all Li family members pounded wildly. Is another hellish event about to happen? Ancestor Li Xian is going to slaughter all the more than 20 emperors outside. Swoosh! A brilliant light flashed. Li Xian stepped out and appeared outside the Li family. Wave after wave, it never ends. Do you really think I have no temper? I will go to the Heavenly Dao Academy next. Li Xian's voice was a bit cold. Wave after wave, it was endless. He was getting a bit angry. Did they really think he had no temper? He would personally go to the Heavenly Dao Academy later. At this moment, quite a few powerful experts had already torn through the void and arrived here. Their cultivation realms were very high, above the Saint realm. Otherwise, their speed couldn't be this fast. But even though their cultivation realms were all above the Saint realm, they didn't dare to approach. They stayed very far away, only daring to observe from an extremely distant location, observing from afar. However, their cultivation realms were too high, so even though they were very far away, they still clearly heard what Li Xian said. What? I didn't mishear, did I? It's fake. They gasped cold air repeatedly. They were all severely shocked by Li Xian's words, so shocked they couldn't believe it. Did I hear wrong? Oh my god. Li Xian is too arrogant. Isn't he? He's simply arrogant beyond limits. More than 20 emperors are coming to kill him. Yet Li Xian shows no fear at all. Not only that, he even said he would go to the Heavenly Dao Academy later. How incredibly arrogant. He clearly doesn't put the more than 20 emperors in his eyes. He also clearly doesn't put the Heavenly Dao Academy in his eyes. This completely exceeded their expectations. It made them never expect that before coming. They all thought Li Xian would be scared shitless by the more than 20 emperors. Boom! The void violently shook, and then wildly tore open. One terrifying black hole after another appeared in the sky. The more than 20 emperors were all furious, their terrifying aura sweeping across heaven and earth. Even the starry sky beyond the heavens was strongly impacted. Countless stars were thrown into disarray. You don't know death from life. Kill. Who do you think you are to actually dare to utter such words? Today, even a good death will be hard for you. You still want to go to the Heavenly Dao Academy? Go in your next life. No, in your next life, you won't even be qualified to step into the Heavenly Dao Academy. We will slay you now. All the emperor-level existences sneered, with monstrous rage and killing intent. They terrifyingly and boundlessly charged towards Xian. An emperor's rage can cause millions of corpses. This is not a joke. Retreat quickly. Run fast. The extremely distant Saint Realm experts watching the battle all unleashed their fastest speed, fleeing for their lives. The emperor-level existences were still furiously attacking, each strike extremely terrifying. Even though their current position was already far enough, they still felt unsafe, feeling that they would be affected. Facts proved their feeling was correct. The emperor-level existences struck in anger, their power terrifying beyond imagination. In just a moment, the terrifying power fluctuations swept to their original location. And their original location was also instantly swept clean by the surging terrifying power fluctuations. Nothing remained. It disappeared. If they hadn't fled rapidly, they would have also ceased to exist in an instant and completely died. However, even though they had fled fast enough, they still couldn't escape completely. They were slightly affected. But even with just a slight impact, their bodies that were affected bled profusely. Is this the terror of emperor-level existences? It's too terrifying. They ignored the pain in their bodies, continuing their frantic escape until they left the eastern wasteland and arrived in the northern abyss. Only then did they stop. And without exception, their entire bodies were covered in blood and gore, looking as miserable as could be. They had suffered severe injuries. They were full of bruises and were extremely scared after the fact. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. They looked completely like survivors who had escaped a disaster. Their faces were black, and in their eyes, there was boundless terror. Emperor-level existences attacking are truly too terrifying. If they hadn't fled fast enough, they would all surely have died in that great battle. It's truly not something you can casually watch. Watching a great battle is too easy to lose your life. They shivered, vowing never to casually watch a great battle again. At the same time, several emperor-level existences attacked frantically, holding nothing back. They immediately unleashed world-shaking emperor arts. One after another, none were careless and did not underestimate Xian. More than 20 emperors came to kill Xian. Xian showed no fear. And not only that, he even spoke such arrogant words. In this situation, how could they still be careless? How could they still underestimate Xian? Xian was undoubtedly not easy to deal with, possessing extremely powerful strength. Otherwise, how would Xian dare to be so audacious? Each unleashed world-shaking emperor arts, yet still didn't feel secure enough. They also brought out the emperor weapons that had always accompanied them, unleashing them all. And in the first instant, they activated the power of these emperor weapons to their utmost limit. When these emperor weapons erupted with their strongest power, the emperor arts and emperor weapons officially shook the universe. Several emperors, with cold expressions, attacked without any reservations. One was crazier than the next. Didn't care about the earth techniques and earth weapons they unleashed, or what kind of destruction they would cause. World-shaking earth techniques, followed by ancient, powerful earth weapons forged over endless years. When such earth techniques and earth weapons descended, they were bound to cause incredibly terrifying destruction. Not to mention Li Jia would be instantly annihilated, no longer existing. Even the entire Eastern Barrens was destined not to escape, to be completely sunk. The billions of living beings within the Eastern Barrens would instantly perish tragically. The several great emperors who attacked all knew this, but they were completely indifferent. Their attacks grew even more frantic. For them, the most important thing was to kill Xian. Other things, like the Eastern Barrens being sunk, or countless beings in the Eastern Barrens perishing tragically, weren't important. All beneath the heavens were mere ants. Who would care about the lives and deaths of ants? Furthermore, if the Eastern Barrens was sunk, what did it have to do with them? They didn't live in the Eastern Barrens anyway. Only the one great emperor from the Eastern Barrens had an ashen, grim expression. He wanted to stop them but couldn't. How could he stop them? He was the only great emperor in the Eastern Barrens. How could he possibly stop them? Fortunately, the Taoist lineage behind him had deep foundations and could withstand such an impact. No problems would arise, and other Taoist lineages wouldn't care much. If the Eastern Barrens was sunk, then it was sunk. There was no so-called big deal. At worst, their Taoist lineage would go to Central State to settle. Anyway, their Taoist lineage already had plans to settle in Central State. The environment in the Eastern Barrens was getting worse and worse, which was unfavorable for their development. As for the billions of countless Eastern Barrens beings perishing tragically, that was even less of a concern. These beings had no relation to him anyway. If they died, they died. One could only say these beings had bad luck. That was all. Xian was finished. The Eastern Barrens was also finished. Provoking and challenging the Heavenly Tao Institute, he was destined for a dead end. Unable to survive. Over in Beiyuan, the Saint Realm powerhouses watching the battle were all discussing animatedly. The several great emperors were too terrifying. Not only did each unleash world-shaking emperor arts, but they also each unleashed ancient, powerful earth weapons. How could Xian possibly block them? He was destined to die. However, in the next instant, something happened that was extremely beyond their expectations. Something that could literally scare them to death. Facing the terrifying earth techniques and earth weapons raining down, Xian was seen merely taking one step forward, completely unperturbed. It was this single step that far exceeded their imagination, almost scaring them to death. With one step, all the earth techniques were instantly shattered, their power completely dissipated. All the earth weapons exploded with a roar, shattering into countless fragments. Impossible! The several great emperors' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes filled with infinite disbelief. Then, amidst their shocked cries, they burst into bloody mist, completely dying, their blood scattering. It stained the mountains and earth crimson. The several great emperors didn't even leave behind complete corpses. Just like that, they were killed by a single step. The dozen or so great emperors hadn't reacted at all. When they finally reacted, their eyes and faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In one step, he shattered earth techniques, crushed earth weapons, and executed several great emperors. How was this possible? They all felt as if they'd been electrocuted, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their scalps tingling intensely. Cold sweat continuously streamed down. This was completely beyond their expectations, something they had never imagined. Xian was too terrifying. Run! They had completely lost their nerve, no longer daring to fight. They all frantically tore at the void, wanting to quickly leave this place. The void couldn't be torn. We can't leave. Their expressions grew uglier by the moment. This heaven and earth had been sealed. They simply couldn't tear open the void. They couldn't leave this place. Want to leave? Did you ask me? Xian coldly eyed the remaining dozen or so great emperors. These great emperors had joined forces to kill him, and even completely disregarded the lives and deaths of billions of beings in the Eastern Barrens, launching a fierce attack. Now that they had witnessed his power, they no longer dared to fight him, and just wanted to casually walk away. How could there be such a good thing? None of these great emperors would escape. They would all die here. Li Xian, are you fierce enough? But you alone are destined to be unable to contend with our entire Heavenly Dao Institute. You've also seen the prestige of our Heavenly Dao Institute. To be an enemy of our Heavenly Dao Institute is equivalent to being an enemy of the entire world. If you stop now, then please bow your head and admit your mistake to our Heavenly Dao Institute. I can return to the Institute and plead for you, so your fate won't be too tragic. A great emperor from the Heavenly Dao Institute said. What pleading? It was all his current pretense. His goal was simply to stabilize Li Xian. The Heavenly Dao Institute's elder was killed. The sacred lands within their grasp, sacred nations, sacred sects, sacred clans, etc. were annihilated. Now several great emperors had died tragically. What was there to plead for? The Heavenly Dao Institute could not possibly let Li Xian go. They would definitely execute Li Xian. Otherwise, how would the Heavenly Dao Institute explain to the world? How would the world view the Heavenly Dao Institute? In short, Li Xian must die. Earthly blood sprayed wildly. Li Xian said nothing and took another step forward. The great emperor from the Heavenly Dao Institute who had been speaking instantly exploded completely, utterly dead. His blood splattered onto the surrounding great emperors, who had never imagined Li Xian would be so fierce, so ruthless, so powerful. In one step, he killed a great emperor from the Heavenly Dao Institute. The remaining great emperors all attacked frantically. Various ancient and powerful earth weapons were unleashed by them. Various terrifying and harmful methods were employed by them. They fought desperately, determined to kill, for if they didn't kill Li Xian, they were destined not to survive. Li Xian would absolutely not let them go. Regardless, Li Xian took a step, and one great emperor after another, like blood-colored fireworks, exploded with a roar. Their desperate emperor weapons and terrifying methods unleashed were completely useless, not even stirring up a single ripple. The remaining dozen or so great emperors were all killed by Li Xian in one step, like exploding blood-colored fireworks. The Saint Realm powerhouses watching the battle in Beiyuan had their souls scared out of them. Even if you beat them to death, they wouldn't have imagined someone could continuously kill over 20 great emperors with mere steps. They furthermore never thought that one day they would actually be able to witness such earthly fireworks. Li Jia's members, from top to bottom, were incredibly shocked. Over 20 great emperors attacking together. By all appearances, it was a certain death situation. Yet, their ancestor Li Xian was terrifyingly powerful, killing over 20 great emperors all by himself. Moreover, their ancestor Li Xian killed them so easily, so casually. In just one step, he killed over 20 great emperors. Do you really think I have no temper? Li Xian's voice grew cold. You too. Follow me to the Heavenly Dao Institute for a trip. Seeing more grand spectacles will be good for you. Li Xian turned to look at the Li family head and Li Fan. Then, the Li family heads and Li Fan's figures vanished. Their figures reappeared, having already arrived above the Heavenly Dao Institute. The Heavenly Dao Institute was beneath their feet. The Heavenly Dao Institute was then the most prestigious academy, having once nurtured many great emperors. It possessed the highest reputation among academies of the land, with an ancient and long-standing heritage. Its foundations were unfathomably deep. At that time, all powers and strong cultivators dared not show the slightest disrespect to the Heavenly Dao Institute. They all held the Heavenly Dao Institute in great reverence. Yet, Li Xian and the two others actually stood brazenly in the sky above the Heavenly Dao Institute, in the clouds, as if trampling the Heavenly Dao Institute underfoot, showing absolutely no respect for it. This was simply unprecedented. Throughout endless long years, whether in those ancient eras or in the current era, no one had ever dared to do as Li Xian and the two others did, standing brazenly above the Heavenly Dao Institute, trampling it underfoot, looking down from above. This was the Heavenly Dao Institute. Any being that came to the Heavenly Dao Institute's vicinity no matter how strong their cultivation, after approaching the Heavenly Dao Institute, would stop flying and walk towards the Heavenly Dao Institute to show respect for the Heavenly Dao Academy. Xianxia, did I see it wrong? How come it seems like there are 3 people above our Heavenly Dao Academy? Inside the Heavenly Dao Academy, a young student happened to look up and saw Xian. Their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Beside him was an older student. What are you thinking? You must have seen wrong. Who would dare stand above our Heavenly Dao Academy? Even a peerless great emperor, when coming to our Heavenly Dao Academy, would fly down from the sky upon approach, and walk to our Heavenly Dao Academy. The older student did not bother to look up. He lectured the young student with an air of seniority, because he knew very well that no one dared stand above the Heavenly Dao Academy. Not in ancient times and certainly not now. No, there really are people, and this person is someone our Heavenly Dao Academy wants to kill. Xian, the young student cried out in alarm. The older student then looked up. What? He's not dead, and he's appeared above our Heavenly Dao Academy. The older student's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. More than 20 emperors went together to kill him. He's not dead, standing above the Heavenly Dao Academy. What? What does he want to do? The Heavenly Dao Academy erupted. More students saw the figure of Xian and his 2 companions standing in the sky above the Heavenly Dao Academy. They were all deeply affected. They never expected Xian to appear above their Heavenly Dao Academy. Could it be that the more than 20 emperors who went to kill him, were all killed by him? This isn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is that he killed more than 20 emperors. The news that Xian had killed more than 20 emperors in quick succession with each step reached the Heavenly Dao Academy, and instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Dao Academy. A thunderous cry of alarm immediately rang out from the Heavenly Dao Academy. All the students were utterly shocked. They couldn't believe this news. At the same time, this news also spread throughout the entire world. All living beings at that time were inexplicably shaken. Many living beings who were on their way to the Eastern Barrens, expecting to witness the great battle, all widened their eyes. No way. They haven't even reached the Eastern Barrens yet, and the great battle is over. More than 20 emperors were annihilated by Xian. He went to the Heavenly Dao Academy. And now, he's standing above the Heavenly Dao Academy. Even more explosive and terrifying news spread. All living beings' hearts suddenly trembled. Is Xian really that fierce? He even killed his way to the Heavenly Dao Academy? Quick! Hurry to the Heavenly Dao Academy. Go! Don't miss everything in the end. The heavens at that time might change. All living beings frantically rushed towards the Heavenly Dao Academy, fearing that if they arrived late, they wouldn't see anything. Within the Heavenly Dao Academy, terrifying and dreadful auras continuously erupted. Boundless crimson light shot into the sky, as if piercing through the firmament. The unfathomable foundation of the Heavenly Dao Academy began to manifest in the world. A great emperor walked out, his entire body wreathed in supreme imperial light. He arrived above the clouds, confronting Xian. The powerhouses from the central plains had already rushed over, but dared not draw near, instead observing from an extreme distance. From afar, they gazed at the Heavenly Dao Academy, where indeed a great emperor had appeared. A powerful expert spoke. The rumors are true. A great emperor has emerged from within the Heavenly Dao Academy, behind Xian. Patriarch Li and Li Fan looked at the great emperor who was so close. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. This is a great emperor. In those ancient times, great emperors possessed boundless prestige, let alone in the present era. To be honest, before this, they never even dreamed that they would be able to see a great emperor. The immense pressure and impact that the great emperor brought to them was truly too great. Even though they knew their ancestor Xian was no weaker than a great emperor, and might even be stronger than a great emperor, they still couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts at this moment. They dared not face the great emperor of the Heavenly Dao Academy. You've seen too few grand spectacles. In the future, I still need to take you to see more grand spectacles. What's a mere great emperor worth? Even the heavens and earth cannot act presumptuously before your ancestor. Li Xian spoke calmly. Even the heavens and earth cannot act presumptuously. Patriarch Li and Li Fan trembled in their hearts. Is their ancestor really that confident? For a moment, they were all parched and speechless. They couldn't speak. Even the heavens and earth cannot act presumptuously? What a boastful tone. This is only because a great calamity occurred at that time, and the heavens and earth do not manifest. Otherwise, just based on that sentence you uttered, you would be erased by the unseen power of the heavens and earth. The great emperor of Heavenly Dao Academy said coldly. Well said. The world has truly changed. What kind of fellow dares to disrespect the heavens and earth? The world trembled, and a supreme imperial sound resonated. Another great emperor walked out. He stood with the great emperor of the Heavenly Dao Academy. He came from a certain ancient imperial clan in the Central Plains. He had a very good relationship with the Heavenly Dao Academy. He had specifically come to assist the Heavenly Dao Academy. The world has indeed changed. Not only do people disrespect the heavens and earth, but someone even dares to attack the Heavenly Dao Academy. This is something that has never happened in any era before. Another supreme imperial sound resonated. The Grand Dao and the imperial sound resonated together. Constant roar. Another great emperor walked out from the Central Plains. He stood on the side of the Heavenly Dao Academy's great emperor. He had also come to assist the Heavenly Dao Academy. His relationship with the Heavenly Dao Academy was close. He also came from a certain ancient imperial clan. You dare to attack the Heavenly Dao Academy? How many lives do you have to spare? A cold voice, carrying monstrous killing intent, rang out. Another great emperor from the Central Plains walked out to assist the Heavenly Dao Academy. He also came from a certain imperial clan and had a very good relationship with the Heavenly Dao Academy. The powerhouses observing from afar couldn't help but gasp repeatedly. Their hearts were utterly shaken. The prestige of the Heavenly Dao Academy at that time was truly too high. 3 great emperors had actually walked out directly to assist the Heavenly Dao Academy. One must know that great emperors, to avoid consumption, never manifested in the world. They always remained in slumber. Yet now, 3 great emperors had consecutively come to assist the Heavenly Dao Academy. The prestige held by the Heavenly Dao Academy was truly terrifying and frightening. Does the Heavenly Dao Academy only have one great emperor? I don't think so. Perhaps there are still other great emperors. This Li Xian has most likely underestimated the Heavenly Dao Academy's strength. He's going to suffer a great loss, they discussed animatedly, all believing that Li Xian was in trouble. Above the Heavenly Dao Academy, 4 great emperors stood side by side. Supreme imperial might flowed, each one pressing down on 10,000 acres. Their terror was monstrous, as if they had stepped out of ancient history. All living beings were inexplicably shaken. Their blood boiled with excitement. These are great emperors. They were rarely seen even in ancient times, let alone in the present era. At that time, a great calamity that almost destroyed the world had occurred, including the supreme heavens and earth. All had perished in that almost world-destroying calamity. The environment of heaven and earth had also become exceptionally harsh due to that calamity. Cultivation became incredibly difficult. Becoming a great emperor became an almost impossible fantasy. No one had become a great emperor at that time. The supreme beings of the imperial realm had all become unseen at that time. Yet now, 4 great emperors had actually manifested in the world. How could this not be shocking? How could their blood not boil with excitement? The living beings who saw the great emperors all burst into an uproar. However, their excitement quickly cooled down. Li Xian, facing the 4 great emperors, actually showed no respect for them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Is that all you have? It was not enough to be above Iundan. Li Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome and refined face was calm and indifferent. Truly arrogant. These are great emperors. They could sweep across the world unrivaled even in ancient times, let alone in the present era. Some living beings were furious. believing Li Xian was too arrogant, destroying the invincible and lofty image of great emperors in their hearts. The 4 great emperors' eyes glowed with cold intensity. Killing intent covered the sky and earth. As great emperors, who dares to despise them? And such a degree of contempt? This has never happened before. For are not enough for you to kill? Can fulfill your heavenly Tao wish. A cold voice spread, and instantly the temperature of heaven and earth plummeted, as if a world of ice and snow had descended. All living beings in Central Continent couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold that cold chi seeped from their very bones. It wasn't just Central Continent. Even the 4 regions of Eastern Barren, Northern Abyss, Southern Ridge, and Western River. The temperature dropped. Piercingly cold. Countless supreme imperial lights shot into the sky, illuminating the entire world. Terrifying might swept across heaven and earth. The void rumbled incessantly. 2 terrifying figures emerged from the heavenly Tao Academy. They walked out. 2 more great emperors. The heavenly Tao Academy is truly terrifying, countless living beings exclaimed in shock. The heavenly Tao Academy's foundation is truly profound, enough to scare people to death. Unexpectedly, a total of 3 great emperors walked out. This was too astounding. Which lineage or force could possibly have 3 great emperors? 3 great emperors from Heavenly Tao Academy. 3 great emperors from Central Continent. A total of 6 great emperors stood opposite Li Xian. This was absolutely an unprecedented sight at that time. All living beings who witnessed this scene, their hearts all pounded violently. Their hearts even pounded so violently they felt like they would leap out of their chests. 6 are still not enough. Li Xian was calm and composed. His face still showed not a ripple of emotion. The expressions of the 6 great emperors grew increasingly troubled. Anger surged within their eyes. Too arrogant. 6 great emperors are not even put in his eyes. Stop pretending. Let's fight in the starry sky. I'd like to see how powerful you truly are, a great emperor said with surging killing intent. Below them was the Heavenly Tao Academy, and it was still located within Central Continent. If a great battle were to erupt here, even if the Heavenly Tao Academy's heritage was ancient and its defenses unfathomable, it would inevitably suffer some impact. Central Continent, however, would be even worse off. It would immediately be reduced to ruins. They all lived within Central Continent. Naturally, they couldn't let such a thing happen. If it weren't for this, if it were Eastern Barren, Northern Abyss, Southern Ridge, Western River, the 4 regions, they would have directly attacked. If the other 4 regions were destroyed, then so be it. They wouldn't care. A battle in the starry sky? You're really something. Now you know how to be considerate. When your people came to kill at our Li family, why didn't you have such concerns? You directly attacked, completely disregarding what terrifying destruction a battle would cause, and didn't care at all whether Eastern Barren would be destroyed. The Li family head said bitterly, "These great enemies opposite us are simply too hypocritical. At your own doorstep, it's a battle in the starry sky, but in other places, it's whatever, directly attacking regardless of whether other places would be destroyed." He no longer harbored fear of great emperors in his heart. Earlier, when old ancestor Li Xian spoke with Li Fan, a gentle power had swept through his heart, shattering his fear of great emperors. Now he could face great emperors with complete calmness. Li Fan was also the same, no longer fearing great emperors. After the Li family head spoke these words, the expressions of the 6 great emperors immediately turned cold. Li Xian is one thing, but what is this Li family head? His cultivation realm is so low, he's not even as good as an ant. Yet he dares to speak like this? A thing not even as good as an ant. What right do you have to speak here? That great emperor who spoke of fighting in the starry sky. His emperor's eyes bloomed with terrifying light. He coldly looked at the Li family head. This was no ordinary glance. It contained a great emperor's Taoist incantation. Even a powerful cultivator below the great emperor realm facing it would absolutely not be able to withstand it. They would be utterly annihilated by the great emperor's Taoist incantation. What are you? How dare you say such things to our Li family head? As he spoke, Li Xian's crimson-black long hair fluttered. With a poof, this great emperor spat out true blood. As if struck by a heavy blow, his body swayed precariously. At the same time, boundless pressure assailed him, locking him down. He felt as if all the heavens were pressing down on his body. With a bang, no matter how he tried to control it, his legs bent and he knelt on the clouds. Ah! He plunged into madness. He let out a sky-shattering roar. Great explosions continuously erupted in the void. As a great emperor, he was actually, by one word, forced to kneel on the clouds. This was unbearable for him. He was about to go completely insane. Impossible! How is that possible? Terrifying. A large number of living beings cried out in alarm. Their courage was shattered. A supreme and peerless great emperor couldn't withstand a single glance, forced by one word. To kneel on the clouds? How is this possible? This is even more unrealistic than a fantasy, more dreamlike and unbelievable. The expressions of the other 5 great emperors all changed. Strong misgivings flashed in their eyes. None of them had expected Li Xian to be so terrifying, forcing a great emperor to kneel on the clouds with a single word. How much power must one possess to achieve this? They all realized. Li Xian was extremely terrifying. It was very possible he had already cultivated to the peak of the great emperor realm. He might even have possibly touched upon the divine realm beyond great emperors. "You go die!" roared the great emperor kneeling on the clouds. He attacked furiously, a supreme great emperor weapon bursting forth from within him. It charged towards Li Xian with a roar. Under the watchful eyes of all, he had been forced to kneel on the clouds by a single word. He had completely gone mad. All thoughts of the heavenly Dao Academy below, or central continent being destroyed, etc., were all thrown to the back of his mind. His mind was now filled with a single thought. That was to kill Li Xian. No matter what. The great emperor weapon tore through the firmament. Its terrifying momentum burst forth with countless rays of imperial light, instantly illuminating the entire world. The supreme great emperor, kneeling on the clouds, had completely gone mad, fully unleashing the might of the great emperor weapon, completely disregarding what terrifying destruction such a fully unleashed great emperor weapon would cause. Such a fully unleashed great emperor weapon, let alone central continent, even the entire world would be destroyed. You are indeed very strong, but so what? Even if you are a divine emperor, today you must die here. The heavenly Dao Academy, great emperors made their moves, no longer caring so much. One raised a hand and conjured a scroll imbued with supreme Taoist charm. The scroll unfurled. Depicted on it was a majestic figure who disdained heaven and earth. This was a portrait of a heavenly emperor. The majestic figure on the painting who disdained heaven and earth was precisely one of their heavenly Dao Academy's heavenly emperors from an ancient era. Their heavenly Dao Academy, in ancient times, had produced many heavenly emperors. With a rumble, the long river of time and space churned frantically. The scroll resonated with a certain ancient era. A certain power followed the river of time and space and landed on the scroll. In an instant, the scroll bloomed with immeasurable, dazzling, divine radiance, and moreover, a wisp of heavenly emperor aura flowed out. The ancient heavenly emperor on the scroll seemed to come alive and walked out of the scroll, then gradually solidified. He gazed, as if an ancient heavenly emperor had truly descended. Dare to take heavenly Dao as a name. If our heavenly Dao Academy had no strength and defense, how could it bear such a name with great karmic implications? And you, Junior, are destined to die here today. Another great emperor from the heavenly Dao Academy also made a move. He conjured a damaged heavenly emperor weapon. A heavenly emperor broken blade. This heavenly emperor blade was damaged during that great calamity at the time. Half of it was shattered, but it was still a heavenly emperor weapon after all. Under his full power, could slay even a divine emperor. No matter how strong you are, you cannot shake the foundation of our Heavenly Dao Academy. In an instant, another Heavenly Dao Academy Great Emperor also made a move. He conjured a complete Heavenly Emperor killing formation. Although this is only one Heavenly Emperor killing formation, but it is complete enough. Without the slightest flaw. Slaying divine emperors is nothing. You are merely a petty villain, from the moment you killed the Heavenly Dao Academies. Elder. You were already a dead man. The two great emperors from Central Continent also made their moves. Each brought out their top-tier great emperor weapons that they unleashed. They didn't have the Heavenly Dao Academies. Terrifying and dreadful foundation. But under their full power activation. These two top-tier great emperor weapons also absolutely could unleash terrifying power that could not be underestimated. Boom! Terrifying explosion sounds resounded through the cosmos. The ancient being that walked out of the scroll. The Heavenly Emperor, carrying a wisp of Heavenly Emperor might, suppressed and killed Xian. Heavenly Emperor might. Even if it was just a wisp, it was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. It could easily suppress and kill a divine emperor. With a bang, Xian made his move. He slapped out with his palm. The ancient Heavenly Emperor that walked out of the scroll was even weaker than something made of paper. It was directly slapped apart by Xian's massive palm. The heaven-earth severing blade slashed forth. The void was continuously torn apart. The fourth heavenly fiend was sliced into two halves, let alone blocking the heaven-earth severing blade. The divine emperor couldn't even the heaven-earth severing blade burst forth with blade light that was destined to be unstoppable. He would be sliced into dust by the blade light. However, Xian stretched out a hand, directly grasping this heaven-earth severing blade. Then, this heaven-earth severing blade completely shattered into dust. A complete heaven-earth sand formation enveloped the entire world. The heaven-earth level essence pulsed wildly, releasing terrifying power fluctuations that made even divine emperors feel their hearts pound with fear, powerless to resist. This complete heaven-earth sand formation could kill several divine emperors with extreme ease and simplicity. Boom! Xian pointed a finger out. This complete heaven-earth sand formation instantly exploded completely, utterly destroyed. Three top-tier earth weapons couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. Xian merely flicked his sleeve, and the three top-tier earth weapons instantly exploded, completely shattering. This world was completely sealed by Xian's power, without a shred of power leaking out. Otherwise, let alone, the entire world would have long been shattered. The six great emperors were all filled with horror and fear, their bodies trembling like sieving chaff. How could the opponent be so terrifying? Completely exceeded their expectations. The beings watching from afar were even more terrified. There was still such a terrifying existence at that time? Huge waves surged in their hearts. They all realized that the Heavenly Dao Institute, which had always stood firm, might fall this time. Their bodies turned cold. They truly couldn't believe that someone could, with the power of one person, shake the Heavenly Dao Institute. This was destined to be a world-shaking major event that, when passed down to future generations, few would likely believe. I originally thought I would just be so ordinary and dull. Who knew that the old man would be so ordinary and dull? So be it. Then let this old man, before becoming dull, exert my last bit of light and warmth on the battlefield. Let the world understand that the Heavenly Dao Institute is unshakable. Just then, a hoary, ancient voice came from within the Heavenly Dao Institute. A frail, aged figure walked out from within the Heavenly Dao Institute. He was hunched over. His hair was sparse, with not many strands left. His entire body was so thin, with skin clinging to his scalp, leaving only skin and bones. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, like a dried corpse. He was on the verge of death. Old and frail, he wouldn't live much longer. The beings watching from afar were all greatly shocked. although they didn't recognize this aged individual. On the verge of death. They were all very clear that this aged individual, on the verge of death, must be terrifying to the extreme. This is an old dean from the Heavenly Dao Institute. I was fortunate enough to see him in my youth. But this one had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. An old Supreme exclaimed. Hearing the old Supreme's exclamation, everyone gasped in cold air, their hearts severely frightened. They all knew this old Supreme. This old Supreme had reached his great limit. His lifespan was not much longer. A Supreme could live for 10,000 years. The old dean that the old Supreme saw in his youth. Doesn't this mean that the old dean had already reached the Divine Emperor realm 10,000 years ago? Their hearts were incredibly shaken. He was a Divine Emperor 10,000 years ago. How terrifying must he be now? I really don't want to end like this. If it weren't for the sudden cataclysm that destroyed the world back then, and the heaven-earth environment drastically changed, cultivation would not have become exceptionally difficult. I would certainly have reached the peak of the heaven-earth realm, becoming an unrivaled existence in the heaven-earth. The old dean's cloudy old eyes were filled with unwillingness. He firmly believed he could achieve the heaven-earth realm. Unfortunately, a world-destroying calamity suddenly occurred then. The environment became extremely harsh, and his path to the heaven-earth realm was thus severed. He couldn't, in such a harsh environment, go against the current and step-by-step reach the pinnacle. Never mind, what's the point of this now? Still talking about these things? He shook his head weakly, his lifespan about to run out. Talking about these things again was already meaningless. Young man, don't disappoint me. Show your strongest power. Let me have a good fight before my end. The old dean looked at Xianxia and slowly said. His aura suddenly surged greatly, sweeping away his previous old age and frailty. He seemed to have returned to his prime, his glorious youth. Terrifying aura burst forth, suppressing heaven and earth. Countless suns, moons, and stars trembled. The old dean of the Heavenly Dao Institute returned to his peak prime youth. He swept away his old age and frailty. His hunched, bent body instantly straightened. His pair of cloudy old eyes also became sharp and intimidating, with terrifying light bursting forth, making people dare not meet his gaze directly. Boom! His aura soared. The vast aura of a divine emperor was like a bursting dam, instantly surging and engulfing heaven and earth. He was an old divine emperor. He had accumulated countless years in the divine emperor realm. Although he ultimately failed to break through from the divine emperor realm and enter the saint realm, his terror was beyond doubt. Absolutely unfathomable. He was infinitely close to the saint realm. Unfortunately, he could never truly step into it, and he had already run out of time. Time was ruthless, cutting down all prodigies and heroes. He was no exception. Under the erosion and wear of time, his life was about to reach its end. Kill! He roared. His entire being like an ancient ferocious beast revived. Compared to his previous state of decline and old age, he was completely different, a world apart. He displayed the true might of a divine emperor, capable of shaking the cosmos and overturning heaven and earth. Rumble! A massive explosion sound rang out from deep within the Heavenly Dao Institute, as if thunder had suddenly erupted on flat ground. The world trembled violently. Strand after strand of heaven-earth aura spread and moved. Supreme heaven-earth pressure reappeared in the world. A complete heaven-earth weapon. A heaven-earth sword. From within the Heavenly Dao Institute. Slashed out. Heaven-earth radiance illuminated the eternal firmament, as if heaven and earth had descended upon the world. Even the great Dao flickered unceasingly. The scene was truly horrifying. All living beings in the world were incomparably terrified and shaken. Their bodies uncontrollably bent at the first instant. They knelt down, facing the direction of the heaven-earth sword, continuously kowtowing and prostrating. This is the might of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth manifest in the world, all living beings must kowtow. All must kneel. Boom! The old dean of the Heavenly Dao Institute dared not hesitate. He used all his strength to activate the heaven-earth sword and slash towards Xianxia. His peak, prime state he couldn't maintain for long. He absolutely had to quickly kill Li Xian. He continuously spat out fresh blood. His body swayed violently, unable to sustain the excessively terrifying heaven-earth sword. Even though he was an old divine emperor, and infinitely close to the saint realm, wanting to wield the heaven-earth sword still required paying a huge price. The majestic might of heaven and earth reappeared in the world. The heaven-earth sword, dazzling and brilliant to the point of being unwatchable, carried billions of strands of sword light, and terrifyingly, boundlessly slashed towards Li Xian. This sword carried an unstoppable momentum. It carried the might to cleave through everything, as if a heavenly emperor was making a move. Unfortunately, on the other side was Li Xian. If it were anyone else, they truly wouldn't be able to block it and would be completely cut down by the heaven-earth sword. Even a saint, or even an emperor venerable, would be the same, destined to be unable to block it. The heaven-earth sword unleashed the might of heaven and earth. Nothing beneath heaven and earth could possibly block it. However, in the next instant the entire world became utterly silent. A deathly silence appeared. What happened? They only saw the heaven-earth sword, carrying the might of heaven and earth, slashing towards Li Xian. Li Xian merely slowly extended a palm. In an instant, it passed through the heaven-earth swords, burst forth billions of supreme sword lights, and he grabbed the heaven-earth sword in his hand. Then, the heaven-earth sword in Li Xian's hand shattered and turned into dust. What an incomparably shocking and terrifying scene this was. Searching through all historical records, such a sight was nowhere to be found. All living beings in the world were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the heaven-earth sword they needed to kowtow and prostrate to. He was just choked to death by Li Xian with one hand. A heavenly being. This is a supreme heavenly being. Long afterwards, the world erupted with a golden power that could almost overturn the heavens. A sea of it was born, crushing a heavenly weapon with one hand. Beyond doubt, Li Xian must be a supreme heavenly being. Only a supreme heavenly being could accomplish such a thing. The old dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy had long since collapsed in the clouds. His face was filled with horror and fear. Li Xian, who was opposite him, was actually a heavenly being, and he had actually kept referring to him as a young man. Heavenly being, I originally didn't want to command you, yet you repeatedly attacked our Li family. Do you really think my Li family is easy to bully? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Li Xian's voice grew colder. Heavenly Dao Academy Elder, you are abetting evil. This is the peril of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Seize him. Bring him to the Li family. He killed this Heavenly Dao Academy Elder. Everything should have ended here. He had no intention of pursuing anything against the Heavenly Dao Academy. Who knew that a group of mad dogs, wanting to protect the Heavenly Dao Academy, attacked their Li family. He killed this group of mad dogs. He still had no intention of pursuing anything against the Heavenly Dao Academy. Yet the Heavenly Dao Academy neither reflected nor stopped there. Instead, they personally led people to attack their Li family. Even a clay figure has a 3-part fiery temper, let alone him. Today, the Heavenly Dao Academy will be known throughout the world. There will be no more Heavenly Dao Academy in the world. As his voice fell, the Heavenly Dao Academy's old dean, those great experts within the Heavenly Dao Academy who were above the elder level, all turned into bloody sludge and died just like that. Next, he, the Li family head, and Li Fan's divine maiden disappeared from sight. The world was greatly shaken. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The Heavenly Dao Academy, which had always stood firm and stood above the clouds of the world, was actually overturned by one person. It was annihilated. A heavenly being has appeared in the world. The heavenly being is named Li Xian. Li Xian, the heavenly being. All living beings in the world were shouting Li Xian's name as heavenly being. Li Xian, heavenly being, echoed throughout the world. At the same time, Li Xian and his companions' figures appeared and arrived at a certain place in Zhongzhou. The Li family head and Li Fan behind Li Xian were still full of shock and disbelief. Even though they all knew their old ancestor Li Xian was unfathomable and extremely terrifying, they still hadn't expected their old ancestor Li Xian to be so unfathomable and so terrifying. As a supreme heavenly being. No wonder, no matter what kind of powerful enemies appeared before, their old ancestor Li Xian could calmly handle the situation without a ripple of emotion. A heavenly being. The highest cultivation realm in the world. How could their old ancestor Li Xian not be calm? Here, an endless chill assailed them, interrupting the thoughts of the Li family head and Li Fan. They looked around. Old ancestor Li Xian. Where has he brought us? No one will escape unharmed. My heavens! They exclaimed in surprise, almost falling onto the ground. Ahead, towering black mountains, wreathed in terrifying dense fog, piercing directly into the clouds. The endless chill that had previously interrupted their thoughts was precisely emanating from these black mountains. How could they not recognize this place? They recognized it at a glance. This place was simply too famous. No one in the world didn't know about Xianxia's undying mountain life forbidden zone. Even in the ancient eras of those heavens, the might of heavenly beings could not extend into undying mountain and other life forbidden zones. They were full of dread. Even in the primeval era, there even appeared examples of heavenly beings falling in life forbidden zones. Some heavenly beings entered life forbidden zones, but ended up dying tragically. Not even a complete corpse was left. Old ancestor, what are you bringing us here for? The Li family head asked tremblingly. To obtain an undying medicine, Li Xian said calmly. Obtain an undying medicine? Li Fan exclaimed in surprise. His pupils dilated, startled by what old ancestor Li Xian said. The undying mountain life forbidden zone. Within it, there is the world-renowned undying medicine. Undying tree. Time is the most merciless. No matter how peerlessly graceful you are, or how heroic and benevolent, in the end, you cannot escape being buried in the yellow earth. Heavenly beings are no exception. They cannot escape the erosion and wear of time. They will eventually be buried by time. But undying medicine not only possesses various heaven-defying medicinal properties, but can also delay the erosion of time and wear, allowing even heavenly beings to live another lifetime. Some undying medicines can even allow heavenly beings to live for 2 more lifetimes. In ancient times, heavenly beings entered life forbidden zones, with the aim of picking undying medicine to live another lifetime. But most heavenly beings died within the life forbidden zones. There were few successful examples. Inside the life forbidden zones, it was too perilous and terrifying. Even heavenly beings could not move freely. There were unimaginable, unknown, terrifying life forms residing within the life forbidden zones, occupying the undying medicine. This is the origin of the life forbidden zones. The unimaginable, unknown, terrifying life forms surrounded the undying medicine, establishing life forbidden zones, prohibiting any life from approaching, prohibiting any life from picking undying medicine. Throughout endless ages, many undying medicines were born in the world. And because of this, many life forbidden zones appeared. Xianxia's undying mountain is just one of these life forbidden zones. Compared to other life forbidden zones, Xianxia's undying mountain is considered quite young. Born in the previous era, the ancient era. Other life forbidden zones are even more ancient. Old ancestor, please reconsider. You are still young and have a long lifespan ahead. There's no need to enter Undying Mountain for adventure now. The Li family head advised against it. He thought old ancestor Li Xian was entering Undying Mountain to pick undying medicine for himself. There's really no need to enter the life forbidden zone for adventure now. Li Fan also advised against it. He also thought old ancestor Li Xian entering Undying Mountain was for himself. In those ancient times, only those who had reached the great limit, heavenly beings with not much lifespan left, would enter life forbidden zones to take risks and pick undying medicine to live another lifetime. In the future, old ancestor Li Xian was only a little over 1,000 years old. For a heavenly being, how young is that? Heavenly beings can live for as long as 100,000 years. Old ancestor Li Xian entering the life forbidden zone now was truly too early. You think I'm taking undying medicine for myself? Li Xian chuckled lightly. No, the Li family head and Li Fan were both stunned. Of course not. Why would I need undying medicine? Have you forgotten what I once told you? I once said that I would make the Li family the most powerful family in the world. I want all members of the Li family to be prodigies. That kind of overwhelming, peerless prodigies that no one can compare to, Li Xian said calmly. Thump, thump, thump. The Li family head and Li Fan's hearts beat even more intensely than drumbeats. They all widened their eyes. They were speechless, and a super bold thought appeared in their minds. Could it be that old ancestor Li Xian picking undying medicine was for them? Old ancestor Li Xian was going to use undying medicine to help them refine their bodies and improve their physiques. When they thought of this, their hearts beat even more intensely, almost leaping out of their bodies. My heavens! Using undying medicine to refine bodies and improve physiques. This is how luxurious and unimaginable, since ancient times. Any heavenly beings who obtained undying medicine all cherished it exceptionally, not daring to waste even a tiny bit. After all, this was undying medicine obtained through desperate struggle, and it concerned the next lifetime. To take undying medicine and use it to refine someone else's body and improve their physique. Don't even think about it. Even if it were a heavenly being's own child, the heavenly being would not be willing to take undying medicine to refine their body and improve their physique. Yes, it's exactly as you're thinking. I'm going to use undying medicine to help our Li family members refine their bodies and improve their physiques. Li Xian knew what the Li family head and Li Fan were thinking. He said softly, his expression calm. As he said these things, not a ripple appeared on his face. As if this was a very insignificant little matter. As simple and easy as eating and drinking. Oh, old ancestor. Don't scare us. The Li family head and Li Fan were almost scared out of their wits. To use undying medicine for all members of the Li family, to refine their bodies and improve their physiques. This is too terrifying. Is old ancestor the kind of person who would scare you? You are still too timid. You haven't seen many grand spectacles. Stay by my side more often. Later you won't be like this again. Having entered the undying mountain, Li Xian was calm and composed. He stepped into the undying mountain. Patriarch Li and Li Fan exchanged glances. Then, gritting their teeth, they quickly followed. Inside the undying mountain, it was utterly gloomy. Ancient, primeval trees towered. Their vast, lush branches and leaves, reaching straight to the clouds, covered the sky and blocked the rain. Outside, heavy rain poured down, yet not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Walking within it was like treading upon a lifeless land. It was dim and icy cold, making one shiver uncontrollably. He was not in a hurry to proceed. On one hand. On the other hand, he was appreciating the various different sights. 1,000 years ago, he was a minor cultivator busy with his practice. Every day he was rushing about, not daring to stop his steps for a moment. Now he was already invincible. Naturally, there was no need to be so anxious anymore. He could slow his steps and stroll around various places, and take a good look especially. After today, the undying mountain would completely cease to exist and vanish from the world. He naturally wanted to, in advance within this undying mountain, take a good walk, and observe the demons and monsters within the undying mountain, including the demons and monsters from other forbidden lands. Every single one of them, none were good. Patriarch Li and Li Fan. Their cultivation levels were too low. There were many things they didn't know about the undying mountain, and those demons and monsters within other forbidden lands. In order to extend their lifespans, and live on forever, it was not merely as simple as occupying the undying medicine. The most potent undying medicine could only grant an extra 2 lifetimes, that's all. How could that be enough? What would they do after 2 lifetimes? These demons and monsters of the forbidden lands. Not one of them wanted to die. When 2 lifetimes passed, when their lives reached their limit, they would initiate dark turmoil, absorbing the lives and vital essence of billions of living beings to extend their lifespans. This time, Li Xian came to retrieve the undying medicine, and incidentally, he would also destroy these so-called forbidden lands. These scourges of the forbidden lands no longer needed to exist in the world. Li Xian and his companions walked within the undying mountain. The journey was very quiet. No dangers appeared, nor did any terrifying creatures emerge to cause trouble. Patriarch Li and Li Fan, who were following Li Xian, all stared at each other in astonishment. Is the undying mountain, a forbidden land, really this safe? It's completely not. As terrifying and dangerous as the legends say, but very soon, they realized, old ancestor Li Xian had almost broken through outside. The undying mountainside must have also noticed. This so-called safety was also based on old ancestor Li Xian's formidable battle achievements. They dared not casually emerge to cause trouble. The undying mountain, however, was not afraid of heaven and earth cultivators. Safety was only temporary. If they truly went deeper, there would definitely be no more safety. They were filled with worry and did not, because they had walked safely without incident, become overly happy, and believed this trip would have no risks. The undying mountain had once seen incidents of heaven and earth cultivators perishing. There were heaven and earth cultivators from ancient times who died tragically within the undying mountain. And not just one ancient heaven and earth cultivator. Although old ancestor Li Xian's battle achievements were formidable, but if they truly went deep into the undying mountain, probably wouldn't be peaceful and calm. They would inevitably encounter danger. Indeed, when they went deeper into the undying mountain, the peace and calm vanished. Safety was no longer present. Danger appeared. A terrifying aura spread, suffocating all life. The intense icy cold was such that even saints would freeze solid. And in that incomparably dark depth, vaguely, countless pairs of red, slanting eyes were observing, daring, making one's heart race with unease. Furthermore, in their ears, there seemed to be the sinister laughter of 10,000-year-old vengeful ghosts. The eerie atmosphere made Patriarch Li and Li Fan couldn't help but shrink their heads. They knew danger was coming. Stop! An ancient voice, as if from hell, transmitted. The sound rang out, stirring up boundless death chi. Patriarch Li and Li Fan's faces all turned ashen. This was clearly an unknown terrifying creature residing in the undying mountains. Depths that had made its presence known. The ancient language was not the language of the current era. It belonged to the language of the ancient era. Patriarch Li and Li Fan all couldn't understand, yet instantly understood what it meant. The voice contained a spiritual imprint. Even if they didn't understand, they could instantly grasp its meaning. Boom! As this voice faded, the undying mountain suddenly shook violently, as if a great earthquake had occurred. In the pitch-black depths of the undying mountain, those faintly discernible scarlet evil eyes gradually solidified, then one by one walked out, clearly appearing before Li Xian and his companions. This was a group of terrifying creatures. There were ancient fierce beasts with notorious reputations, and also various terrifying ancient alien races. And there were also quite a few humans, dressed in ancient era attire. Their aura was terrifying. The most terrifying among them emitted the aura of heaven and earth. There were a total of 6 of them. The Heaven Dao Academy's old dean once wielded a heaven and earth level power that erupted with the aura of heaven and earth. Was somewhat different from the aura emitted by these 6. Patriarch Li and Li Fan judged that these 6 should be at the quasi-heaven and earth realm, and should not have truly stepped into the heaven and earth realm. Are you trying to scare me? Li Xian's black silken long hair fluttered. His eyes were clear and calm, devoid of a smile. I am merely telling you, you should stop. The ancient voice rang out again. We have already given you enough face. By letting you walk this far, you should know, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to walk this far at all, let alone leave the undying mountain alive. The ancient voice continued to ring. Li Xian had caused too much commotion outside. Even if they normally didn't pay attention to the outside commotion, they were still alarmed. Crushing a heaven and earth level being with one hand. And Li Xian was still so young, compared to those ancient heaven and earth cultivators who entered the undying mountain in their twilight years. He was greatly different from those. This made them somewhat wary, not daring to easily make a move. Otherwise, the path Li Xian and his companions took earlier Absolutely wouldn't have been that peaceful. What if I don't stop? Li Xian said indifferently. He did not stop his steps, and continued to walk forward. Enough! Do you truly insist on walking to your death? Do not think that just because you are a heaven and earth cultivator, you can be invincible, and act recklessly in the undying mountain. I tell you, even heaven and earth cultivators cannot act recklessly in the undying mountain. In ancient times, we have indeed killed heaven and earth cultivators, and not just one. This is your final warning. Dare to take another step forward. Kill without mercy. The ancient voice carried anger. Clearly, the unknown terrifying creature within the undying mountain was enraged. Then kill without mercy. Li Xian's clothes fluttered. He did not stop a single step, ignoring such a threat. Courting death. Since you insist on seeking death, then we shall grant your wish. They were merely somewhat wary of killing him, not because they were afraid. Since Li Xian was so ungrateful for their consideration, then kill him, as the words fell. That group of terrifying creatures, led by the 6 most terrifying creatures, charged towards Li Xian. The 6 most terrifying creatures rushed to the very front, their aura terrifying and dreadful. They had already infinitely approached the heaven and earth realm. Every movement of their hands and feet carried the Dao of heaven and earth. Patriarch Li and Li Fan had not judged wrongly. They were not heaven and earth cultivators. They had not truly and completely stepped into the heaven and earth realm. They were all quasi-heaven and earth cultivators. Boom! A true heaven and earth aura erupted. Its might suppressed all ages, as the 6 quasi-heaven and earth creatures unleashed 6 flawless heaven and earth weapons. In an instant, immeasurable heaven and earth Dao light pierced through the clouds. Some stars were affected, and instantly shattered into dust. They fully propelled the 6 heaven and earth weapons, and also the heaven and earth critical boundary erupted with super terrifying power, like 6 revered ones of heaven and earth. Shocked. This was also why they dared to attack Li Xian. The reason was they were quasi-heaven and earth cultivators, infinitely close to the heaven and earth realm, and could push the power of heaven and earth weapons to the extreme. Make the heaven and earth weapons erupt with true heaven and earth level power. Especially the 6-sword heaven and earth weapons they unleashed were still those super strong heaven and earth weapons, stronger than many other heaven and earth weapons. For me to kill a heaven and earth being is not a problem. Outside, a great battle raged in the world. Over at Undying Mountain, the boundless heaven and earth Dao light that erupted shocked all living beings in the world. Has someone slaughtered their way through Undying Mountain? Countless beings exclaimed wildly, their mouths agape. That's Undying Mountain. In the ancient era of life's competition, even heaven and earth beings who entered would be buried within. They truly hadn't expected that back then. Someone would still dare to slaughter their way through Undying Mountain. Which ancient heaven and earth being slaughtered their way through Undying Mountain? Why do I feel like it's not some ancient heaven and earth being who slaughtered their way into Undying Mountain, but rather that Li Xian, the heaven and earth being, slaughtered his way into Undying Mountain? All living beings in the world discussed it endlessly, curious as to which heaven and earth being had slaughtered their way into Undying Mountain. There's no need to doubt. The one who slaughtered their way through Undying Mountain must undoubtedly be a heaven and earth being. Beings below the heaven and earth realm who tried to slaughter their way in would simply not be able to cause such a standstill. They would be instantly killed upon entering. It was that Li Xian, the heavenly emperor, who slaughtered his way in. A powerful being from the central continent exclaimed, his voice echoing through the world. He exerted all his strength, looking towards Undying Mountain from afar, and saw Li Xian's figure. It seems this Li Xian, the heaven and earth being, actually slaughtered his way through Undying Mountain. Countless beings gasped in cold air. Ancient heaven and earth beings, whose lives were nearing their end, would still slaughter their way through Undying Mountain. Xian, the heaven and earth being, is so young, with abundant lifespan. Why would he slaughter his way through Undying Mountain? Back then, a world-ending catastrophe occurred, but these life-forbidden zones were not affected. The terrifying existences residing in the life-forbidden zones, not a single one perished. For Heavenly Emperor Xian to slaughter his way through Undying Mountain, it will most likely end in tragedy. An ancient emperor-level being from the central continent said, Undying Mountain and other life-forbidden zones were not affected by the catastrophe. Their strength was not damaged. For this Heavenly Emperor Xian to just slaughter his way in, there's a high probability he won't come out and will die within. At the same time, the 6 complete and flawless super-strong heaven and earth weapons all displayed their strongest power, shaking heaven and earth and the starry sky. Even the river of time was affected, stirring up wave after wave. Terrifyingly boundless, they blasted towards Xian. Those terrifying creatures deep within Undying Mountain all sneered. They wanted to see what Xian was capable of. The 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons attacked, suppressing the light of all ages, illuminating the world in an instant. Every single heaven and earth weapon was a true heaven and earth revered spirit artifact. Wow! Large swathes of the void collapsed. The heavens and chaotic battle Dao roared endlessly. All Dao and techniques in the world were affected, becoming unstable. It's too terrifying. This is simply not a power that can be resisted. The scalps of all living beings in the world tingled intensely, as if their minds had exploded. The power unleashed by the 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons was too terrifying. Under such power, they were even smaller than dust. In their view, this was simply not a power that could be resisted. The power unleashed by the 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons was enough to sweep away everything. Everything would crumble and disintegrate. It was destined to be unstoppable. For a moment, Undying Mountain, including the other life-forbidden zones' terrifying and dreadful nature, surged wildly and linearly in their hearts. The rumors were not exaggerated. Undying Mountain and other life-forbidden zones were truly terrifying to the extreme, towering above all else in the world. How could this be? Their exclamations almost shook the world into chaos. Just now they were saying the 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons' unleashed power was irresistible and could sweep away everything. But the next instant, what did they see? The 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons glowed with heaven and earth radiance, then instantly dimmed and quickly dissipated. Then they heard the sound of shattering. The 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons had actually completely shattered. The heaven and earth weapon fragments shimmered with light, scattering like fireworks, falling to various parts of the world. Their mouths were dry. Their hearts stopped beating in fright. One by one, they were all suffocated. The 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons were thus completely pulverized. They couldn't believe it, feeling even more as if in a dream. To what terrifying extent was this Xian, the heaven and earth being, truly powerful? Their throats bobbed. They had also said that this heavenly Emperor Xian, entering Undying Mountain, was just seeking death, and wouldn't be able to come out. Now it seems, the one who should be fighting and fearing is Undying Mountain. Undying Mountain, this life-forbidden zone born in the ancient era, is very likely to be flattened by Xian, the heaven and earth being. Today, all kinds of shredded flesh and broken bones flew about. Fresh blood sprayed wildly. The 6 quasi-heaven and earth creatures, and the rest of those terrifying creatures, every single one of them, all collapsed and were destroyed, dying on the spot. Black, shimmering long hair fluttered. Xian walked calmly amidst it all. Not a drop of blood staining his body. He didn't even make a move. merely walking forward normally. The 6 super-strong heaven and earth weapons, and those undying mountain creatures like the quasi-heaven and earth beings, shattered and died by his mere presence. Died. My goodness! Old ancestor is truly invincible. The Li family head and Li Fan, who were following Li Xian, both exclaimed wildly, their mouths agape. They truly didn't know what to say anymore. Their minds were filled with the thought of Li Xian old ancestor being invincible. Those ancient heaven and earth creatures deep within Undying Mountain were also all startled. Their pupils all constricted, flashing with intense light. Without making a move, just by stepping, he pulverized the 6 super-strong ancient heaven and earth weapons. Although they all knew Li Xian was not simple, they didn't expect Li Xian to be so not simple. This made them all feel incredible. Who exactly is Li Xian? Where did such a young and powerful heaven and earth being come from? It's simply incredible. They could all clearly sense Li Xian's youth. This is a heaven and earth being of this era. And this is precisely what's incredible. This era suffered a world-ending catastrophe. Terrifying creatures from outside the realm slaughtered their way into this catastrophe. This realm was severely damaged. The great Dao itself was damaged, showing breaks and incompleteness. The path of cultivation became extremely difficult. Becoming an emperor became a luxury and a fantasy. Now, back then, those powerful ones at the emperor realm were all survivors from that great catastrophe. After the great catastrophe, no new emperors appeared. Becoming an emperor was already so difficult, almost impossible to succeed, let alone a heaven and earth being standing at the peak of the earth realm. After the great catastrophe, it was simply impossible for new heaven and earth beings to appear. Yet, Li Xian is clearly such a heaven and earth being. His youth clearly indicates he became a heaven and earth being after the great catastrophe. How is this possible? They couldn't understand it at all. After the great catastrophe, it was impossible for new heaven and earth beings to be born, let alone such a powerful heaven and earth being. Then there's only one possibility. He comes from outside. A terrifying heaven and earth creature said solemnly. Beings from outside the realm have once again slaughtered their way into our realm, and are going to make a move on us, these life-forbidden zones. He stated his guess and judgment. Impossible, he is not from outside. He must be a person from our realm. Although the great Dao of our realm was damaged, but the core imprint of the great Dao was not damaged. Creatures from outside the realm will certainly be repelled and suppressed by the core imprint of the great Dao. This is also the key reason why we were able to defeat the creatures from outside the realm. And he clearly has not been repelled or suppressed by the core imprint of the great Dao. He must undoubtedly be a person from our realm. Another heaven and earth creature said, after the great catastrophe, it's impossible for new heaven and earth beings to be born. He is also destined not to be a heaven and earth being from after the great catastrophe. It's very likely an illusion. You and I both clearly know that he likely cultivates the Dao of sickness. Cultivators of the Dao of sickness always remain young, never showing signs of aging. Even when they reach their great limit, their lifespan is about to end. They still die young like this. He must be an ancient primordial being who cultivates the Dao of life. He then said, what you said is very reasonable. It must be so. The other primordial beings nodded, mostly agreeing with this speculation and judgment. He is quite difficult to deal with. He is somewhat unfathomable. We shouldn't fight him to the death. Ultimately, such a fight to the death, for us, will bring no benefit. Let us give him some immortal fire and let him depart. A primordial being said, yes, we can do that. The immortal tree bears immortal fruits. One primordial being plucked 6 immortal fruits and sent them forth. 6 immortal fruits should be sufficient, right? Take these 6 immortal fruits and depart. He spoke. His voice echoed from the deepest reaches of Immortal Mountain. 6 immortal fruits? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? And who said I came for immortal fruits? Li Xian's steps did not stop. He continued to advance. The primordial beings in the deepest reaches all changed their expressions. He's not here for the immortal fruits? Then what is he after? The immortal tree. Their killing intent surged. None of them could tolerate this. Li Xian intends to uproot the immortal tree. Roots and all. He's given an inch but wants a mile. Then perish here, they declared. Their killing intent soaring. They offered him respect. But he spurned it. They even sent out 6 immortal fruits, which was meant to give both sides a way to back down. Yet, the other party still didn't stop. Didn't accept the offer. The 6 immortal fruits and depart. Instead, he even set his sights on the immortal tree. He wanted to take the entire immortal tree with him. Their killing intent surged. It was utterly unstoppable. Did he truly believe they were pushovers? Who could be easily manipulated? The immortal tree, although the immortal fruits, were no longer of much use to them. After refining them, they could no longer increase their lifespan. However, by sleeping around the immortal tree, they could effectively slow down the erosion brought upon them by the passage of time and wear, allowing them to live longer. Especially in such harsh circumstances at that time, they absolutely could not lose the immortal tree. The environment at that time was exceedingly harsh. Cultivation was exceptionally difficult, and the strength of living beings was not very great. High-level realm beings were exceedingly rare, far fewer than in the ancient past. Under such circumstances, even if they initiated a dark upheaval and devoured billions of living beings, the final effect would certainly not be ideal. They would be unable to obtain sufficient lifespan as before. Therefore, they absolutely could not lose the immortal tree. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure in such a harsh environment at that time. They would grow old and perish there. They charged forth from the deepest reaches of Immortal Mountain, shaking the cosmos. Primordial energy madly engulfed the entire world. Their projections were everywhere. All living beings in the world were crushed by their primordial energy. To the ground. Unable to breathe. Feeling on the verge of death. A terrifying roar erupted. Green moon and stars clashed chaotically. A terrifying creature from Immortal Mountain charged forth with an endless malevolent aura. He was a renowned fierce beast from ancient times. The Golden Roar. Exceptionally fierce and terrifying. In ancient times, with just a single roar, he shook to death a terrifying primordial being. Immediately after, a gigantic bird charged out, his entire body radiating immense light. Compared to its aura, even the great suns of the 9 heavens paled. With its wings spread, it truly overshadowed the heavens and earth, the sun and moon. Endless lands lay beneath its vast, profound projection. It was also a great fierce golden crow from ancient times, once unrivaled throughout heaven and earth in ancient times. Boom! A scene akin to a tribulation crossing appeared. An endless sea of lightning appeared, with rolling thunder, causing living beings to tremble in fear, utterly unable to muster a shred of courage. Another terrifying creature from Immortal Mountain charged forth, stirring up an endless sea of lightning, wielding the power of heaven and earth's thunder. It was also an ancient fierce giant, pure-blooded fierce beast. It proclaimed itself master of heaven and earth, existing eternally without Dao. Supreme Dao sounds resonated, and in an instant, 10,000 Daos chimed in unison. 10,000 Dharmas harmonized. Someone, under the illumination of countless Daos and Dharmas, walked out, bearing supreme majesty. He stood at the peak of all Dharmas and Daos, treading all Dharmas and Daos underfoot. He was not a fierce giant, but a human primordial being, who, in ancient times, with his righteous Dao, suppressed all primordial beings. He was unfathomable and terrifying beyond compare. Another ancient human primordial being charged forth, raising a hand to strike out a wordless page of the black heavenly book. In an instant, heaven and earth darkened, as if a moonless, pitch-black night had descended upon the human world. There was no need to doubt that this ancient human primordial being was also extremely powerful. The page of the black heavenly book he unleashed was absolutely terrifying. And indeed, it was true. That page of the black heavenly book was a top-tier fierce weapon from ancient times. It could bring down a moonless, pitch-black night, allowing all Daos and Dermas to become quiescent in the moonless night. The black heavenly book fully locked onto Li Xian, only causing the Daos and Dermas on Li Xian's body to become quiescent. Other Daos and Dermas would not be affected. 3 more primordial beings of a certain race charged forth, who were also nearly unrivaled in ancient times. They were truly terrifying. Immortal Mountain's 8 most terrifying existences from ancient times all charged forth. There was no doubt that they were absolutely the fiercest and most ruthless figures of ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to occupy the immortal tree and command Immortal Mountain. The 8 fiercest and most terrifying existences from ancient times charged forth together. What a terrifying formation and scene this was. At that time, the courage of all living beings was shattered, their hearts filled with dread and fear. Patriarch Li and Li Fan originally thought they would also be terrified, but they were not afraid at all. Their Dao hearts were as steady as a rock. They all understood that this must be Li Xian, ancestors' power, stabilizing their cultivation. Not only did it stabilize their cultivation, but also provided them with comprehensive, flawless protection. They followed behind ancestor Li Xian. The 8 ancient fiercest and most terrifying existences from ancient times charged at them. They should have been greatly impacted. But they weren't affected in the slightest. No power or aura whatsoever reached them. At the same time, Li Xian's expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. He still walked gracefully forward. As he stepped forward, an invisible force rippled out like waves. In an instant, everything seemed to be completely frozen. All power, all Daos and Dermas, all stopped flowing and were fixed in place. The golden roar, golden crow, and other terrifying ancient existences also ceased their movements, fixed in place. They struggled and roared, using all their means and power, all wanting to break free from the frozen state. But all of this was in vain. It was utterly useless. They couldn't break free at all, unable to move in the slightest. You've broken through the limit? How is that possible? They couldn't believe it, their faces filled with horror. But whether they could believe it or not, they had to believe it. As he stepped, all power, all Daos and Dermas, and even their very selves were all frozen. Li Xian must have broken through the limit. He broke the limit of the heaven and earth realm. Otherwise, Li Xian absolutely couldn't be this terrifying. Only then would they be so vulnerable. After breaking through the limit, all aspects of power would increase several-fold, including lifespan, making breaking through the limit harder than anything else. They were the best examples. In ancient times, they had already attained the heaven and earth realm, and furthermore, cultivated to the peak of the heaven and earth realm. Yet, even now, they haven't been able to break through the limit, breaking the limit of the heaven and earth realm. Weren't they powerful? Each one was an existence that awed ancient times. But even so, they still haven't been able to break through the limit. Don't even mention breaking through. They don't even have a trace of breaking through yet. They can't see it. Breaking through is just that difficult. Don't you want immortality? Take them. Take them. Take them all, they said urgently, begging Li Xian for mercy. In front of a being who had broken through, they fundamentally couldn't offer the slightest resistance. The difference was too great, like the difference between a firefly and the great sun. Wrong. Immortality and your lives. I want both. Li Xian stopped his steps, calmly looking at the golden marquee and other terrifying existences from ancient times. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. Another burst of splatters. Xian's moves were clean and swift. His slender, long fingers pointed forward through the air, continuously tapping at the group. Two ancient human realm beings were instantly point-killed. Their corpses fell to the ground. All traces of life completely vanished. Completely dead. The Golden Marquis and the rest of the terrifying group were all scared to death. Point-killing through the air was too terrifying. This is the power after breaking through. Even cultivating to the peak of the heaven and earth realm wouldn't be enough. They were so weak. They couldn't withstand a single blow. They knew breaking through would be terrifying, but they truly didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Hard and stiff. All metal. There was no way to refute it. Xian looked at the three-eyed race's ancient realm beings. The so-called A clan then gave birth to various temporary strange classics. He, of this world, pointed his finger forward. The three ancient realm beings of the E-race were all point-killed through the air. Next, Xian looked at the Golden Marquis and others. The three ancient ferocious beasts. These could roam other regions, could roam. Could they survive? In the hearts of the Golden Marquis and the three ancient ferocious beasts, they were all incredibly excited and agitated. It seemed this existence who had broken through wanted to keep them as mounts, or keep them as guard beasts. Whether as mounts or as guard beasts, it was better than being killed like this. Although for existences of their level, it was simply a monumental insult. After all, they were once invincible in ancient times, suppressing countless powerful enemies. It was humiliating, but as long as they could survive, they were willing to be Xian's mounts, or guard beasts. However, Xian's next sentence made them feel cold all over, their excitement and agitation instantly vanishing completely. Keep them as ingredients to take back for the Li family to eat. Keep them alive. Kill them when it's time to eat. That way it's fresh. Xian said calmly. What? Xian isn't killing them? He's keeping them to use them as food ingredients? No. The Golden Marquis and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were immediately about to beg Xian for mercy, but their words had not yet left their mouths, when Xian, with a wave of his hand, collected them all. Ferocious beasts, invincible in ancient times, became food ingredients. My heavens! The Li family head and Li Fan's hearts all went thump-thump, beating fiercely. They wouldn't even dare to dream such a dream. What do these even count as? Later, you will eat even better ingredients. For example, immortal beasts, Xian said calmly. Immortal beasts. The Li family head and Li Fan both widened their eyes, their eyeballs almost popping out. Immortal beasts. Is old ancestor Xian that powerful? Even immortal beasts can be killed. In their hearts, monstrous waves instantly surged. They were incredibly shocked. Could it be that their old ancestor Xian has already become an immortal? That he is an immortal? Their mouths were dry, their throats burning. It is rumored that after becoming an immortal, one can disregard the erosion of time and wear, possessing an endless lifespan, and can exist as long as the world. All cultivators take becoming an immortal as their goal. But how can becoming an immortal be that simple? If it were truly that simple, there wouldn't be so many life realms in the world. Those terrifying existences within the life realms would have become immortals long ago. Becoming an immortal is harder than anything. To describe it as something that can be encountered but not sought is not an exaggeration at all. Becoming an immortal requires passing through the immortal ascension path. Only by passing through the immortal ascension path can one enter the immortal realm and achieve an immortal position within the immortal realm. But don't even mention passing through the immortal ascension path. Even wanting to step onto the immortal ascension path isn't that simple. It's harder than ascending to heaven. At the very least, even heaven and earth realm beings aren't qualified to step onto the immortal ascension path. Even if the immortal ascension path were right before their eyes, Heaven and earth realm beings still couldn't step onto it. If they could step onto the immortal ascension path, these terrifying existences within the life realms would have long ago gone to seek the immortal ascension path. It's impossible that not a single one of them is still cooped up in the life realms. Furthermore, the immortal ascension path is not fixed, nor does it exist permanently. It's not that the immortal ascension path is always there, and once one is qualified, one can smoothly step onto it. If it were truly to be like that, then people wouldn't say it's something that can be encountered but not sought. The time and place of the immortal ascension path's appearance are not fixed. No one knows when the immortal ascension path will appear, or where it will appear. Sometimes, the immortal ascension path appears once every 10,000 years. Other times, it doesn't appear even once in tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the location of its appearance is elusive, with no pattern at all. The most difficult thing is that after the immortal ascension path appears, it won't exist for too long. If, when the immortal ascension path appears, one cannot arrive in time, then one will miss the immortal opportunity. One can only wait for the next appearance of the immortal ascension path. This world is not the only world. Under the endless starry sky, there are myriad worlds. The immortal ascension path might appear in any one of the myriad worlds. Realms are separated by a vast starry sky. Heaven and earth realm beings wanting to go to another realm would also need to consume a lot of time. Wanting to arrive in time when the immortal ascension path appears is truly exceptionally difficult. Therefore, becoming an immortal is something that can be encountered but not sought. No matter how peerlessly astonishing you are, no matter how powerful, if you don't live until the immortal ascension path appears, it's useless. If you live until old age, but couldn't arrive at the immortal ascension path in time, it's useless. Even if you arrive and step onto the immortal ascension path, but fail to pass through it, it's useless. Becoming an immortal is truly too difficult. To describe it as an unrealistic fantasy is not at all excessive. The Li family head and Li Fan, although they both believed their old ancestor Li Xian was terrifying beyond bounds, yet thinking that their old ancestor Li Xian had already achieved immortal status, that he was an immortal, they still couldn't help but feel shaken. It was hard to believe. Alright, let's walk around and explore the depths. Then, after taking the undying tree, we'll immediately go to other life-restricted zones. Li Xian walked into the depths of Undying Mountain. The Li family head and Li Fan ended their thoughts, and quickly followed. All living beings outside wanted to know the outcome. Undying Mountain. After the 8 most terrifying ancient existences charged out, the scene within Undying Mountain became invisible, and could not be sensed. Now, no one knew the outcome of the final battle. What was the result? Undying Mountain is now calm. No more power fluctuations are being transmitted. Ultimately, did the 8 terrifying ancient existences kill Li Xian, the heaven and earth realm being? Or did Li Xian, the heaven and earth realm being, kill the 8 terrifying ancient existences? I think Li Xian, the heaven and earth realm being, must have been killed. Those were 8 terrifying existences from ancient times, who were invincible across ancient times. Even if Li Xian, the heaven and earth realm being, was strong, it's impossible that in an instant he could kill 8 terrifying ancient existences. For Undying Mountain to return to calm in an instant, the most normal and reasonable explanation is that the 8 terrifying ancient existences killed Li Xian, the heaven and earth realm being. A junior with white hair hanging over his eyes said. However, just as his words fell, his expression suddenly changed drastically, looking as if he had seen a ghost. With a bang, he collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? He cried out in alarm, having seen a scene far exceeding his imagination. The junior with white hair hanging over his eyes collapsed on the ground, trembling all over non-stop. He swore this was absolutely the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. Undying Mountain. A life realm from ancient times. Even heaven and earth realm beings entering it would be buried within. They couldn't walk out. And it even stirred up the epic work of dark anime. The hero. It is for the living beings of the world to realistically devour. It could be said to be one of the most terrifying places in the world. Yet, what did he see now? The undying mountain had actually been sunk by someone. A forbidden land of life from the ancient era was thus annihilated by someone. There's no doubt this was definitely the work of Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian truly, in an instant, killed 8 terrifying ancient existences. He trembled with fear, his heart was truly shaken. He couldn't imagine just how strong this Emperor Xian truly was. What? The undying mountain was sunk? The world was greatly shaken. Cries of alarm overturned the entire world. The undying mountain, a forbidden land of life from the ancient era, was actually sunk just like that, completely ceasing to exist. They simply couldn't believe it. To be honest, this was beyond fantastical, even more fantastical than fiction. At the same time, all the forbidden lands of life in the world were also alarmed. All had no small movements spreading out. Previously, when Xian was slaughtering all sides in the Heavenly Dao Academy, they had paid attention, but didn't take it seriously. They didn't attach much importance to it. The strength Xian displayed at the Heavenly Dao Academy was just SOSO and didn't scare them. But now, with the undying mountain sunk, and thus annihilated, they found it hard to remain calm. All felt threatened. Those guys from the undying mountain were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the battle ended so quickly. He had broken through multiple times. He was an emperor who had broken through. All the forbidden lands of life realized this point. Only an emperor who had broken through could be so terrifying. Some forbidden lands of life from the ancient era began to panic, fearing Xian would come knocking. In the ancient era, a total of 6 types of undying medicines appeared, and thus, 6 forbidden lands of life were born. Among them was the undying mountain. Now that the undying mountain was sunk, and thus annihilated, how could the remaining 5 ancient forbidden lands of life not panic? They were all like the undying mountain, and did not have the combat power of an emperor who had broken through, fearing Xian would come knocking. However, things often happen this way. What you fear most will come to pass. Xian and his companions appeared before an ancient forbidden land of life. This is our undying medicine. We are willing to give the undying medicine to you. This ancient forbidden land of life was terrified and immediately handed over the undying medicine they possessed. I didn't just come for the undying medicine. Xian calmly spoke, slowly walking into this ancient forbidden land of life. No! Within this ancient forbidden land of life. Soon, earth-shattering screams of misery rang out, then quickly ceased. All the terrifying creatures dwelling within were completely slain. Once I've walked through and seen everything here, there'll be no need for it to exist. Xian and his companions walked through this ancient forbidden land of life, listening to the miserable screams. Another terrifying existence within an ancient forbidden land of life was annihilated by Emperor Xian. Too strong, the hearts of all beings in the world were greatly shaken. The screams had just begun to ring out, and that ancient forbidden land of life subsequently fell silent. Emperor Xian was truly too terrifying. In a flash, he instantly annihilated another ancient forbidden land of life. Damn it! This guy isn't just after the undying medicine. The remaining 4 ancient forbidden lands of life were all terrified. At the first opportunity, they fled with the undying medicine they possessed, seeking refuge in a forbidden land of life more terrifying than themselves. There was a forbidden land of life that didn't fear Xian, allowing the creatures from these 4 forbidden lands of life to enter their own forbidden land of life. It's just an urgent matter. There's nothing to be afraid of. If he dares to come, we'll just kill him directly. This forbidden land of life not only didn't fear Xian, but also emitted such a sound. This was an ancient forbidden land of life. The terrifying creatures dwelling within were all ancient creatures. Clearly, within this ancient forbidden land of life, there must be an existence who had broken through. Otherwise, This ancient forbidden land of life would absolutely not dare to emit such a sound. And indeed, they appeared before this ancient forbidden land of life. He really came. If you dare to come, we will slay you from this ancient forbidden land of life. An icy voice rang out, followed by two extremely terrifying ancient fierce beasts charging out. This ancient forbidden land of life truly had existences who had broken through. And not just one. These two ancient fierce beasts that charged out had both broken through. Their fierce might was monstrous. A casual roar could shake countless stars in the outer heavens. The gap between those who had broken through and those who hadn't was too vast. Ha! Good! The creatures from the four ancient forbidden lands of life exclaimed. They knew the ancient forbidden lands of life were unfathomable. But they had never expected an ancient forbidden land of life to be so unfathomable. To actually have two existences who had broken through. However, before they had finished laughing, the smiles on their faces abruptly ceased. What appeared instead was infinite terror and dread. What? How is this possible? They collapsed onto the ground, unable to believe the scene they were witnessing. The two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through, terrifying and boundless, charged towards Li Xian. Yet, Li Xian merely waved his hand gently, and the two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through were completely frozen in place. The two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through, the power they unleashed, was also completely frozen. Ingredients are edible. Keep them for fresh consumption, Li Xian said calmly. He then collected the two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through. Oh my heavens! This is too terrifying. These are two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through. The world was once again greatly shaken. No one had expected Emperor Li Xian to be so terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he instantly dealt with two ancient fierce beasts who had broken through. Emperors, to them, were supreme existences. Not to mention emperors who had broken through. These were even more supreme existences. Yet, even such more supreme existences, before Emperor Li Xian, were actually so weak they couldn't withstand a single blow. Damn it! He must have broken through a second time. Quick! Let's go! The other ancient forbidden lands of life felt their hair stand on end. They were all terrified. They took their undying medicines and fled frantically, seeking asylum and protection from even older forbidden lands of life. An emperor could actually break through multiple times. The more times one broke through, the more terrifying their strength. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through multiple times also increased progressively. The further one went, the harder it became. Just come to us. Once you're here, no one can touch you. An even older forbidden land of life spoke out. Una feared of the terrifying power Li Xian displayed, allowing those ancient forbidden lands of life to seek refuge with them. Good. We'll go there immediately. All the ancient forbidden lands of life all rushed towards that even older forbidden land of life frantically. One person wants to overturn all forbidden lands of life? You think too highly of yourself. So what if you've broken through a second time? In this era, you still can't be invincible. This even older forbidden land of life said coldly. The even older forbidden land of life spoke out, unafraid of Li Xian. Walking through the ancient forbidden land of life. Li Xian's expression was calm. He didn't go there directly. This ancient forbidden land of life he hadn't finished walking through yet, and hadn't seen all of it. He wouldn't just go there directly because of this matter. He wouldn't let these forbidden lands of life shouts disrupt his own rhythm. Only after he had walked through and seen all of this ancient forbidden land of life would he go there. The previous ancient forbidden land of life that called out. He descended upon it directly. That was also because he had walked through and seen all of the previous ancient forbidden lands of life. Which was why he descended directly. No one could make him disrupt his own rhythm. No one. Outside, living beings discussed animatedly. Seeing that Emperor Li Xian had not shown himself, They thought Emperor Li Xian was afraid of that even older forbidden land of life. That's a forbidden land of life from the primordial era. It has existed for far too long. Presumably, there must be an emperor who has broken through a second time within it. Emperor Li Xian clearly understood this point. Everything should end here, with my junior brother speaking up to state his opinion. Can one still break the limit a second time? The junior brother's disciple next to him had wide eyes. His cultivation level was too low, and he knew too little about breaking the limit. He still thought one could only break through the limit once. Why just break the limit a second time? Heaven and earth can break through limits multiple times. Do you know about the path to immortality? Only by breaking the limit 9 times can one step onto the path to immortality. This is the most basic condition. What the junior brother said could scare people to death. What? His disciple was stunned. 9 times breaking the limit to be able to step onto the path to immortality? That's too terrifying. Is breaking the limit difficult, mother? He couldn't help but ask. Difficult, mother? Remove the word mother. If it's not difficult, would it be called breaking the limit? You must know that after breaking the limit, each time one can gain several times the power increase. Compared to before, can be said there's a world of difference. So, in front of someone who has broken the limit a second time, someone who has only broken the limit once is no different from you. Both can be extinguished with a flick of a finger. You tell me, is it difficult or not? The junior brother said that in front of someone who has broken the limit a second time, someone who has only broken the limit once is no different from him. The junior brother's disciple was incomparably shocked. This means to say, in front of someone who has broken the limit a second time, someone who has only broken the limit once is no different from an ant. There weren't originally many beings in heaven and earth who could break the limit 9 times. They are few and far between. They all left the world to pursue the path to immortality in the endless starry sky. But none of them succeeded. There were supreme immortals who once in the endless starry sky saw their shattered corpses, without a single explanation. Their deaths were utterly tragic. The junior brother's gaze dimmed. Becoming an immortal is too difficult. Those who can break the limit 9 times. Which one wasn't a peerless hero? Which one didn't dominate all ages? Invincible? Yet, this is merely the most basic condition. He sighed repeatedly. Becoming an immortal is truly like trying to catch the moon in water. Too dreamlike and unrealistic. That ancient life restricted zone. The fleeing ancient life restricted zones all joined their faction. They were originally still worried. Worried that Li Xian would directly come to kill them. But seeing Li Xian had not come to kill them after a long delay, they gradually felt relieved. Thinking about it, how would he dare to come and kill them? This is an ancient era's life-restricted zone. They revealed smiles. Finally safe. He still had some self-awareness, knew his own strength. Otherwise, even if he broke the limit a second time, he would still bleed profusely and die miserably. A terrifying creature from the ancient life-restricted zone said. Everyone, rest assured. I'll also let you all in on a secret. We have 3 who have broken the limit a second time here, he said with a smile. What? There are actually 3? All these ancient life-restricted zones were shocked. 3 second-time limit breakers. What terrifying and dreadful strength this is. No wonder this ancient life-restricted zone wasn't afraid of Li Xian, but took them in. 100-table banquet. It's rare for everyone to gather like this. Later, we must have a good few drinks. The creature from the ancient life-restricted zone laughed heartily. We must hold a 100-table banquet, and with these ancient life-restricted zone creatures, have a good drink. However, at this moment, his expression changed slightly. Don't drink yet. Drink later. Li Xian has arrived. He had a gloomy expression when he saw Li Xian appear outside their life-restricted zone. The ancient life-restricted zone creatures in the area, their expressions all greatly changed. Their hearts which had just relaxed, were lifted up again. Wasn't Xian afraid to come? Why has he come now? At the same time, the world once again boiled over. Exclamations echoed throughout the world. All cultivators were paying attention to that ancient life restricted zone. They had been paying attention for a long time, but Xian had not appeared. This made them think Xian wouldn't dare to come. Everything would end here. They were also preparing to withdraw their gaze and end their attention. Who knew that just as they were preparing to withdraw their gaze and end their attention, they actually saw Xian. This couldn't help but make their hearts pound with fear. Could it be that Xian could still destroy this ancient life restricted zone? With black, flowing long hair, Xian appeared calmly in front of the ancient life restricted zone. Patriarch Li and Li Fangzhen were behind him. Their bodies were straight, no longer having the slightest fear or worry. For their ancestor Xian, they had absolute confidence. Boom! From within the ancient life restricted zone came terrifying explosions, shaking the world. Even the starry sky outside the domain was shaking, countless stars tottering, as if about to fall from the starry sky. 3 ancient creatures who had broken the limit a second time walked out from within the ancient life restricted zone. Their fierce might was monstrous, embodying the ruthlessness of the ancient era's toughest figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break the limit a second time. They didn't actively release their aura. Merely the aura that naturally flowed out instantly swept and enveloped the entire world. All living beings in the world felt their hearts were fiercely clutched by someone. This feeling rushed straight to their foreheads. For a moment, the entire world fell silent, without a single sound. You really came. How audacious! You didn't walk the broad path. Yet you barged into the gateless hell. Since you want to die, how can we not fulfill your wish? Of course. We will fulfill your wish. Kill! The 3 ancient creatures who had broken the limit a second time directly charged towards Xian. Their expressions were cold and indifferent. None of them held back in the slightest. You dare to come knocking on our door to kill? You must have some trump card and reliance. They naturally wouldn't be careless. They immediately used all their full strength. 3 ancient supreme fierce weapons were unleashed by them at the first instant. The starry sky was instantly illuminated. The 3 ancient supreme fierce weapons had been nurtured by them for endless long years. Their might was terrifying and dreadful, capable of threatening beings who had broken the limit a second time. A cold sneer played on their lips. After unleashing the 3 ancient supreme fierce weapons, they didn't stop, continuously unleashing various terrifying ancient fierce arts that formed formations. Along with the 3 ancient supreme fierce weapons, they launched a deadly assault on Xian. The terror of breaking the limit a second time was fully displayed on the 3 ancient creatures. Fully activating the 3 ancient supreme fierce weapons to kill the enemy, they could also continuously unleash various terrifying formations of ancient fierce arts. The power within their bodies seemed endless, vast and immense. There was no sign of exhaustion. Truly terrifying. The creatures from the ancient life restricted zones were all stunned, including those who had broken the limit once. The gap between breaking the limit once and breaking it a second time was truly too great, like the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. No, it was even greater than that. They couldn't even be considered ants. Truly, they were inferior even to dust. The terror of the 3 ancient creatures also made them all become hot-blooded and excited. Their eyes shone brightly, cheering and shouting good. The 3 ancient creatures were so terrifying and dreadful. How could Xian contend? Even if Xian had also broken the limit a second time, Xian would surely be shaken to death this time. However, soon the boiling blood in their hearts cooled down. The bright light in their eyes also instantly dimmed. On their faces, there was only endless terror and fear. He wasn't a second-time limit breaker. He was at least a third-time limit breaker. How could this be? They all collapsed weakly to the ground. Their eyes were filled with despair. A serious misjudgment. Xian was not a second-time limit breaker at all. He was clearly above the third-time limit breaking. What happened in the ancient life restricted zone before was similarly staged in this ancient life sacred land. Xian, with a casual wave of his hand. Instantly everything completely froze. The three supreme ancient fierce weapons. Various terrifying ancient fierce arts that formed formations. And the three ancient creatures who had broken the limit a second time. All were frozen on the spot. All are humanoid creatures that do not eat. Li Xian spoke calmly. As his voice fell, 3-second realm-breaking primeval creatures violently turned into bloody matter, thus completely averted. The three arrows, ultimate fierce weapons, also crumbled into powder, scattering onto the ground. Those various terrifying formations and powerful primeval fierce arts were instantly nullified. All their power completely dissipated. Just following me to witness grand scenes won't do. You also need to participate more. Only then can you grow faster. Those creatures inside. I'll leave them to you. We'll go kill them all. Li Xian turned and softly said to Li Jiazhu and Li Fan. Leave. Leave them to us? And not ancestor. Li Jiazhu and Li Fan trembled all over. Their eyes wide open. Each wider than the others. Although they were now calmer and more composed than before. At this moment, they were still severely startled by what Ancestor Li Xian said. They were severely startled. Leave them for them to kill? Heavens, how can they kill them? Any terrifying creature casually picked from inside, for them, was an invincible, super terrifying existence. Let alone going in to kill those terrifying creatures. Those terrifying creatures could casually sneeze and easily spray them to death. What, you don't dare? Li Xian smiled. Out of absolute trust in Ancestor Li Xian, Li Jiazhu and Li Fan finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Go, we'll go! They shouted loudly. After speaking, they rushed inside. You're just going in like that? Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. He called out to stop Li Jiazhu and Li Fan. Then what does Ancestor mean? Li Jiazhu and Li Fan asked, looking at each other in confusion. You can't go in like this. Jiazhu, you take this blade and go in. Li Fan, you use the blade I gave you earlier. Li Xian waved his hand, and a broad-bladed greatsword appeared before Li Jiazhu. This broad-bladed greatsword was also a magical weapon he used 1,000 years ago. Its grade isn't very high. Li Jiazhu was forced to reach out and take the broad-bladed greatsword. He weighed the broad-bladed greatsword. This isn't strong either. It wasn't even as strong as his own magical weapon. Li Fan summoned the long blade that Ancestor Li Xian had given him earlier. He had once used this long blade to slay numerous enemies below the Quasi-Emperor realm. But using this long blade to kill the primeval life Forbidden Land's terrifying creatures inside. Will it work? Go. Don't let a single one escape, Li Xian said. Go. Kill. Li Jiazhu and Li Fan. With renewed resolve. One carrying the broad-bladed greatsword, and the other carrying the long blade, charged inside. Ancestor Li Xian would definitely not harm them. Ancestor Li Xian said it was possible. Then it truly was possible. This primeval life Forbidden Land had long been sealed by Li Xian's invisible power. All the creatures within could not escape. They could not leave this primeval life Forbidden Land. Kill them! They fiercely roared. Li Xian would not let them go. They no longer had a retreat path. They could only fight to the death like this, even if they knew they wouldn't survive fighting to the death. But they also couldn't just surrender like that, waiting to be killed. Hot blood like arrows. Li Jiazhu, carrying the broad-bladed greatsword, with one strike, slew a terrifying creature. It really works. His eyes shone. Carrying the broad-bladed greatsword, he continued to kill forward. Mine works too, Li Fan shouted, using his blade. His long blade slew a terrifying creature. Without a doubt. Whether it was the long blade in his hand or the broad-bladed greatsword in Jiazhu's hand, Ancestor Li Xian had imbued them all with powerful strength. Kill! He roared loudly. Wielding his long blade, he continued to charge forward and kill. Meanwhile, Li Xian walked slowly through this primeval life Forbidden Land, looking around. Damn! Is it really this outrageous? Who exactly is he? The other primeval life forbidden lands were all nearly scared to death. They were all paying attention to that side. Even their second realm-breaking creatures had all prepared to strike at any moment. If this primeval life forbidden land couldn't deal with Xian, they would immediately rush over to provide support. However, Xian's displayed power was too terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he simultaneously eliminated 3 second realm-breaking primeval creatures. This was clearly power beyond the third realm-breaking level. How could they still dare to go over and support? If they really went, it wouldn't be support, but sending themselves to death. Quick, go. After that primeval life forbidden land is destroyed, it will be our turn. Go! They didn't hesitate. They quickly took their immortal medicine and all their family's possessions, running to seek help from even more ancient life forbidden lands. This time was different from the previous two. The even more ancient life forbidden lands. Not a single one spoke out. They didn't even say they would take in these primeval life forbidden land creatures. Xian's terror aroused their deep apprehension. They didn't dare to speak out carelessly, and even less dared to take in these primeval life forbidden land creatures. Although they were stronger and more terrifying, with ancient creatures of the third realm-breaking level within, and even ancient creatures of the fourth realm-breaking level, they all remained very quiet, without a sound. Primarily, Xian's background was unknown and too unfathomable. They couldn't even determine how strong Xian truly was. However, these even more ancient life forbidden lands had no movement, no sound. The 3 most ancient life forbidden lands, however, had movement emanating from them. From the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands, ancient and distinct bronze bell chimes emanated, each from one of the 3 life forbidden lands. Shaking the world, 3 resounding bronze bell chimes, as if from the most ancient era, crossed the endless river of time, and rang out at this moment. The world instantly fell silent. All living beings felt a deep chill down their spines, filled with extreme fear. Was a world-ending war about to erupt? Their courage was about to shatter from fear. Their bodies were utterly cold. If the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands were to engage in battle, that would absolutely be a world-ending war. The 3 most ancient life forbidden lands could easily shatter the world, making the world completely disappear in the endless starry sky. Heavenly void death abyss. Radiant near sea. The 3 most ancient life forbidden lands in the world. They originated from the world's most ancient and most mysterious era. They were born together with the world. They stood above all other life forbidden lands. The world's most ancient era. How many eras had passed since then? Was already impossible to ascertain. The most ancient eras severely lacked written records and documentation. No one knew how many eras the world had experienced in total. But no matter which era, these 3 life forbidden lands existed. The 3 life forbidden lands have existed since ancient times, always standing in the world. All living beings felt their mouths dry and tongues parched. Their souls trembled wildly. Things, after all, had still developed to an unimaginably terrifying degree. The 3 most ancient life forbidden lands had been startled. Dong dong dong. From the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands, ancient bronze bell chimes rang out once more, each separately. The bell chimes carried anger and killing intent. Clearly, Xian's actions had angered the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands. Good. Then let's kill. Originally, those life forbidden lands even more ancient than the primeval ones had not made a sound. But when the bell chimes, carrying anger and killing intent, rang out, they all spoke up. The bronze bell chimes represented the attitude of the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands. The 3 most ancient life forbidden lands wanted to execute Xian. With the 3 most ancient life forbidden lands at the forefront, it wasn't just as simple as speaking out. Terrifying creatures walked out from within them. Execute Xian. Roar. The moon and stars were shattered. A terrifying beast's roar rang out. It shook the world, causing all living beings' ears to go deaf. Blood continuously flowed from their ears. An ancient ferocious beast, blotting out the sky and sun, walked out. flying across the sky, a supreme overlord between heaven and earth. Boundless malevolent aura swept and spread. Terrifying and monstrous, this farce should end. His voice turned icy, causing the world's temperature to plummet. Colder even than a world of ice and snow. It was not from the primordial era at all, at least an invincible fierce beast of the chaotic valley era, who suppressed the invincible beings of the entire chaotic valley era. His terror was extreme, clearly having broken through 3 thresholds, and could still clearly feel that he had long been accumulating power within the 3 thresholds, approaching the 4th threshold. Without a doubt, even within the 3 thresholds, he absolutely possessed terrifying dominance. He could maintain calm. A calm and indifferent voice rang out, very soft, yet clearly reached the ears of all living beings in the world. All living beings in the world were greatly shaken. Heavens! This one, Xian, the heavenly emperor, still wants to kill? The 3 most ancient forbidden lands of life are all enraged. Xian, the heavenly emperor, still won't stop? Bow his head and beg for peace. Yet he still continues to kill. They were trembling with fear, frightened out of their wits. Does this Xian, the heavenly emperor, truly not know fear? His long hair like a green mist. His handsome face was calm, without a ripple. Xian walked out from within the martial life arena and arrived high above the sky. He walked through and surveyed this martial life forbidden zone. The crimson mist covered the sky and obscured the sun. Compared to the immensely vast beast region, Xian's figure appeared so tiny and insignificant. But it was precisely this extremely tiny and insignificant figure. After appearing in Tao Wu's eyes, Tao Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration and dread, as if he himself was the one so tiny and insignificant. He roared and bellowed, shaking the entire universe. How could he not take the lead? He fiercely glared at Xian and attacked Xian to kill him. Boom! 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 The sky rush wildly exploded. The long river of time and space became chaotic. Tao Wu's malevolent might soared to the heavens. He immediately unleashed his most terrifying power, intending to tear Xian into shreds. Xian did not appear brilliant at all, not dazzling in the slightest. No light or radiance shone from his body, like an ordinary mortal who had not embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly like someone who had not embarked on cultivation, an ordinary mortal, Xian, who possessed a terrifying aura. Facing Tao Wu's terrifyingly powerful onslaught, Xian's expression was calm. He slowly extended a hand. In an instant, the terrifying power unleashed by Tao Wu instantly completely dissipated. Tao Wu, who was covering the sky and obscuring the sun, the immensely vast beast region, was also controlled and flew towards the hand Xian extended. On its way flying over, it shrunk crazily, but in an instant, it transformed into a miniature beast that could be grasped with a single hand. It roared and bellowed repeatedly, desperately erupting, wanting to break free from the power that restrained it. No matter how it erupted, how it struggled, it was all in vain, not a single bit useful. It was grabbed by Xian in the palm of his hand. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender to you and become your mount. Or you can spare my life. Let me be a guard dog. That's fine too. Pleaded frantically. It didn't want to die. As long as it could live. It would be anything. A mount. A guard dog. Whatever. You are not even worthy, Xian said. He took Tao Wu away, keeping it as fresh ingredients, to be killed when it's time to eat. Just as this happened, silently, an icy long sword suddenly appeared from the void behind Xian, and directly stabbed towards Xian's heart. It was too sudden. There had been no warning whatsoever before. Nor was there any trace of power fluctuations. Even when the icy long sword emerged from the void, after it stabbed out, there were still no power fluctuations whatsoever, making it impossible for anyone to detect it in advance or react in time. Success! A voice of surprise came from the void. The icy long sword pierced Li Xian's body, piercing Li Xian's heart. Did you truly succeed? Li Xian's calm voice rang out. His figure appeared at another point. Not good! An exclamation of alarm came from the void. The icy long sword immediately hid itself, concealing all traces of its aura and fluctuations. As if from beginning to end, this icy long sword had never appeared. The person who had ambushed Li Xian from the hidden void fled for his life. The icy long sword just now had not actually pierced Li Xian's body. That was merely an afterimage Li Xian left behind. Li Xian had already, at the moment the icy long sword stabbed out, left his original position. He fled rapidly, never having imagined that the final outcome would be this. He came from an era even more ancient than the Chaotic Valley era. He was skilled in assassination. No one had ever been able to evade his assassinations. Moreover, he had broken through thresholds multiple times. He believed that even if his assassination couldn't kill Li Xian, it would certainly be able to deal a heavy blow to Li Xian. Who knew? Not only did he fail to deal Li Xian a heavy blow, his icy long sword didn't even touch Li Xian. Can you escape? Li Xian calmly raised a finger and pointed into the air in a certain direction. Large blood spatters splattered in the void, with flesh and bone fragments flying everywhere. The one hidden in the dark void, the person who used the icy long sword to ambush Li Xian, this person before dying, was filled with unwillingness and shock. He had a hidden great art that could conceal heavenly secrets and obscure karma. He moved in the dark void, undetectable by anyone. He had already broken through 4 thresholds. Even if it was someone who had long accumulated power within the 4 thresholds, a formidable opponent approaching the 5th threshold, he could absolutely succeed in a sneak attack, even taking 10,000 steps back. If he didn't succeed in the sneak attack, moving in the dark void, undetectable by anyone, he could still retreat unscathed. But what was the outcome? Not only did he fail to succeed in the sneak attack, he also couldn't retreat unscathed. Before Li Xian, he couldn't conceal heavenly secrets, nor obscure karma. The dark void, undetectable by anyone, also offered no refuge. Li Xian, from a distance, killed him with a single finger. How could he be willing to accept this? And how could he not be shocked? Barehanded, he grabbed Tao Wu in his palm and killed the terrifying 4-threshold expert who possessed the hidden great art. What a terrifying feat this was! However, the living beings of the world had no time to be shocked, because more and even more terrifying ancient life Forbidden Zone creatures charged towards Li Xian. 4 thresholds, 5 thresholds, and there were even those who had broken through 6 thresholds. Apart from the 3 most ancient forbidden lands of life, all terrifying life forbidden zones in the world had come out to kill. Countless beings also personally witnessed how terrifying these ancient forbidden lands of life truly were. So many ancient forbidden lands of life coming out to kill together. Even scouring ancient history would not reveal such a sight. This was a unique and unprecedented scene. All living beings in the world felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble with fear. They were shocked. They truly hadn't expected that in an era far inferior to those ancient times, such a terrifying individual would appear. A single person killed his way into the ancient forbidden lands of life. Swish! Swish! 2 saber gleams sliced through the sky. Patriarch Li and Li Fan, one carrying a broad-mouthed great saber, the other carrying a long saber, emerged from that primordial life forbidden zone, having killed the creatures within this primordial life forbidden zone, and completely cleansed this primordial life forbidden zone. So time vanished. You must participate more. These are entrusted to you. Remember, the blades in your hands spare no one. Kill all. Li Xian's calm voice rang out. Then his figure vanished. These were left to Patriarch Li and Li Fan to kill. He went to the 3 most ancient forbidden lands of life to take a trip inside. For the Blade Clan's Patriarch Li and Li Fan, Their hearts pounded wildly. These were not comparable to the creatures in that primordial life forbidden zone. The most terrifying creatures within that primordial life forbidden zone had only broken through one threshold. These more ancient forbidden zone creatures that came to kill had a minimum strength of 4 thresholds. Even though they carried Xianxia's old ancestors' gifted broad-mouthed great saber and long saber, and had killed ferociously within that primordial life forbidden zone, with no one able to stop them, they still couldn't help but tremble with fear at this moment. But this was only temporary. They would soon no longer tremble with fear. The old ancestor said the blades in their hands none they wouldn't cut down, none they wouldn't kill. Then the blades in their hands were indeed such that none would be left uncut. None would be left unkilled. They carried broad-bladed great sabers and intestines. Towards those followers, ancient beings, terrifying creatures that killed their way out of the forbidden land. Damn them! How hateful! From even more ancient life, terrifying creatures that rushed out from within the forbidden land, all were furious. They felt immense disdain and contempt. Xian didn't put them in his eyes at all. As much as possible 2 realms, of low realm like ants, creatures worse than ants, to kill them. This made them all unable to bear it. Their killing intent towards Xian reached its peak. The weakest among them had also broken the line 4 times, while the strongest had even broken the line 6 times. Who dares to thus despise them? They never said anything like, slaughter him, kill them. Killing intent immediately pervaded the entire event. We're about to go chase and kill Xian. As for the family head Li and Li Fan who came with blades to kill, they didn't even spare them a glance. Not one of them said to go kill family head Li and Li Fan. For those of their caliber, to take an extra look at family head Li Lord and Li Fan, such inferior beings at a glance, would be a stain on them. They would certainly not personally make a move to kill family head Li and Li Fan, such insignificant creatures worse than ants. Family head Li and Li Fan, such creatures worse than ants, could just be handed over to their subordinates to kill. However, it was like this in their eyes. Patriarch Li and Li Fan, yet caused them immense shock. Evil rain poured down from the sky, rushing assault. Family head Li slashed out with his horizontal saber. Boundless saber light illuminated the firmament. A terrifying creature that had broken the line 4 times was completely cut down on the spot, without even the slightest ability to resist. It was the same on Li Fan's side. The long saber in his hand also slashed out unrivaled blade light. Those who broke through the limit 4 times were as if halted, and in an instant, were by the unflawed blade's light completely cut down. The remaining terrifying creatures were all greatly alarmed. They never expected family head Li and Li Fan, 2 who were inferior to ants, would actually be so terrifying. Able to kill a 4-time linebreaker with 1 strike. Their expressions turned grim. They still truly wanted to go for Xian. Xian clearly exceeded their imagination. The 2 blades bestowed upon family head Li and Li Fan indeed possessed the quality of cutting down anyone and killing anyone. Just 2 broken blades. How could they cut down anyone? No one would be spared. I don't believe anyone could live. None of them were invincible in their respective eras. In the end, they couldn't even compare to 2 broken blades. How could they kill? They, with terrifying might, surged towards family head Li and Li Fan. Go to kill and execute the Li family head and Li Fan. The 2 blades in the hands of family head Li and Li Fan. How terrifying! Heavenly Emperor Xian. The 2 bestowed sabers were also terrifying. In an instant, they cut down and killed the ancient creatures who broke the limit 4 times. This Heavenly Emperor Xian. Just how strong is he? How many times had they broken the limit? Truly unimaginable. All beings in the world were incomparably shocked. The terror of Xian's heaven and earth far exceeded their imagination. My brother's heavenly eye, Heavenly Emperor Xian, has killed his way to Tianshu. Some younger brother cried out in alarm. saw heavenly Emperor Li Xian's figure appear in the sky. Waves of killing reached Xianxia over there. Countless renowned figures in the world cried out in alarm. Their scalps tingled, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. All of them couldn't care less about family head Li and Li Fan's side anymore, borrowing their gaze and directed it towards Xianxia. This was the most terrifying and most ancient forbidden land of life. The immortality medicine within it was said to be the world's first batch of immortality medicine ever born. Its efficacy was incredibly defying heaven, far beyond comparison with other immortality medicine branches. It is rumored that it can make a heavenly emperor live for 9 generations. While other immortality medicines at most, it can make a heavenly emperor live for 2 generations. Of course, these were all ancient legends. No one knew their truth or falsehood, because no one had been able to obtain the immortality medicine within this forbidden land of life. But regardless of whether the legends were true or false, the immortality medicines within the 3 great forbidden lands of life were absolutely far superior to other immortality medicines. And the terror of the 3 great forbidden lands of life was absolutely beyond doubt. But now, someone actually killed their way to one of the 3 great forbidden lands of life. Xianxia. This was simply like stirring up a hurricane in the world. All beings were shocked to the extreme. Their hearts were so frightened they nearly stopped. Xianxia, the world's one of the 3 most ancient forbidden lands of life. Throughout history, no living being had ever dared to set foot in, or even approach, Xianxia. Even though there were rumors that within Xianxia the heaven-defying immortal medicine that can make a heavenly emperor live for another 9 generations. It was still so. But now, this unprecedented situation was broken. Someone not only approached Xianxia, but also wanted to enter Xianxia. Black silky long hair, clear martial aura, drifting against the mountain. Li Xian was calm and composed, slowly walking towards the inside of Xianxia. He looked so casual. Seemingly, the heavenly ruins before their eyes was not some most ancient, most perilous forbidden land of life, but rather like his own backyard. All the world's powerhouses who witnessed this scene were greatly shaken in their hearts. Their breathing hitched. Could it be that the most ancient, the most dangerous heavenly ruins? Will these heavenly ruins also be overturned by this heavenly Emperor Li Xian? This time it crossed the long river of time. The bronze bell, legendary from the most ancient era, rang out again. The ancient creatures within Xianxia said nothing and immediately began to kill. No one could break Xianxia's rules. Approaching the heavenly ruins, not to mention the entire heavenly ruins, no one was allowed. The ancient bronze bell sound carried endless killing intent, as if all the heavens were pressing down. Boundless terror, to shake and kill Li Xian. This bronze bell sound was absolutely terrifyingly abnormal. It's no exaggeration to say that a cultivator who broke the limit 6 times could be directly shaken to death. But in front of Li Xian, this bronze bell sound was even worse than a mosquito's buzz, let alone posing any threat. He was not affected in the slightest, calmly continuing forward. Dong, dong, dong. The ancient bronze bell sounds rang out continuously. Shai was heavier, like a galaxy, fully locking onto Li Xian, launching an even fiercer bombardment to kill Li Xian. Under these circumstances, even if it was the heavenly court that broke the limit 7 times, would also bleed profusely and die miserably. The most ancient, most terrifying, one of the 3 most perilous forbidden lands of life, was absolutely no joke. In that era, those world-shaking archenemies who once broke the limit 9 times, also dared not approach Xianxia. They only dared to observe Xianxia from afar. They were full of apprehension and fear towards Xianxia. The ancient bronze bell sound stirred up boundless terrifying power, continuously bombarding Li Xian to kill him. But none of it could injure Li Xian or seal his throat. Never let Li Xian stop a scene. And Li Xian was also visibly about to walk into Tianxu. The world's powerhouses who witnessed this scene all felt their scalps tingle, and their hearts pound with fear. Heavenly Emperor Li Xian is truly going to force his way into the heavenly ruins. The heavenly ruins that no living being had ever been able to enter. Was it to be broken at this moment? Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded from within Tianxu. The world violently trembled. Sanity experienced a major earthquake. Even more terrifying, the outer starry sky also experienced great tremors. Countless stars fought chaotically without end. 6 terrifying creatures that had broken the line 7 times killed their way out of Tianxu. They could not possibly allow Li Xian to enter Tianxu. The faces of the world's experts all turned pale, their souls trembling madly. 7-time line breakers. For them, it was an unattainable dream, something they couldn't cultivate to in a lifetime. Yet, from Tianxu, 6 such creatures suddenly emerged. Ancient creatures that had broken the line 7 times. They were truly frightened. Angels were truly too terrifying. The 6 ancient creatures that had broken the line 7 times, their gazes were icy cold, and their fierce might was monstrous. When they made their moves, they held nothing back. Right from the start, they unleashed their strongest methods and power, wanted to instantly shock and kill Li Xian. Clang, 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 the ancient bronze bell chimes resonated ceaselessly, continuously interfering with Li Xian. The heavenly void's majesty must not be profaned, and its rules must not be broken. Li Xian must die outside the heavenly void. However, none of this was useful against Li Xian, who was inexhaustible. Amidst the puff, puff, puff sounds, 6 ancient creatures of the 7th break all turned into bloody mist, completely annihilating these 6 ancient creatures of the 7th break. None of them were edible. Either they weren't humanoid creatures, or they were metallic creatures from within a certain race. If even one had been edible, Li Xian wouldn't have killed them all. He would have kept them as fresh ingredients. All the powerful beings in the world widened their eyes. Every single one was almost scared to death. 6 ancient creatures of the 7th break were all killed by Li Xian just by him taking a step. This was simply more fantastical than 1001 Nights, and even more unrealistic. Seeking death, the heavenly void, which had been silent. Now, this time, an angry voice emerged. 9 ancient creatures of the 8th break burst forth from the heavenly void, intending to kill Li Xian before he entered. Li Xian was truly about to enter the heavenly void. Just a few more steps and he'd be in. From ancient times until now, no matter the era, no matter how powerful the experts that emerged, no being was ever able to enter the heavenly void. Today could be no exception. Li Xian could not enter the heavenly void. He had to die outside the heavenly void. Boom! The 9 ancient creatures of the 8th break appeared, their might simply terrifying, capable of overturning the universe, overturning the endless starry sky. Everything appeared minuscule before them. Even the river of time and space became turbulent and surging due to their emergence, stirring up countless sky-high waves. All beings in the world felt their world-shaking ferocity. They were utterly horrified. Could it get any more terrifying? Even the world-ending calamity that once erupted was probably not much more than this. They hadn't experienced that world-ending calamity. But in their view, the 9 ancient creatures of the 8th break emerging together could definitely be compared to that world-ending calamity. They might even surpass that world-ending calamity. They trembled uncontrollably. Their bodies were cold. The heavenly void was truly enraged. To think that 9 creatures of the 8th break emerged at once. At the same time, they also felt even more deeply the terror of the heavenly void. One of the 3 most ancient and terrifying life realms was truly not an undeserved reputation. Extremely terrifying. Beings of the 9th break had all left this world, heading into the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. You are, at most, of the 8th break. It's impossible for you to be of the 9th break. Otherwise, you would have long left this world to pursue the path to immortality in the endless starry sky. An ancient creature of the 8th break said with a cold voice, "You must also think this way, believing that in this world, With no ninth break existences, those of the eighth break can roam invincible throughout the world, doing whatever they please. But what I want to tell you is this. Let alone you an eighth break. You are still not invincible in this world. Even if you were of the ninth break, you would still not be invincible in this world. It's not that there haven't been ninth break beings in this world, but these ninth break beings, without exception, didn't even dare to approach the heavenly void, let alone act presumptuously within it. He then continued coldly, you still can't be presumptuous. Kill the 9 ancient creatures of the eighth break. Their killing intent flooded heaven and earth, and surged boundlessly towards Xianxia, this ancient creature of the heavenly void, of the eighth break. What it said resonated throughout the world. All beings in the world were greatly shocked. Even ninth break beings didn't dare to approach the heavenly void. Just how terrifying was the heavenly void. Their scalps tingled intensely. Their courage was shattered. They truly couldn't imagine how terrifying the heavenly void truly was. Originally, some beings believed Xianxia might be able to overturn the heavenly void. But now, all such notions were gone. They all believed that Xianxia, this time, would die outside the heavenly void. Even ninth break beings didn't dare approach the heavenly void. What kind of concept was that? Undoubtedly, the heavenly void definitely possessed the power to shock and kill ninth break beings. Otherwise, ninth break beings would certainly not fear the heavenly void so much, not even daring to approach. Bang! 10,000 streaks of crimson gold light illuminated the world, tearing through the endless starry sky. A single, crimson gold imperial blade, like a heavenly saber, was unleashed by an ancient creature of the eighth break. Ancient, naturally supreme runes were inscribed on the blade, bearing unimaginably powerful Dao might. When unleashed, endless blade aura swept and spread throughout the entire world, so terrifying that it seemed a single light slash could shatter the entire world into dust. This is the Crimson Rune Imperial Scripture. How is this possible? Is this the heavenly void's unfathomable heritage? Crimson Rune Imperial Scripture, it is rumored, contains innate supreme Dao runes intertwined within, rarely seen in ancient times. When refining qi, adding a sesame seed-sized piece of crimson rune imperial scripture could forge a peerless heaven and earth weapon. This blade, astonishingly, was entirely forged from the Crimson Rune Imperial Scripture. That's too terrifying, several old emperors exclaimed, severely frightened. A sesame seed-sized piece of Crimson Rune Imperial Scripture could forge a peerless heaven and earth weapon. A crimson gold imperial blade entirely forged from Crimson Rune Imperial Scripture. How terrifying would that be? It's simply unimaginable. Kill! A blood-red banner was unleashed, enshrouded in endless black mist. The endless black mist instantly enveloped the entire world. Heaven and earth darkened. The world seemed to have turned into a 9-nether purgatory. During this period, countless heroic spirits roared their true names. Too many to count. Among them, several heroic spirits were the most terrifying. They actually exuded the aura of eighth break beings. All beings in the world were utterly horrified. Could it be that several eighth break beings were once slain, and then offered as sacrifice into this blood-red banner? Then, a terrifying dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth, resounded. An ancient creature of the eighth break revealed its true form. It was actually a colossal black ancestral dragon. In ancient times, dragons were killed by senior brother's hand to the ancient times. Incomparably, were merely descendants of this black ancestral dragon. Moreover, even primordial dragons were not pure-blooded, possessing only a partial black ancestral dragon bloodline. Yet could be invincible in the primordial era. The terror of the black ancestral dragon was unimaginable. Boom! 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 The remaining 6 ancient creatures of the eighth break were also one more terrifying than the last, one more formidable than the next. The entire world appeared minuscule before them. Their eyes gleamed with killing intent. Their killing intent was boundless, and they held nothing back in their attacks. To display the might of the heavenly void, and slay Li Xian instantly. Without exaggeration. Their terror was absolutely capable of crushing any eighth break immortal foe. But unfortunately, the person they encountered was Li Xian. His long robes gently swayed. Li Xian's expression was calm, without a ripple in his eyes. He did not stop his steps, still walking slowly forward. No power fluctuations emanated from him, nor any terrifying phenomena of dreadful formations, merely taking light steps, and the 9 ancient creatures of the 8th break, one after another, turned into bloody mist. What was it that was entirely forged from the crimson rune imperial scripture? The crimson gold imperial blade. What was it that had refined and absorbed several 8th break beings? The blood-red banner. All were completely pulverized by an invisible force. To venerable beings, the crimson gold imperial blade and the like were supreme divine weapons. But to Li Xian, the crimson gold imperial blade and the like were nothing. Utterly worthless. As long as he wished it, he could pick up a random dead branch by the roadside and easily make it surpass the crimson gold imperial blade and the like. Xiaowu, Tengshang. But it wasn't just the 9 ancient creatures of the 8th break that all died. The edible fierce beasts, like the ancestral dragon, were not dead. They were all restrained by an invisible force. Li Xian collected them. These were all fresh ingredients, to be killed when it's time to eat. The world was stirred into monstrous waves of shock and alarm. No one dared to believe it. 9 ancient creatures of the 8-time limit break were just like that, dealt with by the treacherous dog of the sales department. 9-time limit break entities. Oh, without a doubt, Li Xian has certainly achieved the 9-time limit break. Monstrous waves of shock and alarm once again resounded throughout the world. And amidst the monstrous waves of shock and alarm, Li Xian calmly walked into this most ancient heavenly life zone. An ancient and primal aura emanated from destruction, as if one had personally arrived in the most ancient era. Mysterious and ancient. The 3, never before trodden by outsiders, great life zones, has now been completely shattered. The mystery was no more. Boom. 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 The heavenly void within it. 3 unimaginable terrifying auras emanated. 3 terrifying figures walked out. They were the lords of the heavenly void. 3 ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break. Because they had no confidence in pursuing the path to immortality, they dared not leave this world, dared not venture into the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. They wanted to wait until after achieving the 10-time limit break before leaving this world and venturing into the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. How could achieving the 10-time limit break be easy? They had accumulated endless years in their 9-time limit break state, yet still couldn't achieve the 10-time limit break. Let alone the 10-time limit break. They couldn't even see a shadow of the 10-time limit break. Long lost in cultivation, the 10-time limit break belongs to the ultimate path. The path of qualitative change. Extremely difficult. Its difficulty far exceeds the sum of all previous limit breaks by several times over. You really managed to get in. A 9-time limit break entity not pursuing the path to immortality, but instead acting like a peer in all the forbidden life zones? What do you want to do? A lord of the heavenly void said coldly. He felt that Li Xian was definitely not simply here for immortal medicine. If it were only for immortal medicine, he could just take an immortal medicine from within a forbidden life zone, and that would be enough. There was no need to go on such a killing spree, destroying one life realm after another. Li Xian clearly had other objectives. Don't talk about, for the common people of the world, the life and death of billions of living beings, awaiting their glory. For beings like you and me, what common people of the world, or billions of living beings, are nothing but ants, he said coldly. He wanted to know what exactly Li Xian wanted to do. He certainly didn't believe Li Xian was here because these life realms of theirs had once the dark anime that was stirred up. Ants? Huh? You consider the common people of the world, billions of living beings, to be ants, killing them as you please. I consider you to be ants, killing as I please. Is there a problem? Xian said calmly, viewing them as ants. The three lords of the heavenly void, in their icy gazes, endless ferocity once again gleamed. Throughout endless long years, who dared to say such words to them? Who again dared to view them as ants? It had always been they who viewed others as ants. How dare you say such words? You view us as ants? How dare you? A lord of the heavenly void roared coldly. His voice shook heaven and earth. And even the long river of time and space showed signs of disorder, experiencing distortion. To dare, in front of us, to say such words. You are the first person in history. Originally, we could have given you a quick death. But you insist on not knowing what's good for you. Today, even a good death will be difficult for you. The other two lords of the heavenly void also let out cold roars. Aura fluctuations of the 9-time limit break shook the universe. The 3 9-time limit break entities. The 4 worlds' reputation. Unable to see the scene within Xianxia. But all were, by the 3 heavenly void lords' 9-time limit break aura, shaken. Their scalps were about to explode. No wonder the heavenly void dared to say that even 9-time limit break entities dared not approach the heavenly void. The heavenly void had 3 ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break to back it up. Who would dare approach? Rumble. The world greatly shook again. The outer starry sky even more madly trembled. And several streaks of super terrifying auras of the 9-time limit break madly burst forth and spread. From the death abyss and the ash sea, several terrifying and monstrous figures walked out. They traversed the world and descended into the heavenly void. They were all ancient terrifying creatures of the 9-time limit break. They had always been paying attention to the movements on the heavenly void side. When Xian walked into the heavenly void, they couldn't sit still. If the heavenly void were to have an incident, they too were destined not to escape. Xian would likewise attack their death abyss and ash sea. Although the heavenly void had 3 ancient 9-time limit break creatures guarding it, the probability of an incident was very low. But they sought stability and didn't want any more accidents to happen. They wanted to completely eliminate Xian within the heavenly void. A full 7 ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break. How could there be so many 9-time limit break ancient creatures? Don't they pursue the path to immortality? 7 ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break traversed the world. The living beings of the world were so terrified their souls were almost flying out of their bodies. So many 9-time limit break ancient creatures. Don't they want to become immortals? Surprisingly, they have always stayed within this world, never leaving this world to venture into the endless starry sky and pursue the path to immortality. In fact, how could they not want to become immortals? But the bloody examples on the path to immortality had scared them. The 9-time limit break was truly not enough of a threshold in the endless starry sky. And even less of a threshold in front of the path to immortality. They lacked the courage to pursue the path to immortality. They only hoped to wait until after the 10-time limit break, before stepping into the starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. Unfortunately, it was precisely because they were timid and dared not go pursue the path to immortality that they lost the qualification for the 10-time limit break. Only by possessing a fearless and onward-marching invincible conviction can one achieve the 10-time limit break. Any timidity will forever be unable to achieve the 10-time limit break. The most ancient and terrifying 3 great life realms, occupying the world's 3 most heaven-defying immortal medicines, possessing what people found difficult to imagine, massive amounts of astonishing cultivation resources. In the long and endless years, they were not just this few 9-time limit break entities, they had many more. Other ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break, either after just achieving the 9-time limit break, They left this world and went to the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality, or in the middle of their journey, realized that staying in this world might forever be unable to achieve the 10-time limit break, then regained their courage and left this world, heading to the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. The remaining ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break, on the other hand, had completely lost their courage. Even if they clearly knew that staying in this world might forever be unable to achieve the 10-time limit break. But they also had no courage to leave this world to pursue the path to immortality. Within the heavenly void, 7 ancient creatures of the 9-time limit break descended. 3 of them came from the death abyss and 4 from the ash sea. You have incurred the wrath of all. Everyone wants to kill you. 10 9-time limit break entities all came out. You can also be considered to have died glorifying your ancestors. You can leave your name for future generations. A lord of the heavenly void looked at Xian. But speaking of their 3 9-time limit break entities, plus the 7 9-time limit break entities who came over, there are a total of 10 9-time limit break entities. What does Xian have to fight them? No matter how strong Xian is destined to be unable to stir up any more trouble, and will be at their mercy to be slaughtered. You think too highly of yourselves. It's just that there are a few more ants, that's all. What's the difference? No matter how many ants there are, they are still ultimately just ants. There's no difference, Xian said calmly. Within the field, the 10 9-time limit break ancient creatures' gazes were colder and fiercer than the last. Their killing intent was heavier than the last. They never would have thought that Xian, even now, surprisingly still dared to be so arrogant, and still dared to view them as ants. Everyone, don't kill him directly. Kill him slowly. Otherwise it will be hard to quell the hatred in my heart. Kill! The 10 9-time limit break ancient creatures made their move. Terrifying auras pierced through eternity and the vast firmament. Each of them was terrifying to the extreme. All could shake the universe. Although they even now still hadn't grasped the shadow of the 10-time limit break. But they had accumulated so much in their 9-time limit break state that the years of accumulation were too long. Most opponents who broke the limit 9 times and had heavenly eyes. They attacked with full power, without the slightest reservation. It wasn't said that they had 10 9-time peril breakers on their side. They thus underestimated Xian. Facing 10 9-time peril breakers, Xian could still remain calm throughout. He even dared to view them as ants. How could they dare to underestimate him? Xian was clearly not easy to deal with, having some confidence or reliance. Otherwise, Xian would never dare to act like this. The river of time and space surged violently, and the years were severely affected. 10 9-time peril breakers attacked together, and all were attacking with full force. This was absolutely the first time in history. It had never happened before. Even the world-ending catastrophe they experienced back then was not as terrifying as this moment. In that world-ending catastrophe, there were no 9-time peril breaker level heaven and earth combatants participating. The highest were 8-time peril breaker level heaven and earth combatants. Boundless killing intent surged, covering the sky and earth. It not only instantly engulfed the world, but also spread towards the endless starry sky. The 10 9-time peril-breaking ancient beings frantically attacked, using their strongest methods and powers to suppress and kill Xian. This scene was utterly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than resisting the arrival of the apocalypse. All living beings in the world, under the 10 9-time peril-breaking ancient beings' frenzied attacks, their rationality turned to dust. Even worse than long black hair. Qing Wu. Xian remained calm. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his clear eyes. Facing 10 9-time peril-breaking ancient beings' frenzied bombardment, he stood perfectly still, with no movements whatsoever, showing no sign of preparing for a great battle. The 10 9-time peril-breaking ancient beings all noticed this. Their hearts trembled. Could it be that they still couldn't suppress and kill Xian? Could Xian possibly suppress and kill them instead? Otherwise, how could Xian be so calm and composed? Xian was too calm. Without absolute confidence and certainty, how could he be so composed? Although they didn't believe Xian alone could suppress and kill all of them, Li Xian's calm and composed demeanor still made their hearts tremble. Fear and worry arose in them. They lowered their heads, forcibly dispelling the fear and worry in their hearts. Now, they were like an arrow on the string, forced to be released, with no retreat. Clang, clang, clang. 3 main bronze bells were borrowed by them. Fully activated, the sound of the bells resounded through the heavens and earth, and carried a special rhythm. Consequently, it resonated with the great Dao between heaven and earth. Unimaginably terrifying power surged with the sound of the bells. The 3 bronze bells had a great origin. They were from the time when heaven and earth first opened, dropping from the chaos when it split apart. They possessed unfathomable, super terrifying mystical power. Each of their 3 great life forbidden zones obtained 1 bronze bell. In fact, when heaven and earth first opened and chaos split apart, there were many unimaginable, extraordinary supreme items that fell. These numerous extraordinary supreme items, not all of them were taken by their 3 great life forbidden zones, but almost all. Within the 3 great life forbidden zones, those 9-time peril breakers who left the world and journeyed to the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality. Those ancient beings had taken away some extraordinary supreme items. But even so, there were still quite a few items left within the 3 great life forbidden zones. Li Xian's calm composure made them feel fear and worry. At this moment, they all didn't hesitate, unleashing all these extraordinary supreme items. Whoosh! Immeasurable sword light illuminated the world. Incomprehensible supreme sword intent roared. A not-so-large, seemingly very crude ancient sword embryo was unleashed. Large swathes of void cracked open, completely unable to withstand the ancient sword embryo's cleaving. The ancient sword embryo's entire body was engraved with unimaginably supreme sword patterns. This was a sword embryo that fell from the splitting chaos. Boom! A small, very crude stone, within which countless thunderbolts rumbled. The small stone tilted, and all the boundless thunderbolts within it fell down, blasting towards Li Xian. This scene was more terrifying than the world's most terrifying heavenly tribulation, even more terrifying. The boundless thunderbolts were all chaos thunderbolts. The heavenly lightning that descended during heavenly tribulations was evolved from this kind of chaos thunderbolt. Shai couldn't do much. Very crude, flying out, in an instant, depicting 10,000 laws and 10,000 paths. The great Dao between heaven and earth roared incessantly. Myriad laws and myriad Daos intertwined, forming a net of myriad laws and myriad Daos. Towards Li Xian. This was a Dao artifact that, from the splitting chaos, when it fell, was already engraved with myriad laws and myriad Daos. The void constantly churned, with one giant black hole after another appearing. Heaven and earth seemed to usher in an apocalypse. All living beings in the world were utterly terrified, feeling death descending upon them. 3 bronze bells, the ancient stone sword embryo, the chaos thunder teeth, the Dao artifact, and 3 other swords, 3 swords from chaos. Wings displayed their might, were truly terrifying and dreadful. Without exaggeration, even the strongest 9-time peril-breaking heaven and earth combatant facing such a bombardment would bleed profusely and die miserably, completely unable to offer the slightest resistance. The 10 9-time peril-breaking ancient beings all curled their lips into a sneer. There was no longer any panic or worry in their hearts. Li Xian, no matter how strong, wouldn't survive. He was destined to be suppressed and killed. We were born in the most ancient era. 10 supreme treasures that fell from chaos. What do you have to fight us with? You attempt to overturn the most ancient life forbidden zones. How dare you even think it? And how dare you do it? You shall face your miserable fate. They sneered repeatedly, believing they had victory firmly in hand. They could steadily suppress and kill Li Xian. Now, they no longer thought about torturing Li Xian. They just wanted stability, to suppress and kill Xian immediately. However, they were horrified to discover that Xian was still calm and composed. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Could it be that even the bronze bells and other extraordinary supreme treasures? Soon, they knew the answer. The extraordinary supreme treasures that fell from chaos truly couldn't suppress and kill Xian. In fact, let alone suppressing and killing him, not even a trace of threat could be posed to Xian. Black silk long hair gently fluttered. Xian stood perfectly still, his gaze calm. He made no movements. Under his feet, soft light, like ripples, automatically spread out. In an instant, the bronze bells and other extraordinary supreme treasures that fell from chaos all, under the ripple of soft light, completely shattered. What? Supreme treasures that fell from chaos were so weak, unable to withstand a single blow, like a pile of loose sand, easily swept away by the soft light. 10-time peril breaker. The 10-9-time peril-breaking ancient beings cried out in alarm, their faces paler than a corpse. They never expected Xian to have actually become a 10-time peril breaker. The supreme treasures that fell from chaos were thus easily destroyed. Xian must have become a 10-time peril breaker. Moreover, the number of times he broke through could very well be more than 10. I am unwilling. Why would someone who has become a 10-time peril breaker still remain in this world? Can this world even produce a 10-time peril breaker? Throughout history, this world has never given birth to a 10-time peril breaker. How could this be? They roared and howled unwillingly. This world has never produced a single 10-time peril-breaking heaven and earth combatant. Only by leaving this world and traveling through the endless starry sky is it possible to become a 10-time peril breaker. Yet, they actually encountered Xian, a 10-time peril breaker. Today, we die by your hand, and the 3 great life forbidden zones are overturned by you. In the future, you will absolutely not have a good end. You will pay a heavy price for this. I have a premonition that the beings from the 3 great life forbidden zones, who left this world and journeyed to the endless starry sky to pursue the path to immortality, will surely gain something in the endless starry sky. They will not let you go. You won't have the last laugh. Only a dead end awaits you. The soft light rippled towards them. They knew they wouldn't live. They were going to die. But their final fury over fame and reputation was definitely not to intimidate Xian. The 3 great life forbidden lands had so many beings who left their worlds to journey into the boundless starry sky, pursuing the path to immortality. They believed that with so many there would surely be some who achieved great gains. At that time, these beings with great gains would definitely avenge them. How about this? I'll wait for them to come find me. I can kill you, and I can kill them too. Xian spoke calmly. Under the gentle shimmering light, the 10 ancient beings who had broken through 9 times were all obliterated. Just then, a flower appeared in the boundless starry sky, and the terrifying powerhouses within the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms all felt something in their hearts. The path to immortality is about to appear, a terrifying powerhouse exclaimed in shock. Specks of immortal light appeared in the boundless starry sky. In an instant, they overshadowed the light of all stars. But the immortal light quickly vanished. It only appeared for a fleeting moment. However, even though it only appeared for a moment, it was still perceived by the terrifying powerhouses within the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms, beneath the boundless starry sky. In an instant, the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms completely erupted. All the terrifying powerhouses went mad. Immortal light has appeared. This is a sign that the path to immortality is about to manifest. A terrifying powerhouse excitedly shouted. Historically, before the path to immortality appeared, it would give cultivators time to prepare. Otherwise, if the path to immortality suddenly appeared and didn't last for too long, cultivators without prior preparation would simply not be able to make it in time. The starry sky was too vast. Even those who had broken through multiple times could not traverse the starry sky quickly. However, even if there was a sign before the path to immortality manifested, a premonitory sign would appear. It was not an easy task to arrive in time. A sign is just a sign. It would not reveal the exact location or specific manifestation time of the path to immortality. Only when the path to immortality was about to fully manifest would the exact location and specific manifestation time, along with other information, appear. The path to immortality was not fixed. It could appear anywhere. It might appear in extremely distant and isolated realms. At that time, many powerhouses would not be able to make it, missing the opportunity to step onto the path to immortality. There were many such examples. Many powerhouses failed to arrive in time, missing the opportunity to step onto the path to immortality. Powerhouses capable of pursuing the path to immortality were all beings who had broken through 9 times or more. But even so, many still failed to make it and missed their chance. Beings who had broken through 9 times were truly not capable enough under the boundless starry sky. Traversing the starry sky was extremely strenuous. Fill the star worship with power, and load it with all the clan's heavenly and earthly treasures that can provide energy. Be ready to set sail at any moment, a mighty being within a certain realm roared. For countless ages, I have waited too long for this day. This time, I will surely step onto the path to immortality. Feed all the starry sky mounts with the most precious and extraordinary heavenly and earthly treasures. I want them to carry me there in time. When the path to immortality appears, a mighty being in another realm also roared. Bring out all the starry sky suppression platforms. To be able to step onto the path to immortality in time. I have diligently cultivated the grand Dao of the starry sky for countless ages. Now, it can finally be put to use, realm after realm, regardless of their strength. The powerhouses within, eager to pursue the path to immortality, went into a frenzy. All frantically began making preparations. When the path to immortality's specific location and time appear, they would act immediately, rushing towards the path to immortality. In the realm where Xianxia was, apart from Xianxia, other beings were completely oblivious, unaware that a sign of the path to immortality had appeared. Not everyone could sense the signs of the path to immortality. Only powerhouses who had broken through 9 times or more could sense the signs of the path to immortality. And in this realm, the beings who had broken through 9 times were only found in the 3 great life forbidden lands. These beings who had broken through 9 times had just been obliterated by Xianxia. The path to immortality is about to appear. It will surely be very lively. Taking advantage of the situation, Xianxia murmured softly to himself. 1,000 years ago, he was just a minor cultivator. He dreamt of stepping onto the path to immortality. Now, although for him, the path to immortality held no use, he was still very willing to go to the path to immortality to take a walk and have a look. While waiting for the path to immortality to manifest, he walked deep within the heavenly ruins, admiring the scenery within the depths of the heavenly ruins. He collected the heaven-defying immortal medicine from within the heavenly region. Afterward, he went to the dead abyss and the sea of ashes, collecting the heaven-defying immortal medicine from these 2 life-forbidden lands. Apart from the 10 ancient beings who had broken through 9 times, the 3 great life-forbidden lands still contained many other ancient beings. These ancient beings had, of course, long since fled. Xianxia did not kill these fleeing ancient beings, nor did he sink the 3 great life-forbidden lands. These matters could be left to Patriarch Li and Li Fan. With the 2 small blades he bestowed, no ancient being could escape. Patriarch Li and Li Fan could also easily destroy the 3 great life-forbidden lands. He had walked through and seen all of the 3 great life-forbidden lands. Patriarch Li and Li Fan had not yet. He had already informed Patriarch Li and Li Fan that after they had walked through and seen all of the 3 great life-forbidden lands, they could then destroy them. From the most ancient era, the 3 great life-forbidden lands, preserved until now, were still very much worth exploring and seeing. He hoped Patriarch Li and Li Fan could gain more experience. Outside, Patriarch Li and Li Fan, carrying the two blades, were slaughtering and chasing after the fleeing ancient beings. Meanwhile, Xian returned to the Li family and planted all the immortal medicines he had obtained in the Li family's back garden. In an instant, the radiance of the immortal medicines illuminated the entire Li family, illuminated the entire realm, and even shone into the outer starry sky. All members of the Li family, from top to bottom, were dumbfounded. Where had they ever seen so many immortal medicines? At most, they had only seen scattered records about immortal medicines in ancient texts. There were even many immortal medicines that weren't even mentioned in ancient texts. They couldn't recognize them at all. Now, all these immortal medicines had appeared before their eyes, and were even planted in their Li family's back garden. Each of them felt as if they were dreaming, feeling a sense of fantasy and unreality. These are nothing. Later, you will see immortal herbs and even more extraordinary divine medicines, Xian said calmly. Patriarch Li and Li Fan have returned. Under the guidance of the two blades, they killed every single one of those fleeing ancient beings. They also walked through and seen all of the three great life-forbidden lands. Then, using the power of the two blades, they destroyed and claimed the three great life-forbidden lands. Come. I will use the immortal medicine to cleanse all your bodies and improve your physiques, Li Xian said. Time passed quickly. A month later, strange sounds once again appeared in the boundless starry sky. Numerous specks of fresh light shone forth, and lasted for a long time. The countless stars in the starry sky all became dim and lusterless under this fresh light, losing all their brilliance. The exact location, time, and other crucial information about the path to immortality had appeared. The myriad heavens and 10,000 realms completely erupted, as if they had exploded. Among the large amount of immortal light that appeared this time, it carried the exact location and time, and other crucial information about the path to immortality. Those powerhouses and mighty beings within the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms all sensed it. They had long since prepared. Upon sensing the exact location, time, and other crucial information about the path to immortality, none of them hesitated or worried. All of them, at the first opportunity, frantically rushed towards the place where the path to immortality was about to appear. The beings in the realm where Li Xian was looked at the vast immortal light appearing high in the sky, and were all dumbfounded for a moment. The immortal path is about to appear in our world. A brother cried out in alarm.